How do you understand why people keep showing up?
It's because he still gives the situation attention and he victimizes himself so heavily.
I feel unreasonably angry because to me it's like, that's a character in a video game.
He's still doubling down.
Would you agree that the response that you are getting is disproportionate?
I would absolutely agree with that. It doesn't mean I was in the right.
What is the wrong then? The way you're talking doesn't make it seem like you're wrong about anything.
This is not like a reality show.
This is my life!
I notice certain narratives that are constructed.
I'm nervous about talking about it.
You're nervous about talking about it, so you have a weird one-sided narrative in your favor?
It's leading them to do things that I don't even understand the reasoning behind it.
He doesn't seem to really understand why anybody does anything, but then he knows what to say to try to push off criticism.
You provide a reason which is very compassion-inducing.
Yes.
How is that challengeable?
I'm not sure I understand the direction of this.
The direction of this is that like none of your words can really be held to task.
There's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way.
Dr. K finally feels like he can or has to give some kind of meaningful pushback.
What you put out, people will try to find the chink in the armor, right?
Whoa! All right, guys. You know, amidst the whole PirateSofware situation, I'm actually curious to see this conversation with Dr. K. This is a little old. It's a couple months old, but like I still want to see it.
Let me turn.
I want to see if anything interesting gets revealed, you know?
Where did this go?
So let's do it, man. I just feel like, I don't know. Let's see what we got. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah, so how you been, Thor?
Is that his actual name or did he change his name?
It's been rough.
Yeah, I hear that. So I don't really follow.
This was, I think, after the whole WoW controversy. So this isn't even the whole thing where I guess there are leaks of the dog, of like furry shit came out. And it certainly isn't the, it certainly is not the situation where like the Stop Killing Games wasn't even like there. He's just been in a string of controversies. It's actually so funny.
Much of, internet drama. So you want to talk about what's been going on, or you want to like not talk? Oh, which is like totally fine.
I don't even know where to start with it.
What's going on?
I think recently I've actually been dealing with the ferret rescue. So I guess we should start with that. 'Cause it's recent stuff. We had, and this kind of ties back into it too. So we had 2 deaths in the rescue this last week, which is rough.
2 ferret deaths? That's so sad. So sad, King.
And like, I'm finding, because we're at about 60 ferrets now. We hover around 60, and we lose about 1 to 2 a month because it's a rescue, and that's kind of how it works. You get animals in that are really messed up, really bad.
Yeah,
bad
plus,
disease.
who really gives a fuck about a ferret? I don't really understand the ferret thing. But hey, your thing.
And that's just kind of how it goes. And I'm finding that I can't emotionally connect with every animal. You just can't do it. It's not humanly possible to do that because you're going to lose them.
Cool guys can do it. I could do it. I'm a cool guy. Oh my fucking god!
And you can't like absorb that at all times. It's not like a healthy thing to do. And
sure,
I
don't understand ferret rescue though. It's so strange to me. But whatever, man. There's people who rescue fucking cats, I guess. So
I'm going through that through like last couple of them, but the last one really messed me up because it was Ghost, and Ghost is one.
That's the one that he made his. That's the one I think that he modeled his shit after. His fursuit that he would jack off into.
She was one of the first rescue ferrets. And this animal was like
excuse me, Ghost is a boy's name.
Physically abused badly originally. And when I went to go pick her up, she was like one of the first.
How do you abuse like a ferret though? Like I understand dogs, because like you fight dogs. Well, you don't fight them; you make them fight each other. But do people make ferrets fight each other?
But I went to go pick her up. Normally they give you in like a carrier, and the person's like all excited, and they're like, "Hey, I'm really sorry, and I feel bad. I feel like a bad person." You talk to them about it, and then they give you the animal, and there's like crying and whatever, right?
Whoa,
and then you take the animal, and then they want to reach out and know how they're doing and everything.
I mean, I just don't really get it. It's just like a hairy snake. Is that the pull to having a ferret? Hairy snake?
Because it's usually a person surrendering because they just can't take care of them. This one, I go to the house and I'm like, hey, I'm here to pick her up, and this person just did this and like handed this ferret to me like this, and it's covered in shit, like just feces all over the body, and I'm like,
must have gotten from Ethan Klein.
Do you have like a carrier? And they're like, nah. And emaciated, covered in feces, ear mites, visible ear mites. It was awful, and it's just she's scratching herself. She had like it was bad, dude.
Oh my god.
Take her to the vet, and we fix her up, and then we find that she is deeply afraid of other animals. She can't be near other ferrets at all whatsoever. Anytime you put her near one, she freezes.
Maybe it's because all the other ferrets are pooping on her.
She bite them and immediately pee and poop, which is not a normal response for a social animal. It's like very clearly something has gone wrong. She can't.
I figured that shitting and pissing and all that was like super normal, right? What the hell?
Like some kind of an abusive household situation. We've never seen a ferret do that ever. And I worked for, I want to say,
oh my god,
it's got to be. It's like 2 years now. It had to be like 2 years of working with this animal every day, trying to like get her to integrate with the others, and she never would do it. But she was just so sweet, and I just played with her every day because they need kind of social interaction. And
how did she respond to humans?
Great.
How'd you play with them?
Totally fine with humans. She was afraid of being picked up at first, which is kind of common because people don't know how to handle them, and then they get afraid of hands. It's like a normal thing. But she's fine with humans. She was terrified of animals. It was very strange. And it's weird, especially with being afraid of other ferrets. It's very odd, right? So it probably...
I guess the other ferrets were bullying them.
Like situation where she was just left in a cage with another ferret and learned to be afraid of them because it's all learned behavior. They're super social. So, but a couple of weeks ago, she suddenly started coughing, and it turned out she had Hodgkin-like lymphoma.
Okay.
Which is
that cancer?
Hyper-aggressive cancer. It killed her in about 2 weeks. There's no way out. Couldn't save her. Couldn't do anything. We normally get months for that. We can do chemo, all kinds of stuff, but it just killed her. And
shit, I'll be real with you. I don't know if I would do chemo on a fucking lobster, you know? You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't. It's just like, sounds terrible, but
going into like how that ties in with stuff is we've got people that are really pissed off at me over like World of Warcraft from about 100 days ago. It was on January 14th.
Okay.
And they're mad because I ran out of a dungeon in Hardcore WoW, specifically because our group was wiping.
Listen, man, I've played WoW before, so like I don't know if you could tell, I've played World of Warcraft before. The issue, it was really twofold. It was what he did, and then it was like his response to it. Listen, man, he was playing a mage in classic WoW. Just so the people who don't know, mages have a lot of utility, right? From what I remember, he was using an overranked Blizzard, right? Blizzard is a big area of effect attack that slows things. Rank 1 and rank, I think the max is 8. It's probably lower than that. I don't know. Rank 1 and rank, let's say 10. Same effect. More damage, but same effect. Slow. So you'd use the first rank. So he's burning his mana doing that. I think he like missed a sheep or something, or I don't remember the specifics. He was blinking out instead of walking his group out. In hardcore WoW, like that's what you would do. You would walk your group out. He didn't do like a rank 1 Frost Nova, which is another AoE that you can root things in around you. He was playing like an asshole. He was playing too selfishly, right? So he kind of just let them die. And he didn't even really try to escort them. He just bolted out as soon as possible. That's shitty, you know. And then I think it was mostly his reaction to it. If he was like, "Listen, bro, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm fucking every man for himself. I didn't pull it. Fuck those guys." I think people would have respected him more. But he was like, he's a condescending dick about it, and people, you know, gave him a lot of shit for it. You know, and I think that's one of his issues. But yeah, he let those motherfuckers die. And it was hardcore WoW, so once you die once, your character is basically deleted. So part of the letter did say, "Run. I don't care what you have to say." I'm not trying to be rude. I don't really care what you have to say. Because you have no idea what you're talking about. Like, that's the problem. It's like, you're like, "Hey guys, I don't really play video games." The party leader did say run. Okay. Cool. Thanks. I appreciate that. When I say, "Hey, I gotta go," and I'm with my wife, I don't leave her there, right? Like, we understand that there's more to that. When somebody says run, you would escort your group out. I don't know what to tell you. So don't tell me things like that. It doesn't mean anything to me. I used to play World of Warcraft a lot. I understand how like these things generally work. Right? He could have escorted his group out more effectively, and he didn't. Okay? People, like, that's it. You don't understand WoW culture. You're uncultured. You don't understand WoW culture like I do, okay? So, I'm sorry if I was a little mean, but that's just like the reality. He was a dick about it.
Can you turn up your volume some?
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. My natural voice is so deep. I got to turn up my volume here. Yeah, you know, one day I ate a ferret and it just made my voice really deep. It was like a fruit from One Piece, you know?
Yeah, so this whole thing started with like World of Warcraft Classic back in January.
Okay.
World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore. Okay, pussy. Oh, shit. Well,
this thing called Only Fangs, and you kind of meme around.
I love it when every attack in this game is a one-shot mechanic. Like, that's what, you know, a game is good when instead of putting effort into the enemies being more aggressive or having different attack patterns, they just make everything a one-shot because that's fun. Just so people understand, like, that makes everybody's like, "Wow, I don't want anything. Just put more health and make them do one-shot mechanics." I'm coming.
Around, you make characters, but it's hardcore. So if your character dies, you lose it forever. But it's a character in a video game, right? So we're doing this dungeon.
Yeah, it's a fucking character in a video game. It's also like fucking hours of your life. What are you talking about? You know this.
And the call was made to run, but it's kind of before that. Is we did the dungeon before that in a group, and we failed. And it was like, oh shit, everybody's running, everyone's freaking out, and we all made it out alive on that one. So we decided to go back in. Probably shouldn't have done that. When you have a group that
yeah, especially if your mage sucks,
falls apart like that, you probably shouldn't do it again. But we went back in, And on this one, a poll was made that was way too big. We weren't ready for it. And then all of us fucked up.
It was an accidental poll.
Every single one of us did, including me. And I talked about it online for it. But there was a pinnacle moment where...
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think he talked about how any of it was his fault. I'm pretty sure he put like everything on everybody else.
Where one of the guys said, run, run, run. So we all ran.
You said
you're letting a guy be a shot caller. And then as I ran, he goes, why are you running to me? And I'm like...
Why are you running, Thor? He's like, why are you running? It's not like, this guy doesn't understand WoW culture.
I could be a dick right now and be like, you told us to run, right? I could just like...
but you understand what run means, you stupid bitch.
Reflect that, be like, what are you talking about? Like, you did that. And I was like, what do you want me to do for you?
Okay.
Right. And I said, what do you want me to do for you? Look at my mana. Because it was mostly out of mana, but I had resources that I could have done for
it. Because he was burning through his mana. That's why he was out of mana, because he was being stupid.
And I tried to
be like, yo, bro, I was being really stupid. I made like 1,000 mistakes. If he had just been like, yes, listen, dude, I was like burning through my mana like an idiot. I pressed the wrong fucking ability. I didn't have the mana anymore because I'm being stupid. That people would be like, oh, okay, but he fucking blamed everybody else. What is that? People are calling he roached? He Asmongold it? No,
like kind of a light of the situation, and I was mostly irritated. It was an
yeah, I've never heard him ever speak about his mistakes at all. This is like a new thing. I'm going to assume it's a new thing because he knows he looks bad, and like he just wants to like reframe the narrative. I also think it would have been perfectly fine if he was like, yeah, when I first happened, I was a total dick because like I was just like, it's a lot going on. So I could have handled it better. I could have acted better, but not even that. You know what I mean? Because I do that, dude. Every time I play a fucking video game, I complain about everything. It's everybody else's fault. But then it's like, oh, now I'm playing. And it's like, oh, that wasn't too bad. You know what I mean?
Irritation response, not like a real accurate response. And it turned into this massive...
Yeah, he also had
people
mana.
In
Yeah,
he for it right now, even. So for over 100 days now, these people that spam mana gem and you're out of resources and run away from your friends and all this kind of shit. And the thing that's crazy about that is, tying back into the ferret stuff is, when Ghost died...
What the fuck is tying back into the ferrets? What the fuck does that do with ferrets?
My YouTube got littered with comments saying Ghost died because she was out of mana.
Based! That's so fucked up. I'm sorry. Their ferret died because it was out of mana. That's so mean. Holy shit, dude. That's fucked up.
Oh my god.
That's the shit that I'm getting every day now. Damn. Because these aren't people that give a shit about World of Warcraft. They're not people that give a shit about those characters. They're not people that care about any of this stuff.
These people just want to bully me and my ferret. It's really fucked up, dude. All right. In honor of them, I made my my goon fursuit out of a ferret. I decided to taxidermy the ferret. It cost me $4,000.
And they're doing everything they possibly can to do that in the most vicious and fucked up way I've ever seen.
I mean, listen, not for nothing. That's a little mean, but it's a ferret. I'm not trying to be an asshole. The vicious and fucked. It's a ferret. It's a fucking ferret. I don't give a shit.
And it is.
Like I do. It's a little mean, but it's not even a ferret you really cared about, right? Like, it was a rescue and died in like 2 weeks, and it's like wasn't he saying that like he doesn't really get really connected to the ferrets because they die quickly because and that makes sense. That makes sense what he's saying, but it's like you're not even really that bound to the ferret, you're not even soul bound to the ferret, so it's like okay,
of people. It is not a small amount of people. It is thousands,
and
I get this shit every day.
Me when I'm a content creator, like holy fuck. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
And then there's people that come in and they go, oh, it's so funny. I just said mana in his chat and I got banned. It's like, yeah, we banned 50,000 people on Twitch alone for this shit.
That's 50. Fuck, maybe you shouldn't have. Maybe it's not that big of a deal.
50,000 accounts so far for that. And about 14,000 have gotten unbanned because they put an unbanned request because they're like, oh, I didn't realize it was that big of a deal. It's like, dude, this is crazy.
It's crazy.
It's been going on for over 100 days now.
100 days.
I think it's like, yeah, so it's about over 100 now.
Thor, WoW Watch.
And it's not just that.
Right,
it spiraled out into other things where people made all kinds of wild-ass accusations on me. They tried to say I was a pedophile at one point.
I honestly never heard the pedophile stuff.
Because I had a friend back when I was like 19 and they were like 17. We're still friends today. We're both almost 40. And they tried to make up allegations about the two of us. And she had to come out, or he had to come out and say, like, no, this is bullshit. That never happened. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? So, like, we keep getting, like, these... basically, I got gish galloped for a while, where it's like...
What does that mean?
Shit of weird... gish gallop is, like, I say a whole bunch of lies about you.
It's gish galloping is, like, a debate tactic. It's when you just constantly... You just keep saying things over and over again, and then you get one-shotted because the creators of this game are incredibly fucking stupid and lazy, and they don't actually know how to make a decent game on a hard difficulty, so they just make it one-shots instead of actually make the game, like, fun, That's what gish galloping is.
And you can't respond fast enough, so it looks like they're true. Is basically the way that it felt. So it was like a whole bunch of like weird accusations all at the same time as quickly as possible.
Wow.
And it's weird because when you fight against them, I found something that's really odd to me is I've never seen this before on the internet. Normally when you ignore stuff, it kind of goes away. You can't ignore things now. If you ignore something like that, people
whatever.
immediately think it's true. And when it's serious allegations like that, you have to respond. So immediately responded to it, shut it down. When I did that, there was a very large number of people who go, no one thought that was real anyway. And then there was a whole other group of people to go, oh, you're fighting it, which means it's true. It's like, where is this coming from? It's like it's the most whiplash, strange behavior that I've seen on that stuff pretty much ever. And it kind of freaked me out, man. But yeah, it's invested internet trolling. Yeah, I think it's the most invested that I've seen with this kind of stuff. It reminds me a lot of like Pony 2012, which is just like they've absorbed into their personality that they need to kill me by whatever means.
Whoa.
Right. And when I say kill, I mean it. Like I've gotten swatted over this. I've had weird phone calls to my phone where they're trying to like set me up to try to get me arrested and all kinds of shit. I've had death threats, thousands of death threats over this, which is just insane. It's weird, man. Like I've never seen this kind of vitriol for something that's just so
hard to believe. Hard to believe, dude.
Not a big deal.
Right now, people are upset with me for a tweet I made where I said white people are not being genocided, and everybody's calling me Jewish. That's so funny, honestly. It's like ridiculous. People are fucking such babies. One-shot mechanic. Very fun.
And for such a long period,
It doesn't help that you're uncritical. Your max HP is half of what it could be. How the hell how would you increase your max HP to half? What are you talking about? Also, again, bad game design for the critical. Sorry, I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, so I'm kind of
How would I
curious.
increase my max HP?
Yes. So first of all, that sounds insane.
What am I doing wrong?
it is. Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
I've certainly seen that there are people who. I don't think people on the internet realize how much power they have to really like mess up someone. So there's this perception that, okay, if you're like successful or famous, that I don't know if this makes sense. It's like almost like the things that you have going well in life are in the same HP pool as the psychological attacks, but that's not how it works, right? So like I can have a really, really, really strong biceps, but that doesn't protect me from like Hodgkin's lymphoma. Like it just, like the dimensions of a human being, and maybe people understand this, right? So like you can have some dimension of your life going well, and if some other dimension of your life like goes really, really bad, there's a certain amount of resilience that carries through with like the human body. But generally speaking, you know, having a great relationship doesn't make up for a toxic boss. It can help you withstand it. And I think the other big thing that people don't really appreciate is that, like, you know, when someone has an emotional thing that happened to them, like it sounds like you lost a ferret that you were very closely attached to and had sort of connected with, and when they kind of like attack you in that way, like that's very like hurtful.
Well, I mean, it's intended to be. And like, I think what it came to is like, I can identify that and be like,
oh, in critical, it just halves your HP. Oh, okay. Yeah.
okay.
I thought you meant like there was something I should be doing to have more HP, but you're just saying that the game design is shit. Is what you're telling me.
It's an unreasonable attack. Right? There's kind of like reasonable attacks where like, hey, I'm upset at you for like legitimate reasons. This is why I'm upset.
Well, it's reasonable that people are upset at him for what he's doing because he played like shit. And then he also blamed it on like other people. And then again, he's also an asshole. But it's not reasonable to be like that bully heavy, obviously.
At you, and we go, okay, cool. We either resolve that or we don't resolve it, and we kind of go from there, right? And then there's unreasonable attacks, which I think that is an unreasonable attack of like going in and be like, your ferret's out of mana, that's why it died. Like that's designed to just it's designed to get in your head. It's designed to fuck you up. There's no someone trying to fix a scenario there. They just want to hurt you, right? And so I kind of package those in
keeps doing that
different ways, but yeah, no, they still hit you.
That's not me.
There's no dodging that.
So what I'm kind of curious about, Thor, is like, so first of all, I don't think that what you're going through is, I guess, justified. I mean, it's not my place to judge, but also like, you know, it sounds like what you did was, I'm still not quite sure. You
play like shit,
made a snide comment and then ran away in a hardcore dungeon.
I made a snide.
I mean, that's probably like a decent like layman's way to say it. Okay. So sure, yeah.
Comment as we were escaping the dungeon, and two people.
Hey, what do you want me to do? Fuck my ferret in the ass? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do right now? You want me to put my ferret up my ass, guys? What do you want me to do? We're running out of a hardcore match. What am I supposed to do?
Died in that runaway.
Okay.
And that was it. And then all the people.
That's a big deal, boy.
This is the funny part. The person who made the rude comment to me at the first place, it was like, "Why are you running?" He ended up getting caught in.
It's not a rude comment. It's not a rude comment. Why are you why are you fucking running as you're supposed to be escorting everybody out and trying to do the best?
Some other drama with it that I don't even know what happened, and I stepped away from it because I stepped out.
I'll be fucking real with you. It's a fucking ferret, and then like this is a one shot again, and I feel like the hardcore. You fucking kidding me? I feel like a hardcore character dying. That's basically a ferret's death, dude. Come on, you got for reals.
Like, I don't want to deal with any of this. I'm out, right? After all that shit. But what ended up happening right after that was it just exploded, man. Like, it just detonated into the sun of just like people being, I feel unreasonably angry, because to me it's like, that's a character in a video game. We just go make new characters. And
dude, you just make new characters. What are you talking about? Just make new characters. That's like 100 hours of play.
It's just a character in a video game. It's not like it's a ferret that I died for a fucking day and a half.
You have to. What are you talking about? It takes like 100 hours, dude. This is what I'm talking about. It's constantly downplaying. Like, he's just, and it doesn't even matter because it's a fucking video game. But he's just such a fucking little weasel about it. He's such a little ferret about it.
They're just characters in a video game.
Dude, it takes like 100 hours for you to get to that point. It's fucking, it's absurd. I think it takes more than 100 hours, frankly. They probably had a couple hundred hours invested into those characters. Just like, what the fuck?
The whole point, the whole motto for that entire thing was, we go again. Your character dies.
So I think
okay, cool.
that this is where things get like if you're open to talking about this, like,
I mean, also we're ignoring the context that like it's a base race, right? Like, I mean, the game in and of itself is like relatively easy. It's just like hard to not die sometimes. Like, the micro game is more difficult, or the macro game is it's not difficult, but it's like time blocked. So you're trying to get a bunch of characters ready though to like do raids so that you can be the first ones to do it. Like, that's the whole point of like a hardcore guild doing stuff like that.
Like, I think it could be helpful, because I think there's two things that can be true at the same time. One is that the amount of hate that you've received is not acceptable. That I think is true. Like, in this moment, I believe that to be true. Like, that's not okay. And the way that you are describing the story and the response that you got, there's a big gap there that I think does not. So even if it's unfair, it seems.
Well, most times when it comes to like controversy online, like it's always unfair. The response is always disproportionate, but it doesn't mean that there isn't like, I guess, a reasonable message to take into account for.
Seems like there's something missing to evoke. So what I'm thinking is like, if there's a hardcore raid and people die, sometimes there's a weird situation on the internet where it's like Tinder catches fire and then things get blown out of proportion.
Sure.
So there's absolutely like an unfairness to that, but I'm also imagining and thinking about my experiences on the internet, and the way that you're describing it seems, so there's no question that things are like objectively, in my mind anyway, maybe I'm wrong here, but there's no way in my mind that you deserve what is happening to you, because I don't believe that someone getting death threats is.
It's funny that he's like he's like tiptoeing so heavily around this. It's like, yeah, no, nobody deserves to be bullied to this degree, or the response is disproportionate, but it doesn't mean that like you're free of fucking criticism, bud.
Warranted for anything.
And that's the way that he's talking. Pirate's talking like he's the fucking innocent.
That happens in World of Warcraft. I just don't think that's like, I cannot envision a scenario in which those 2 points get connected.
I'm trying to see if he'll fucking.
And at the same time,
I do understand the route that it carried though, and I can't explain that anyway.
Yeah, so that's because I think that like the nerve that you, so what I'm getting is that you struck a nerve. You really pissed a lot of people off, and running away in a hardcore wipe, like a hardcore raid that is wiping, I do not think is the nerve that you struck. Does that make sense?
No, it was the fact that I was smug on the way out. Because I mean,
and you're still doubling down on it, so you're a penis head.
Like, the comment that I made was made with a smug face, right? Because like,
made with a smug face? I don't think that's what it is, but okay.
At that point, it was like the group had already wiped once. We were in the process of wiping again, and I'm like, dude, like, everybody who's involved in this is screwing up. Why are you calling out just me specifically?
Nobody really called him out. They were just like, hey, why are you running so much? You're the utility. Like, you bring a mage for a reason, and one of the reasons is because it makes it safer to go through the dungeon. That's why you choose a mage. This isn't modern WoW where you're just taking whoever. Like, you're trying to take a mage for the utility of the group. That is, when you play a mage, you are playing with the understanding that you are the utility of the group. You bring a buff that increases people's mana. I think crit rate too back in, maybe it's not crit rate back then, it doesn't matter. The mana, you have like multiple forms of crowd control, whether it's a sheep or a slows or roots. That's what you're there for. You're there for you're there for that. So
I'm gonna make a smug comment in response, and then it turned into, this is just this guy's fault, this is just my fault.
It's not just a smug comment. This guy's a fucking brat.
Shouldn't have made a smug comment for it. know that, obviously. But
He's
the
just
response for this
he's just such a fucking clown. I just made a smug comment. Shut the fuck up, dude. No, you didn't. It was more than a fucking smug comment. This guy's such a little bitch.
100
It was
days.
like, he's like, how is it lasting 100 days? It's because you wouldn't shut the fuck up about it every single day. You would just like cry and complain and I'll tell you it's everybody else's fault. What the fuck are you talking about, you bitch?
Of this and all these crazy allegations being made against me, doesn't make sense.
So you made you made the smug comment on stream?
Oh yeah, no, all this was live.
Okay,
Everything
so this was live. And then was there some kind of aftermath? So usually when this stuff happens, it's like, if things go to Twitter, that's when people, I think, really dig themselves into a hole.
No, it didn't go to, I posted a post on Twitter saying, hey, this is all this stuff. I said in there, like, hey, this is, everybody screwed up, including myself. This is everything that was going on. And that was that. And I have the post, if we can go pull it up. Let me go grab it. Whoop.
So what I'm curious about is the people who got mad at you at the beginning. I'm not talking about the death threat folks. The people who got mad at you at the beginning, what were they mad about?
They were mad that I was being smug.
No, they were mad because you were wrong and smug. So he's not even like accurate. I'm dying. He's not even being accurate about like what's the issue here. Nobody, like, people are pissed because he's wrong and smug. But again, like, he's being fucking dishonest. He's such a little bitch.
That was like the general initial catalyst for it. The problem was, what I ended up seeing is a whole bunch of content creators, because this is a content guild, they took a whole bunch of clips of me to make it look as exaggerated as possible, and then
a bunch of clips. What are you talking about? We watched the regular thing. What?
Turned that into content all over the internet, and they kept pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. Since there's so many content creators pushing it at the same time to try and get as many views as possible, it pushed this narrative. And
this is a narrative, guys. It's just a narrative. What a bitch.
That spiraled it completely out of control. And when I say making content out of it, one of those creators actually had his child on video with the face blurred out say, PirateSofware is a disgusting roach.
That's fucking funny, dude. What the fuck? That's so funny. What?
Like this is wild shit. That's not a small creator. There's like thousands of viewers, right?
Thousands? Holy fuck.
So you see this kind of shit and you're just like, what's wrong with you, man? Like, why are you doing this? I get it. That's why I put out the video of like anything for views. And it's like, dude, I get that you're trying to do this for views, but you're doing it to cannibalize people around you in the same space as you. That's not sustainable long term. Maybe they don't care that it's sustainable or not, but that's fucked up. I don't think there's any other way I can describe that, is to try to cannibalize some of the creators so you can get a quick view is nuts to me, man. Especially because throughout that event, I was trying to do things like, hey, let's go make content with this other creator. I was sending our community over to other people. Like one of the people that actually turned around and just immediately tried to turn it into memes and views and everything like that and try and go in on me. We had the whole community go over there and gave him a level 25 hype train. Like just
wow, dude. Wait, so you're telling me that you gave a guy money and then he criticized you? Like, what an asshole. Everybody knows you're supposed to be able to just give people money so they don't criticize you. Like, that's fucking crazy.
Hey, you guys should support this dude. He's a smaller stream. He's got like 100 viewers.
Whoa.
Go and support him. And everybody jumped over there and it was like $20,000 in a hype train, dude.
Wow, we gave him like $20,000. Basically, like, he shouldn't be able to speak out against anything that I'm saying at that point, you know?
And then immediately switches around and does that shit. And it's like, what? Like, what's wrong with you?
Like, people, basically, when I do a favor for somebody, I expect infinite return, dude. I don't even know who he's talking about, and I know that he's lying because he's been lying this whole time.
Yeah, so I know this is going to sound weird, Thor, but like I'm getting some missing qualities here. Have you heard that phrase? So,
yeah.
Do you know what missing means? The missing reasons. So I mean, we can take a look at your Twitter post if like. So I mean, I think we've actually got a couple of options here. So like, I enjoy talking to you. I like you. I respect you. I think that sometimes streamers make mistakes, and at the same time, I think that something about what you're describing feels like there's a chunk that's missing.
Yeah.
So I totally,
because it's all disconnected timeline wise.
Well, it's because everybody's obviously going to have a different experience with everything that happens ever. Hot take, huh? And everybody's going to have a different take. Like, they're going to have a different interaction. Like, something happens and you're going to have an interpretation. You're going to have an interpretation. The problem is that Thor has an incredibly wrong interpretation on it to the point where he's still doubling down and refusing to admit that like he did anything wrong. And frankly, I think the only reason that he's talking to Dr. K is because he wants to try to reframe the narrative, which he already is trying to do by saying like, oh, I did some stuff wrong. He says it once and then he moves on and pretends like he didn't do anything wrong. And they're just mad because they're only mad at me because I'm smug, not because he's a fucking idiot that's wrong, you know?
Okay.
I guess it's hard to describe each individual piece. So the event inside of that dungeon happened. Then afterwards, I got brought into a call with the person who called me out. I left the call because he was shouting over me, and I was like, I don't want to deal with this. I'm not going to have a fight with you.
Was that public or no? Because I haven't seen the call.
I don't want to deal with it. And I left. So that kind of made that more. And then content creators started to make a big deal about it. I started to receive death threats in the game from other players. And I said on stream, I'm going to start reporting people for doing this shit. I'm going to go after them. That got...
Oh, I forgot about that. Dude, I forgot all about that. He was talking about how he was going to get people banned for like criticizing him. I forgot about that. That shit was fucking funny. Wait, it's been such a long time that I forgot that he like had this fucking meltdown moment and he was like gonna fucking like go after people for criticizing him. How fucking crazy.
Sent out onto the internet. And then when people sent that out on the internet, they tried to say that I was going after other
Oh, the call's public? I haven't seen it.
Streamers. When in reality...
That's fine. How, like, what is the general tone of the conversation?
I was going
he
after...
claimed he was swatted 20 times. I doubt that he was swatted even a single time. He was on the call with Tyler 1. He was on call with Tyler 1? From what I remember about that Tyler 1 call was that, like, Tyler 1, like, kind of defended him, didn't he? Tyler 1 was like, yeah, whatever, man. Like, it is what it is. Like, it's, like, not a big deal or something. I remember him saying some shit like that. Fuck.
People were sending me death threats, and the only streamers that I reported were ones that had done things like said on stream, I'm going to...
Then he left call because this guy called him out and he didn't want to admit that he was wrong. He rage quit because he was wrong. I wouldn't doubt that.
Go to PirateSofware's community and harass him because I think it's good content. Saying that live on stream, which is like 2 or 3 people. And I don't think that's
Did somebody actually say that?
Wrong thing to report. So they clipped that one, and this all kind of got spread on...
So did that person actually get punished, or is Thor being an exaggerating little bitch?
Onto livestream fail, and all these little pieces out of context. I guess the basic way to think about it is, imagine you're driving your car, and there's a guy sitting in the side seat, and he handcuffs you and takes control of the wheel, and you just get...
And then he puts on your furry ferret porn, and you're just starting to jack off violently.
To watch the car drive, and no
he
one
puts on your furry ferret dog suit. You start jacking off to him violently.
Listen to you saying, hey, I'm not driving the car. This isn't accurate. They don't listen to that anymore. They just see your car driving in that direction. So they've taken full control of the narrative at that point. And I can't do a damn thing about it. And that's what...
Yep, it do be like when you do be in a car.
Happen on live stream, Phil. And we get that all the time now, too. So, like, anything that I do on stream, this will probably be clipped out of context and put up on live stream, Phil, as well. I'm not really surprised. If
those snark communities, huh, guys? They're pretty crazy.
Like that is. And they'll bring it up and go and do that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Crazy.
Does that make sense? There's still more.
I would love to hear what else there is. And I
think Dr. Gay's got his fucking bullshit detector on today, boy. Oh, fuck, I'm dead.
I think what bothers me the most about this is making sense for me on 2 major levels.
Yeah, the major level is it makes sense. He's going to say it makes sense why people are angry at Thor, and it makes sense why Thor thinks that, things are the way that they are, even though they're not.
One of which I think is... I'm just debating.
It makes sense why you feel victimized, and it makes sense why people are angry at you for victimizing yourself. That's effectively what he's going to say.
Now for a second, because I think one of the things that I'm starting to hypothesize, I just really have to think about this.
All right.
Could really add fuel to the fire. So I have to think about whether I even want to mention that or not. So let's start with just getting more context.
Sure. So after all that live stream fail stuff went off, eventually it started to kind of fall away. But then anytime anything happened with live stream fail, anything, or anytime anything happened with OnlyFans, the guild, I'd get blamed for it. They would think that they thought it was part of some kind of a narrative that I would show back up, and it was like a bit. The whole thing was a bit, and all the hate was a bit. And I was like, no, I don't want to be a part of this. I'm out. I don't like, I got kicked from the guild. I don't want to deal with any of this. I don't want to be a part of this.
Oh yeah, he did get kicked from the guild. What was it specifically that he got kicked from the guild for, though? What was the reason? I feel like there was a reason that they did it.
And then somebody actually DDoSed Blizzard in the middle of one of the OnlyFans raids to kill the raiders. So
is that true? Because I feel like they just DDoS them all the time. No,
DDoSed a multi-billion-dollar company.
Whoa, that happens every once in a while.
Which is wild. Like, that's crazy to me.
That's
crazy. So they DDoS that, and then I had a ton of people dive into chat saying like, you did it. Why did you DDoS OnlyFans? Why did you go after OnlyFans? And then I found out Asmongold made a joke about that. And he was like, fuck,
Asmongold. Guys, did you know Asmongold just killed me too? He just DDoSed me in the game. It's fucking crazy. This game sucks. I actually hope whoever made it has like a really bad heartburn tomorrow.
Oh, that has nothing to do with me. And I said it on stream. I was like, you can't make those jokes. People believe them.
You can't make those jokes. Oh, wait. I think another thing that happened is Thor decided to have a conversation with Asmongold about something. And people were like, what the fuck, Asmongold? This was like when things were a little more politically tense too. It's like a big right-winger, blah, 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 blah,
blah. They just believe it. And it's not everybody. Most people realize that a joke, but some people just believe that shit. And then they run with it. And that's kind of where that's
a tenth of an nth of a percent of people believed it. You can't say stuff like that. It's so sad.
Yeah. It's one of the most disturbing things that I've seen. And in my chat right now, we're actually banning constant. So this is definitely already up somewhere.
What are you banning people for?
People that come in and say, like, calling me a roach, because the act of running out of the dungeon is called roaching in the game. Still, 100 days. It's been 100 days.
Guys, we're on a 100-day watch of being called a roach. Fun
they're
game.
spamming Managem, which is the resource item that I could have used in the game at that time.
Wow, that's crazy.
Just over and over again. See, they're just getting banned constantly. It's just like a constant stream of bans right now. And I knew that was going to happen.
How do you understand that?
How do I understand what?
Why that's happening so much?
He's a victim. That's how he understands it.
What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah. How do you understand why people keep showing up?
It's because he still gives the situation attention, and he victimizes himself so heavily. That's one of the problems. Like people are memeing on him because they think he's fucking pathetic. I fucking hate how you literally cannot do a single thing when you're getting attacked. It's so boring.
You're saying it's happening constantly, right? You're saying that
it happens if I talk about it. It happens if I don't talk about it. This is every day. It's just
no, it doesn't. He's giving it attention, and he's being a bitch about it. If he wasn't a fucking bitch about it, it wouldn't be a problem.
More right now because we're talking about it.
Right. So I understand that it happens every day. It sounds like it's like awful. I don't think you deserve this. At the same time, I think that if we want to, we can try to understand it. Is that interesting to you?
Sure. I mean, I think I do understand it. I think it's
what do you understand?
I don't think he does understand it.
I think it's become a popular thing. I think that's really what it is. It's become
part of it's just a meme, maybe. Me when I'm memeing.
Kind of like a signpost on the internet, like, hey, stop by and do this thing because it's funny. And I get that. Like, I understand that.
It do be funny.
You know, it's because for a lot of these people, they've never engaged with their community before. They don't know who I am. They're not really interested in who I am. They just want to pop in and say a thing and then get banned. And that's it, right? And some of them are chat hoppers from other communities, from creators that don't like me from that event and have created negative content about me. So they're doing that, and they come over from that community and they think that that's part of it, you know, or they want to be a part of that in some way. Some people describe it as parasocial within the community, but to be real with you, I think it's just people that want to be part of something.
I think it's people that are just trolling you because you're a fucking baby.
And if that's something, it's just hitting me. Like,
guys, they're actually he's trying to insinuate that they're like parasocial in some capacity because he wants to like just insult everybody for being fucking online, but he's super online. So
okay,
all right.
Can you show me that? Do you feel okay? So like, is this what we're talking about today? Like,
I mean, I guess.
I mean,
I don't know how things are going. This is it.
Okay, so I think this has the potential to be great. And the reason for that is, like, I think that there's a lot that everyone who is watching right now can relate to and understand. The thing that I'm concerned about is that I'm going to challenge you in some ways. And the main thing that I'm concerned about is how the way that I challenge you could be clipped out of context, misconstrued, used as evidence that Thor is the worst human being.
It's funny because I didn't really see any clips from this. So.
Being on the planet. Does that make sense? Like, I'm actually like genuinely concerned about that. That like
I almost guarantee that it will.
Right. So then I think we have to make a decision about. So I think that there is a way. I'm hopeful, but I don't know. I think there's a way that if we have this conversation, it can actually decompress a lot of the emotional energy that's on the internet. But I think a lot of
talk about it. It's like. I'd be down to talk about it because, to be real with you, it's not really changing anything at this point. Like the route of trying to ignore it, route of trying to talk about it, route of trying to reason about it. We've done pretty much everything that I can think of at this point over like 100 days. And like I've sent over to Kronos. Kronos will be there. I sent him the tweet so he can get it over to you.
Because Kronos, is that his fucking dad or something? It's a little mythology joke for you guys.
Okay, let me take a quick look at this. So, because I think this is like, I'm really sorry you're going through this. And I think that there's a lot that we have to be careful about. And also, I think the reason that we're here is to try to have some challenging conversations. So can I actually, while I'm waiting for that tweet from Kronos, I'm going to go grab an iPad because I think drawing here could be helpful.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, do that. Actually, I need to find out if Kronos is here. Mods, in the emergency channel, is Kronos here? Buh?
Oh, it's his Discord lawyer? That's interesting. Chat GPT Kronos?
Is Kronos not here? Yeah, I'm just going to send it to him. We'll just do this. I can send it to him in this channel.
Chat, can we get Kronos in here?
Because I don't know if he's actually here. There we go.
What the fuck? This game sucks. Chat, we need Kronos in here to fix this fucking game. I'm not paused. Dr. K just left. Like my father. Oh god, this fucking... Wait, he just fucking healed himself? Dude, this game is fucking making me rage. Oh my god. I'm getting punished for blocking, dude. This is insane. Oh, I'm gonna die here because I fucking hit the wrong button. Yep. This game is fucking cancer. Actually, fucking cancer, dude. Holy fuck, this is the worst fight ever.
This is going to be interesting.
Chad's talking about the chair stream that they just got to experience.
I know. It's great. So let me see if I can pull this tweet up. And then I'm going to just switch. I'm going to switch overlays for a hot second. Okay. And Thor, let me know, the second that this feels like not a good use of our time, please let me know.
Yeah, no.
Okay. So
totally makes sense.
This OnlyFans stuff actually sucks. Lots of weird attack posts.
There's a couple of links in there as well.
Yeah.
They go to the original posts about this stuff. I think you need those for context.
Oh, Kronos is apparently studying law, but he's not like a full-on lawyer.
Okay, so let's take a look at that. Okay. So to start with, here's my response to the dire mall. From my perspective, I didn't feel I could save anyone else with the resources I had left, even with the mana gem and robe cooldowns. Since the call was made, I followed the call and got out as quickly as possible. In every other instance where stuff has hit the fan, a shot caller is called a specific target, and nobody died, you call run, run, run. Okay, Yamato pinned the entire thing on me.
Yep.
Okay.
That's how I felt at the time, and I still feel that way.
People know how he felt at the time. You like how he said that? They didn't just pin it on him. They were like, oh, somebody made a bad poll. He wasn't the only one to get it pinned on. He's just saying that. Like, this is like another lie that he's like fucking making up.
Okay. Our party went wrong. Each person in the group made mistakes, including myself, to pin on a single person.
He keeps saying that it's like that people, like other people made mistakes, but then he's like, oh, people just don't like that I was smug. It's like, okay, well, which one is it?
Okay, hope it was worth it for you. Okay. So this was live on stream, right?
Yeah, all of it was live. Absolutely.
And so it was also live who made the call to run?
Yes. Yeah, he made the call to run.
Okay.
This is actually cancer.
Okay, so it sounds like here's the hate raid that you're talking about. Okay. So, thank you so much for...
And we expected, and that's why I wrote in there, I was like, those trying to defend me, don't worry about it. We expected that to last like maybe 10 days. The internet generally doesn't care about things a super long period of time. 100 days?
Yeah,
still
so...
people in chat like spamming and getting banned, and like, that's wild.
This is... You were right, this is wild. So we're going to like try to understand this, okay? So... God, this is going to be tough. Okay, so let me start with this. So let's say that you do something.
Yeah,
right?
he leaves out the wrong tier of Blizzard. I think he does a wrong tier of, I don't know if he does of Ice Nova, but he definitely uses like a high-level fucking Blizzard like an idiot.
Right, let's say you take an action in life. In the response, would you agree that the response that you are getting is disproportionate to the action?
This is so funny because we're literally watching Dr. K be a therapist. Dr. K already kind of knows the answer. And I think that he's a little bit more. I think he's a little bit more educated on the situation than he's leading on. But he's kind of pretending that he's just like, oh yeah, wow, maybe there's something missing here. I don't really know. Like he's trying to be. He's playing to Thor's ego. It's fucking funny.
That you've taken.
I would absolutely agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. So let's.
It doesn't mean I was in the right. It doesn't mean I was in the right. But I do think the response is disproportionate.
I'm with you.
Then how are you in the? So he sits here. And he says that he's in the wrong for some things. But like, what is the wrong then? Because the way you're talking doesn't make it seem like you're wrong about anything. The way he's talking, he's right about... I don't know how I didn't get that, but he says like he's talking like he's not wrong. Yeah, I know I did some stuff wrong. What did you do wrong? He won't say. So he's like, supposedly he's wrong, but he won't say what he's wrong about because he doesn't actually think he's wrong. He's just saying that to try to get rid of criticism.
Okay, so I'm going to start by... Huh?
I don't think it's disproportionate on an individual level, to be clear. I think each person individually that responds with that thinks that they're the only one responding with it, or that they don't feel like it's that big of a deal because it's just one person and they don't understand scale.
Okay. So I concur with that too. So let's start with a couple of like really basic things. So the first is I do not this is a judgment that I'm making. You're welcome to disagree, but I think the majority of people who are on the internet, I would hope, can agree that something that happens on a stream involving a hardcore raid does not warrant a death threat. That's my first axiom. Okay. The second thing is that
I would hope so.
even if we think you're an asshole, that the amount of psychological punishment you are experiencing is, at this point, sufficient. So, I would encourage everyone who is watching this, listening to this, if shit gets clipped out of context, and because I think this could, go wahoonie shaped real quick, please, if y'all are disseminating information about this conversation, please include this part, which is that we're all human beings who do the best, generally speaking, that we can. Do people make mistakes? Absolutely. Are you allowed to get mad at them? Absolutely. Should you do death threats? No. But also, I want everyone who is a hater on the internet to really stop for a second and think about what the hate does to you. Right? Like, you're hurting another human being, but like, for what purpose? Like, I think it's just kind of, it doesn't make the world a better place. I know that in the moment you feel like, oh, I want to put someone in their place. Like, I'm like, he needs to be taught a lesson. He needs to be taught, he's like, oh my God, like, he did this. And I understand those feelings. I'm not even saying that those feelings are wrong, but also, like, I don't know how else to say this. Like, it's just a bit much. I don't think it's actually helpful in the long run. You guys are doing all this crap to Thor. It's not clear to me that he understands why you're doing it. Okay. And I think that's the first place where we're going to start. Does that make sense, Thor?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I can understand being mad about it at the beginning. Like, I get it. Your favorite streamer's character died. Like, that's going to make you upset. I was smug about it at the time. I get it. I made a mistake in a dungeon. The dungeon didn't go well. Everyone, like, 2 people died. Like, I understand being angry then. I don't understand thousands, and I mean thousands of people 100 days later still on it. Like, that's really weird to me. That's not something I could get, right?
So this is going to be a little bit tricky. I'm wondering if there's some way that I'm going to play around with.
Oh yeah, no, they're piling in now.
That's okay. So I'd encourage everyone who's watching this right now to just give Thor a break.
Just say, Thor, rest in peace to your ferret. I'm sorry it didn't have a mana crystal.
For just a hot second. And just don't just reflexively knee jerk like, okay, like, we're gonna talk. Can you see this?
I can, yeah.
Okay.
It is now on stream as well.
Okay, let me see. Okay, so hopefully this isn't too laggy because I think I'm just doing a ton of screen sharing. And
my UI is not the best for this.
Okay, hold on. Then here's what I'm going to do. What I'd like you to do, Thor, because I think this is a bit too much for something going on with my cat. Okay, so what I'd like you to do, Thor, is pull up my stream and mute it, but watch the iPad on my stream. Can you do that?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, cool. Because when I screen share with you, I just start lagging too much. Yeah. Actually, maybe this will. Okay, so let's start with this. Over here is death threats.
Got it.
Okay. Over here is your actions. And
it's so interesting how much he really feels like he has to baby this guy. It's fucking insane.
The other thing that I want to do here is, like, we're going to use you as an example, but I think that, like, literally every human being on the planet could benefit and is guilty of what I think you were, quote unquote, guilty of. So I think there's a fundamental thing going on here, which, like, I think once people understand, my hope is that every human being who is watching this, I have a couple of goals. One is to hopefully develop a little bit of compassion towards you. But the main goal that I have here is to try to offer some potential, because I don't know if I'm right here, okay? Some potential insight into the gap between what happened to you and the response that you receive. So the first thing is that this is disproportionate, right? So
yeah, I can see that.
What
Dr. K kind of babies all his guests. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's just very interesting to the degree that he's babying them, Yeah.
They're responding to is something in here, in between your actions. Like, you're evoking a response. So here's your actions. And then there's some kind of equation that maybe has let's call it a multiplier. And then over here we end up with harassment. So does this make more sense? Like, if we want to understand why this is happening to you, how this is happening to you. So if we look at it, right? So there's your actions, and then there's, like, various amplifying effects that result in the level of harassment that you receive, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I can understand that completely.
So, and then let's like toss in, like, there's another variable here which is like memeing. There's another variable here which is like momentum. There's another variable here which is like content creators hopping on.
There's another variable here that's just memeing. It's true. That is a variable. Yeah, for sure.
Content reactions, right? So each of these things is an amplifying effect.
Well, yeah, true. What I do in general is like a big amplifier of this nonsense. So,
agreed?
Yeah, absolutely.
So let me ask you, in your gut, do you think that this plus these things is sufficient to explain, not say that's justified, but explain what you are going through?
I don't think so, because I think the internet would have given up about it.
I completely agree. So I think there's a big variable.
Okay. So we're looking for a new variable. Maybe it's because you're a fucking dickhead, Thor. He's just trying to lead him to the idea of, have you ever considered that you're a fucking piece of fucking shit, bitch? You know?
There's a big variable. You've tapped into something that people really don't like.
Thor, what do you think it is? You think it's just such a fucking cool, handsome guy, Thor?
Okay. So,
all right.
And here's what I'm kind of hearing.
I'm here.
So I'm going to just like write some things out here, okay? So these are just kind of things that you've said. And I wonder if this will like, if something will click. Okay, so first thing is that there's death threats. That's bad.
Yeah.
There's been...
Chat, are death threats bad?
A lot of people. There is ghosts dying. There is people...
That wasn't even the first time that happened.
Trolling you about this.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what's funny? I wish Dr. K would have just like asked, because Thor keeps saying there are things I did wrong. I wish he would be like, what did you do wrong then? And just like try to hear what that is, because he still has, I have not heard him say what he did as being wrong. I never once heard him say like, yeah, this was wrong or that. I'm not hearing any of that stuff. I'm not hearing him say that like some of the stuff that he did was wrong at all. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, so it's like, okay, why don't you like fucking say what you did was wrong?
There's people calling you a pedophile.
Whoa!
There's someone's kid calling you whatever.
Yeah, the roach thing.
Okay.
Roach.
Right. And then the other thing is there's your like making sense of it. So there's like kind of this Gish Gallop. There's, you said something about these people, like ... Like, you know, these people are like, why are they doing this?
Chat, why are you being mean to me?
Like you were talking about like what these people...
The best way I put it is, it seems like some people think that they want to be...
Oh, he did say what he did was wrong, a smug comment. Yeah, but it's not just the smugness. But he also said that like he did something wrong in the fucking in the dungeon, but he won't say what he did wrong. You know, like he won't actually say anything that he thought, like he won't be specific about what he thinks is fucking wrong that he did. That's the problem.
To be a part of that because it's something that's like greater than themselves, like they're part of a story, they're part of a narrative.
These people are only harassing me because they want to be part of something greater than themselves, because they're fucking losers, because they're ugly fucking loser pieces of shit.
A lot of people that were engaging with OnlyFans stuff were seeing it as like being part of that, and there were some of them kept coming back and saying like, when are you going to jump back in and go and kill the people that called you out in that dungeon? And like they thought it was like a story, and they didn't realize like this is...
What the fuck are you talking about? Nobody thought that.
This is not like a reality show.
This is my life. This is my fucking life, dude. It's not a fucking reality show. It's my fucking life.
Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Right. So I think there was a lot of that, which I also didn't expect that. That was really... Yeah, they thought it was like WWE. That's a good way of putting it.
But this is my fucking life, dude. You don't understand. I'm so upset right now. This is my fucking life.
Okay, so like you think that they think it's WWE, right?
Yeah, I like that. I like. Oh, you mother! I want to fucking. I'm actually gonna shit in my hand and eat it. This is so fucking tilting. People think it's WWE. Nobody thinks this is fucking WWE, bud.
They think it's like a show, right? They don't think it's real.
And then, so then you use this car analogy of like someone else has taken control of the car.
Yeah.
And then I'm not driving. I'm being punished. Someone else is responsible. Does this make sense?
I would say someone else is fully responsible, but I think for that level, yeah.
So like, what's your responsibility, boss man? You know what I mean? What do you think is your responsibility?
Yeah. So when I write...
You can't control it. And when I say like someone else has grabbed the wheel, it's more like, that's not what happened. Here's what happened. But like, I guess the basic way to put it is like, if you're having a conversation with someone, they make an accusation at you. They say, you're a terrible person because of this thing. And you go, well, I didn't do that thing. And they go, that's just what a person who did this thing would say.
All right, so he's convinced himself that he's like the ultimate victim and that like nothing people are saying about him are fucking true.
That's not what happened. You were, and then if you watch the video, it's actually out of context. Like we watched a non-clipped version of the video. Like we just watched like him, everything going on, and he's just like, no, it's clipped. It's clipped.
Like, what,
okay.
Where do you resolve that at that point? Right?
That's a great question. So do you know people, or have you heard of people who get accused of things and say, I didn't do that thing, but there are other people who continue to insist that they did that thing?
I forgot what the wrong way.
Yeah, it's called Every Day That Ends in Y on the internet.
Oh.
Okay. What about things that are not on the internet?
This is an interesting line. Like, this is an interesting question. I'm trying to see like exactly where he's going to go with this. I like this question. It's just funny how much babying is going on here, and I don't think Pirate understands that, because I think that this is the way that he feels like he's deserved. What the fuck? People like he deserves to be talked to. But there's like a lot of babying going on here in this type of conversation. In general, that's like the whole thing. It's like it's a lot of like, okay, let's see if we can get there together. Like we can do it. Let's hold each other. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I don't know. Like that seems like a pretty normal thing among humans.
Yeah. So has there ever been someone in your life that you felt was like had done something, and you were really confident that they had done something, and they were like, "That's not really how it happened"?
I was confident. Like I felt that before in my life. Yeah. And then I either want like proof or not proof. If I don't have enough proof, then like what am I going to be mad about at that point? Okay. I guess is the basic way that I usually feel about that. Like if I have an accusation against somebody, I'm going to be like, hey, this is how I feel about this. And then they go, hey, well, here's evidence to the contrary. And then we talk it out. That's generally how that is. I think when I was younger, I was a lot worse at that, obviously. That's something I think that you learn over time, is like how to conflict resolve in a way that is sane, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. So is sane.
When I say is sane, I mean more like conflict resolve based on things that are provable or not provable, not just gut feelings.
I'm with you. And how does that work?
It's not provable that I fucked this up really bad. Well, it's not really provable that I was the main source of the issue here. You can't prove it, even though there's video. It's not proof, because I said it's not proof.
Well, when I'm talking to people who are older, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I find that there's very few people that are younger that can have conversations like that. There's still ones that will. But I find
it's so funny how condescending he is when he's like such an immature little bitch. He's like, oh, people, it's just young people are so stupid. That's another thing he's doing to write it off. And by the way, if young people are fucking stupid, so, but it's just funny because like he's not actually intelligent or mature enough to know like what he did wrong, because he's a dude, he's a fucking Nepo baby. Like literally, his fucking dad like gave him everything. His dad is like fucking worked at Blizzard. Like, let's be absolutely fucking real. That's a huge part of it. And he's like, he never grew up having, like, he was probably a smart kid. And so he never really developed a fucking decent personality outside of like, haha, I'm right all the time. Like, he's a fucking dickhead. Like, that's literally what it is. And he's used to being a little fucking dickhead. And people probably like always will, they'll fucking walk on eggshells around him, because he's probably the type of asshole who will fucking be a dick the second that you say anything about anything.
Like, no, actually, you're wrong. No, actually, you're fucking wrong about that. No, do you actually have proof? Do you have fucking proof, dude?
You know what I mean? Like, that's the first thing that he's going to say. That's what it is.
Fun, like, usually people past their mid-20s is when they start to be able to do conflict resolution better.
Okay.
Wow. Want more of a trust but verify kind of approach, which is like, I trust that you're telling the truth from your perspective, but I need to verify your claim before I get mad.
Okay. Give me the facts, bitch.
So I want you to just, like, we're going to tunnel down into that for a second, okay? So let me just understand this. So, like, people who, your method of conflict resolution sounds super reasonable, right? It's like, if you've got proof, then you push forward. If you don't have proof, you kind of let things go. And then when I ask you, how does that work? And you're like, well, if people are mature, it works great. But if it doesn't work for them, they're immature.
I wouldn't say they're immature.
I know you wouldn't say that. I'm using that word. You use the word young. But I think the implication of that is that
they're immature, yeah.
There's like a value judgment on people who that works for, and a value judgment on people who that doesn't work for.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no, I absolutely do a value judgment. Like when somebody comes in and goes, you're this, this, and this. And I go, no, I'm not. And they're like, and then they just spew a bunch of vitriol. I just ban them, right? Like,
whoa, based.
That value judgment at that point is like, okay, this is a person that
based banning alert
is not able to have a normal conversation. They don't want to have a normal conversation. They just want to spew some like garbage. They don't care what's true. They just want to fight about it. And then I don't want them here, right? And that's where I do that kind of evaluation of like, are you cool enough to, like, are cool-headed enough to have a conversation, or do you just want to shout what you saw on Reddit? You know, that's really what that is.
So what is, so this is the trolling that you receive is fine, but for the people who got upset with you, what is your understanding of the most rational reasons why people got upset with you? Let's forget about the trolls for a second. Huh?
Yeah, no, 100%. It's because it was smug, right?
What does that mean?
That's it. He just thinks it's because he was right, but he was just kind of a dick about it. So he's gone through his entire life thinking that every single time somebody's like angry at him, it's not because he's wrong. It's because he's just a dick about it. And so he's just irrationalizing everything. Like, yeah, sometimes that can be the case. Like, absolutely. Sometimes you could be a fucking smug little dick, and then like people will get pissed off not because you're right or wrong, but because you're a fucking asshole. It's not what's happening here, dude. Just to be clear, he's just not like. I feel like this is the first time he's ever actually dealt with any meaningful controversy. I feel like this PirateSofware guy he's just this nepo baby who's had everything handed to him. Let's be absolutely real. His dad's a fucking rich guy who works for Blizzard, blah, 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 blah. You know, crank me off. And this is the first time he's had any actual issues because the stakes were higher and people cared because like it's hardcore WoW. Fucking sweat WoW nerds are fucking dickheads, and it is what it is. It's life, bitch, you know, but he's not used to getting any fucking like pushback.
It means that in this situation, in that moment, it appeared that I didn't feel remorse. And people thought that I didn't apologize. They thought that I didn't care. They thought that I wanted those characters to die or some weird shit with that. But no one stopped to actually ask me. They just saw the clips out of context that made it look like I was a big villain, right? And like I get that.
I'm a big villain.
But if you want to talk about that stuff, if you want to believe
I'm chilling like a villain,
that you should probably just come ask me.
So hold on a second.
Talk about it.
How do you know that they formed their opinions based on the clips?
Because they repeat verbatim the same message over and over again that we can only find on places like Livestream Fail, the Reddit. It is copy-pasted information, the same exact messages, the same exact thing. They had like the same phrases over and over again for this kind of stuff. And the only way that you get that is if people are getting it all from the same source.
It's so interesting how easy it is as a content creator to write off all the criticism against you as people just like chirping. You know, because sometimes that can be true, right? Like people are calling me Jewish right now because I said there's no like white genocide. Like, okay, crazy. You know, to him, he's written off, and I get it. You know, I've been in instances where I've done like something, maybe I've said something insensitive or done something wrong, and people criticize you on the internet, but they don't do it proportionally, so you get fucking absolutely like ham-slammered, and it's like it can be frustrating, and I get it, and sometimes it's easier to just brush them all off as like fucking dickheads, and you know, whatever. I get it, but you know, he's like you're 40 years old. You know what I mean? Like, at what point do we not stop playing this fucking childish game and just get your shit together and like realize that like you are like part of the problem in some instances, you know?
Okay.
What? Oh, wasn't watching the screen. What the fuck?
You've done more than during the retreat? Yeah, and I said so in social posts, but nobody cared about those. I think that was one of the weirdest things about it is like, I said...
You said more than that in a social post? What the fuck is a social post? Why the fuck would anybody give a shit about a social post?
Yeah, I could have done more in this. I said everybody...
I thought you said you had Jewish heritage? I do. Okay, so I should explain. I said that there's no white genocide, and white supremacists say, oh, he's just Jewish. That's why he's saying that, because according to them... people that are Jewish just own the world. Like they're fucking psychopath freaks, and so that's why they keep just saying I'm Jewish. you know, if I say something they don't agree, that they just call you Jewish. Like that's what I'm talking about.
But he made mistakes in there, including myself. But no one cared. They just wanted to continue the drama.
So right? Thor, when I point this stuff out, do you notice anything with all the stuff that I've written out? Like, does anything kind of pop to you, or not so much?
Trying to deflect from like personal ownership over something, but I don't think I'm doing that, so I'm not sure.
Why do you say that?
Because you put I'm not over on the right side.
Okay.
Yeah. Would that be the only reason for that?
Yeah, so I think I think your assessment is somewhat correct. I think there's like a couple of things that are like blind spots, is what I would call them. Sure. So the first is that I've noticed that this is what's so tricky about this. I think that objectively you're correct. I don't think that anyone deserves the degree of harassment that you've received. I hope people stop. I really wish they stop. And I mean that genuinely. And at the same time, I notice just the way that I hear you speak, I notice certain blind spots or narratives that are constructed. So the first thing that
I'm nervous about talking about it, to be clear. Like you're
nervous about talking about it, so you have a very weird, like one-sided narrative in your favor. That makes absolutely no sense to anybody. What?
It's a defense mechanism entirely because of the fact that this has been going on for so long.
It's a defense What the fuck is this idiot talking about? It's a defense mechanism? Is this guy fucking high?
Involves all of my staff. It involves my family. It involves my general well-being. It involves my physical.
Now he's inflating it like it's a bigger deal than it is. What the fuck?
Security at events. It involves all that stuff, and it makes me nervous to talk about it. So it's hard to articulate in a time like that without. I don't know. It's just hard to articulate, if that makes sense.
Okay, so that begs two questions. One important one, which is, are you sure that we should be talking about it?
Oh, I mean, it's already too late.
No, it's not.
I'd rather talk.
No, it's not. You would stop. If it's as insane as you're saying, then why would you be talking about it? It's because it's not. He's overinflating it. He's doing the same thing like everybody else is in a certain way. Like he's overreacting. He's overinflating what's actually going on with him. Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous.
No, it's not too late. We can stop. We can stop right this second.
I would rather talk about that, and the reason why is because I find, and this is a very serious part, right? I find that if you don't talk about this, it's not going to help other people, right? Like I get it, I'm going through it right now, but this is something I think needs to be talked about because the amount of hate and abuse that's going on from this isn't just going to happen to me.
Okay,
I know that's.
I agree. I think that you are pretty unlucky here, but I think you are the unlucky person who has tapped into something very fundamental in human psychology that has like triggered the shit out of people.
Likely, yeah.
Okay, so I want you to
me just being smug, but always right. That's the human.
Notice what just happened. Okay, so it's now that you're insisting that we talk about it. Fair enough. I said, hey, I'm noticing something about your narrative, and what was your answer?
That I was like deflecting.
What do you mean?
That wasn't his answer. His answer was that he was being careful. Because he was so afraid. What?
It's unless we're talking about something else.
No. What we just talked about. I said, hey, I'm noticing something about your narrative, and then you said what?
Yeah. That I was like deflecting or trying to push off blame onto somebody else.
Okay. Yes. And then what did you say after that?
I don't remember.
Okay. So then what you said is the reason I'm doing it is.
Would you need to necessarily remember? Like. I know it sounds like a silly question, but if it's a genuine thing, you wouldn't need to remember what you said because you would have the same answer, right? Like you don't necessarily need to remember everything that you say unless you're a liar. Like that's what makes lies difficult because you have to actually remember the lie. So if somebody asks like, "Hey, did you fucking steal cookies?" and if you did, you know what I mean? Like you'd be like, "Oh no, actually, Garfield ate them." Somebody asked you again, like, 3 days later, hey, did you eat those cookies? Oh, no, I think Odie ate them. It's like, wait a minute, but you originally said, Garfield. Oh, right, you forget your narrative. So, like, you should be able to have a genuine response. Like, one of the reasons, I know it sounds weird, but one of the reasons I make the same jokes over and over again is because it's basically, your brain is like a fucking computer. So I make like a silly joke, and then like, oh, but thing happens. My brain's input today is to say this stupid-ass joke. It's like the same thing because I'm a stupid fuck, right? There's not necessarily like this active like remembering of like, oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm over analyzing, but true, it is obviously Cookie Monster.
Because I'm anxious.
Yeah. Oh, 100% anxious.
Right?
Oh, yeah. That's what I said. Right. I'm 100%.
So
okay.
The interesting thing is that like you're doing something really interesting, which is that
the
like
thing here, yeah.
You provide a very logical reason, which is very compassion-inducing for why you are doing the thing that you're doing. Right? So, like, who in their right mind, when you say, yeah, the narrative that I'm creating is because I'm afraid for my physical well-being, like,
yes.
How is that challengeable?
It's not.
100%.
I see what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he says something so incredibly overloaded that you feel like, oh, I can't really criticize this because it's so intense. Like, oh, I guess that's true, but it's not true, right? Like, he's lying. And he just says something because he knows that he's trying to make it so you don't challenge him on it.
Yeah. So I think what you are doing is something that is, I don't know what word to use, has a negative valence to it. You're doing something that's bad, and the way that you respond to it makes it unchallengeable. Like you're doing this thing over and over and over again.
Okay.
Right? So the way that you're...
That would be negative about that, though.
What?
That's what I'm trying to understand. I said, what about that is negative?
That's a very excellent question. So now we get to something really interesting about human psychology. So if I'm pissed at you and you take away my reason to be pissed at you.
Well, I don't know if it's taking away your reason or it's taking away your ability to be angry. It's like somebody misses your birthday party, but your grandma died. It's like, oh, that's like I'm angry, but now it's like a little less. I guess to an extent that does take away your reason to be angry. But okay, I understand what he's saying. But that's what it takes. It takes away your right to be angry more than anything else, I suppose. You know, that sounds like what we're talking about.
What do I do?
You get pissed, more pissed.
Absolutely. So how?
So you're saying that basically it's created a bunch of anger, and then by having a situation and talking about it and showing like, hey, this is what's going on, it's created.
That's the thing is, it's not actually going on. It's fucking insane. My mom's gonna die because of this. Come on, dude, get the fuck out of here.
Created a scenario where people are more angry because they don't have a vent. They don't have a way of getting it out.
That is where we're. Hold on, let me just fix this real quick.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate because he can't really just tell him the answer. That's not how therapy works, and this is what this is. So you can't just tell him like, oh, well, no, what I'm saying is this.
Oh, because I wonder if you're going quiet again. So I just jack you up. So I think that is the first step to it,
fuck?
Right? So there's something that there's something that people. Deflecting is maybe a good word. There's something that you're deflecting that then triggers people to like, because they're not getting what they want from you. Does that make sense?
Yes. So
okay.
There's an alarm going off.
So now the question kind of becomes like, I don't know if this sort of makes sense, but I think when I hear your story, what I hear is, and this is what's so tricky about it, is like, I think everything you've said is logical because you kind of base things on sort of proof, right?
No. He bases things on his internalized perception of proof, if that makes sense. Obviously, and that's what we all do. But like, he's like, "Oh, this is proof." Well, you can't prove it. Well, he said to, like, the same people that are like, "Well, the guy said to run, so I ran." Like that's, but we understand that. I mean, we were having like a fucking like a moment of too much literal perspective. Like we understand when you say run, and maybe that's what it is. Maybe all fucking Thor is like autistic or something. Non-derogatory, by the way. But no, maybe that's part of it. Maybe this motherfucker is just like, maybe he just takes things too literally, and maybe that's the problem. Like, oh, we said run, so I ran. That's my interpretation. Maybe that's what it is. I mean, that's totally possible. I mean, that might be being a little too charitable to him, but that's possible, I suppose, that he's just taking things too fucking literally. I guess, but I don't know, man.
But I'm noticing that like the way that you accept responsibility is like 1% of what your narrative is. So you say that you were smug.
Yeah.
Right?
I was super smug about it.
And
yeah.
I think that feels like a tiny, tiny, tiny part of your narrative.
Of his narrative or the narrative? Like that is a tiny part of it. Like people aren't just angry that he's smug. People are angry that he's fucking wrong.
I think it's only a tiny part of the narrative because it's the flashpoint. It's the moment that started, right?
Sure.
So it's hard to make that larger in the story. But yeah,
I think it sounds to me like, and like now I'm going to say something that's like, this isn't. I don't know what better word to say. I think it's not the flashpoint. I think it's the fuel.
Okay.
So I
think that was a catalyst for something else.
I think this sounds judgmental, but I think the way that you responded in that moment, so you said early on, you made some kind of like joke, right? Where you, like someone said run, and then you said, I don't want to piss them off.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make a joke instead of saying, bro, I ran because you told me to run. You remember when you said that?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So I think that there's like little things that you're doing that, so if I made the call to run and then you ran, and then I was like, bro, why are you running? And then you say you made the call to run. How is that? Why would you not say that? Right? Like the reason I'm doing this is because I was listening to you.
Yeah, no, legitimately, that's the one thing, and I've talked about this before, is like if I would have just turned around and be like, you told us to. If I would have just said that.
That's what he said, though. He's so fucking stupid.
I feel like this whole thing would not have been like this.
No. You shouldn't have been running, because run doesn't mean to do that, you fucking idiot. I feel like does he not know this? I wonder if he's like convinced himself that he's correct. I really do. This is fucking insane, honestly.
I agree. So I think that the interesting thing here is that I suspect that there are a dozen other things like that. So just the way that your narrative sounds to me, and let me know if like this is rubbing you the wrong way, or like you think I'm an asshole, or if this is like please let me know. But I think that something about this story has something that I would.
Well, the thing is like, well, obviously when you're doing therapy, you have to get the person to realize that they're wrong. But one of the things that's gonna make Thor not think that Dr. K is an asshole is Thor is incredibly condescending and smug, and he just like anytime anything is said to him, like and that's like a disagreement with his narrative, it's like, well, you just don't understand because you don't play World of Warcraft, right? Like, so like he has a really good out, which is actually kind of a good thing for Dr. K and his ability to get through to Thor, right?
Would call the missing reasons.
Okay.
I'm not
saying, for me, it's whatever it is, it's a blind spot.
Yeah.
Because like for me, I'm just like, this was me being smug, and it explodes.
He's got too much ferret poop in his ears is a fucking insane thing to say. Okay.
Put it out of control. And for me on this side, it just feels like a lot of content creators leaped onto it because it got popular to talk
would be left onto it,
about. It became kind of like an issue, and it generated a lot of views.
Yeah. So
it just kind of went nuts.
And so I want you to just pay attention to that for a second, because you're doing it again. Why did this blow up?
What does shortcut mean? Does that
because I was smug?
No.
I don't understand
no, it's because you're wrong.
What you're trying to say.
Why did it amplify? Who's to blame for the amplification?
The amplification I could generally say is Reddit and other content creators. Like
the amplification. So the amplification would be, all right. So if we look at this like somebody who's not a fucking loser. Okay, let's actually say that differently. If we look at that as somebody who understands that at the end of the day, you can only really change what your perspective on things is, or like how you deal with things. What we would do here is you would look and we would go like, okay. So all these things are obviously like there's a bunch of different factors I can't control. Of the factors I can control, what is amplified? What amplified it? Okay, my smugness was part of it. My doubling down was part of it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You'd process it like that. The problem is that like he misinterpreted, for whatever, I don't know, misinterpreted, we'll say, the call to run, and then he like doubled down on it in a very strange way. And he's just like, you know, and he was smug about it. And he was an asshole about it. But that was like more the amplifier.
Like I feel very steadfast in that opinion on that. I don't think this would have reached the audience that it did, or become as large as it was on the internet without that.
Would it become?
So you're talking over 100,000 viewers worth of people.
Yeah, so that I think is 100% true, and is indicative of what the problem is, right? Because what happens, what I'm noticing that you're doing is like every step of the way, you made one tiny mistake, but the way that you are reacting, I don't think a fire can get this big without a content creator's interaction.
Sure.
And the way that you're responding to each of these situations is only fanning the flames.
Well, Thor's going to look at that like, oh, I guess I just shouldn't talk about it. And he'll just be like, oh, well, I've tried to ignore controversy before. It didn't work this time. You know?
And I think like you're saying this, right? Like you've tried everything.
I feel like we're kind of at the point now where, especially since this isn't an actual therapy session, you kind of have to just be like, listen, I think that have you ever considered that you're more wrong than you actually think? You know,
like you've tried
doing nothing.
You've tried doing nothing. You've tried.
What did I just say? I literally just called that was going to be his interaction. Well, I tried doing nothing already. That's not what he means. It's the problem is that Thor is not emotionally intelligent in any fucking capacity. So when you say stuff like this, he's not understanding that what you're trying to do is insinuate like, hey, maybe there's some blame for you. So he's not going to, you kind of like, we're at a point now where in therapy, obviously the idea is to get somebody to realize how they're wrong, but sometimes you need a nudge. And like, they think that I don't even think that, I don't even think it's inside of Thor's head that he could be wrong. I don't think that that's a question, which is really strange to me, because I think, at least for me, and I think that this is something that you guys will probably relate with, even when I'm right, if people are telling me I'm wrong, I question myself. Like and I feel like, I don't know if that's normal or abnormal. Maybe I'm anxious or something, but I feel like that's somewhat normal, to be like, no, I'm right about this. And the people are like, well, no, you're not. And oh, really? Right? Like, I feel like that's kind of a normal interaction to have, to be questioning of yourself. If like enough people are telling you that you're wrong, you'd be like, okay, why would I be wrong? To like, at least, I don't know. And I feel like that's not in his head. I feel like he's like completely like quadrupled down. Like there's like a missing element here.
Doing everything and nothing seems to be working, which I know seems like nothing is working, but if you are consistently getting the same result and you are altering certain variables, In that equation, what that implies is that there's one variable that's not being altered.
Yeah, and that's why I looked at the outside source, because I'm like, I've altered the way that I interact
But
online.
the outside source is relatively consistent because people go through drama all the time. And maybe this is a leopard ate my face moment. Maybe this is a moment where I can say this now, and a month from now, when I'm in your position, I'm going to be like, holy shit, was I wrong? Right? Like maybe this is not the way. But your whole point is that the amount of hatred that you're receiving is disproportionate, not only to what you did, but is even outside of the norm of what other content creators experience. Like, I've been through shit. I've had people.
Oh yeah, he's victimizing himself and also making it seem like this is disproportionate. Like, how could he ever deserve this type of negative impact on anything, right?
Get on my case and stuff like that, and then stuff usually calms down, right?
Yeah.
For most people, most of us, we all get these kinds of problems where people like are really mean to us. I don't think they understand. No snowflake thinks it's responsible for the avalanche. But what I see is a guy who is, everyone thinks they're snowflakes, and you're getting swamped by an avalanche. They don't understand that. I think people on the internet don't now know how to understand it until you are on the receiving end of hate from thousands upon tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands, and people who are just piling on once the bully starts kicking you when you're down.
Yeah, I mean, I understand how that is. I've been there before, so I have like a unique understanding of that. You know, even though like that's one of the problems with like how TikTok, when I was big on TikTok, is that like you get the amount of eyes on you and criticism without the same financial positive impact, right? You know, you got 2 million followers on fucking TikTok, you're gonna get plenty of backlash, but you're not gonna have the same like financial freedom that you get into somebody with like 2 million followers on YouTube. But it's like still the same number of people engaging, you know.
The internet is like 1,000 other people who are like gonna get in a lick because
that's why I prefer kind of a smaller, that's fun, you know,
feels good. And I think you're doing something that is like absolutely hitting a trigger point. And I
triggered liberal
suspect that we you're getting into, just with the way that you describe things, it's
we got two things. Sorry, doing a game narration. We got two things. We got one ability that makes it so if I get hit with an attack, it won't kill me. It'll put me to 1 health, or I will die though if I get below that. If I'm on 1 health already. The second ability does the same thing, but if it's in a combo. So if I'm getting comboed and I get killed, even if he keeps hitting me in that same combo attack, I believe I shouldn't die. So I have two things. Hopefully I'm just bad at the game, and the reason I was losing is because I didn't have the right stats. Okay.
It's very much like I did this tiny thing.
Yeah.
And then
my wife
all of this stuff is happening
because my penis is tiny.
That I don't have any influence over. And objectively, these people are wrong. Objectively, I am correct. And when someone does that and says, I am objectively wrong, I mean, I'm objectively right and you are objectively wrong, this is not what happened, this is what really happened, and by the way, all this shit is happening to me now, it's like a very, like, it's a very, like, does you kind of get what I'm saying? I'm trying very hard not to say certain words.
Oh, okay, fuck my ass.
I don't see it that way, though. Like,
I know you
don't. Like an objective,
objective,
this, objective, that. I see it as, it's more of a deep emotional response from people that don't care about me, or they don't care about resolving the situation.
I find it interesting because I think that one of the biggest things I see from PirateSofware is that he is a non-emotional person. And so that's the thing that I find funny, because I don't think that he's somebody that really properly processes other people's emotions or even properly understands other people's emotion. You know, because it just doesn't seem like he truly understands what the fuck he's talking about when he says these things. Like, I don't think he gets it. He's like, oh, it's just an emotional response. I think that he is somebody who doesn't necessarily 100% understand, like, emotional responses. And so he's decided to brush everything off as an emotional response for whatever reason. I don't think that he truly understands. Like, honestly.
They want it to continue in some way.
Yeah, so
and
I think...
I get it, but, like, I don't want to be a part of your story. Right? It's like...
Right, so I think that's what's fueling the flames. You don't see it that way.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know how that.
Right. So when
you're not understanding. You don't see it that way. You don't get it.
Why would you care for so long?
We'll get to that in a second.
Because you're funny and annoying to be angry at. Because you're a loser. It's honestly, I don't think that he understands it like right now, and he's a lol cow. That's why people are like, oh, he's a lol cow. And honestly, other drama is low. That's another part too. Like and I know that as like a drama community kind of guy. Like I thought I killed him. The drama's low right now. So it's like, oh, let's Let's complain about this.
But I think that this is another thing, which is that you're thinking
he's got to support Ethan Klein to start more drama around himself, and then boom, nobody will care anymore. Pogger.
a lot. Okay, so we're going to talk about something called mentalization.
Ooh,
okay,
what would that be?
So when you imagine what is going on in someone else's head, I don't think you are doing nothing you're saying is incorrect, but I think everything you're saying is pretty incomplete.
Okay.
Right? So you're saying like, okay, there's a parasocial aspect. You're completely right. Like you're right about everything you're saying. I just think...
Right, I understand. Okay, I get what he's saying. Yeah, like there is a level of parasocial aspect. Like who really cares about this when you kind of retract? It's like some dumb bullshit. But that doesn't mean that it's wrong. Right? And also like you benefit from the parasocial aspect. It's interesting to be somebody who is a streamer who benefits from parasocial behavior, but then to also write everything off as parasocial. Like, yeah, absolutely. A parasocial is a factor there. But then also, like, you kind of benefit off it. If these parasocial behaviors didn't exist, he wouldn't be getting money from people. Same thing with us, right? You wouldn't subscribe or donate, right? That's another thing that needs to be understood as well. So it's like, yeah, fine. Yeah, some of them are being parasocial. That's why they're being so intense. But you can still find like the reasonable aspects of the argument there. You know.
The main mistake, if you can call it that, the cognitive process that is really getting you in trouble is incompleteness. So
I don't understand.
I know. I know. I'm like 99% confident that this is going to be very hard. And I think this is why you're in this situation, because this is like, it's like, you're like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know. I've tried everything. What they're saying is just not true. The reason that I know that these people are not valid is because they copy pasta each other. Right? Do you see how, like, how much?
No, I think that's not everyone, right? There are some people.
Sure. Well, I don't think that he actually thinks that. So then, like, what's your write off for them though? Because you seem to be just kind of like just writing people off as much as possible.
They're just upset because they saw me as like some pure holier than thou content creator, which that's not realistic. I'm a human being.
That actually might be a level of truth to that. I think that a lot of people saw Thor as like kind of. I think some people saw Thor as that. Like, this is a guy who's somewhat untouchable. People don't typically fucking criticize this guy. Like, who the fuck does he think he is kind of guy? Sure, I believe that.
I think
hold on.
Some people that are,
whoa. No, I don't agree with that.
I think that there was a level of aura to him like that. Honestly. Yeah.
No, I definitely do, because there are some that have messaged me with stuff like that. There are definitely people that felt
block that.
Yeah, I know they felt that. But I don't think that you're an ordinary content creator. I don't think you're an ordinary human being. I think you're a superhuman being.
Whoa.
What?
Yeah.
Super autistic. No,
How do you think about yourself?
I don't know.
He thinks very highly of himself. You could tell he's the type of person to do it. And I think that's one of the things that one of the problems we're going to kind of get to is that we know he thinks highly of himself, but he's not open about it. If he was just like, yeah, I think really highly of myself, I'd be like, okay, fair enough, you know? So.
No, I don't.
Oh, shit.
Generally.
I think therein lies another problem.
I cummed.
Right? So if you don't think about... I know it's weird. Like, I'm sending you a lot of weird stuff. Right? So I think that if you don't think about yourself on a regular basis, the version of yourself that you will have on your mind that then projects out to the outside world is not going to be an ordinary human being. I think you project exceptionalism.
I'm not sure.
I wouldn't call it that. I think that he's a smug dickhead. But like, yeah, that's another way to say it. Like, you project exceptionalism is another way to say that same thing.
I understand, but
I can understand that. So I think that this is going to be a situation where it's going to be very hard, and I'm going to do my best. So the first thing is I'm not right. But I think that there's something about the way that you construct narratives. There's something about the way that you are objective, but other people are subjective. How do you know that you're not the subjective one and they're not the objective ones?
I absolutely am subjective.
Okay.
I don't think that that's the case at all. There's no way that everything that I say is objective. That would be ridiculous. I think that would be absurd.
And if we go back and listen to the conversation that we've had from now, would we be able to predict that's the way that you feel about yourself based on how you've been talking?
I don't know.
I think the answer is going to be no. Right? So when I ask you, why do they feel this way? How do you know that they're wrong? You say, well, objectively, you rely on proof. And if you're dealing with people who are mature enough, then they understand that. But if they're people that are younger than you, that means that They don't. These young kids nowadays are not.
It's interesting because the fact that he would even say that, I don't know how to parse with that information. Because the fact that he would even say that, like, oh, he's subjective. Like, yeah, we're all like subjective to an extent. But the fact that like if he's saying that and he believes that, like that means that like maybe he like there's something. It's just weird because you would expect him to think that he's like fully right about everything, and I think he does feel that way. But like he's not being honest. Like that's what I get out of that. That he's not being honest about it. If he's talking about it this way,
not proof oriented. There's parasocial, and the tricky thing about this is that you're not wrong. So I would agree with every single one of the statements that you've made, but I think that
it's a defense mechanism for that. 100%.
A defense mechanism meaning what?
No, it's a defense mechanism on my end, and the reason why I did that is because it's gone on too long, and it's gotten to that point where it's hard for me to have a response that is not an emotional response. Like, we talked about this before, is like, whenever I feel like I'm having an emotional response, I just stop and I walk away for a moment, come back to it. But with this, I'm getting back into that old habit of like, I need to deflect this, I need to diffuse this. This is kind of a wall in front of this. I don't even want to, and you just kind of put it up there and walk away from the scenario. And that's literally what that is, which is, here's my evidence, take it or leave it. And the reason why it ends up being, here's my evidence, here's how I feel people are, this is the objective fact of this, is because we've had tens of thousands of people bringing that up, and it's just turned into like a callus, if that makes sense.
I think it makes a lot of sense. How are you feeling about this call, by the way? Like, is this okay?
This is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is fine.
So I think this is what you're. So here is what has contributed to the situation, which doesn't mean that you did something wrong. I don't think you're bad or anything like that. But I think that this tendency to walk away from your emotions and lean into logic, I don't think works very well. So I think, like, remember how we said that something that you're doing about the way that you respond to this is like triggering people harder. They're getting angrier and angrier and angrier. They're not letting up. Whereas like most content creators, people basically move on to trolling someone else. So anytime a content creator, like reaches out to me and they're like, hey, I'm really struggling, I'm like, the best thing that you can do is wait till they move on, because the internet is an ugly mob. And this is the other thing that you're running into, which we haven't talked about. I do think that what you project is exceptional. And one of the things that the internet absolutely loves is to take an exceptional person and make them bad. So I mean, yeah, I think I agree with some of that. I just would like, I do agree with that, but I don't like that he's calling him exceptional, because I don't think that he's a particular, like, he's not exceptional. He thinks he's exceptional. I think that's what people want to knock people down a peg. I understand. I don't think that he actually is that. I think that he wants people to believe that. Holy fuck. Tearing down people who are good, and we love redemption arcs as human beings, right? There's like, this person thought they were the best thing since sliced bread, and we're gonna fucking tear them down. I've been on the receiving end of that a lot. And then the flip side of that,
I think that makes a lot of sense. And to be clear, I don't think of that about myself, like, at all.
Yes,
like does. I'm constantly going over anything that
he's young Sheldon without the intelligence,
do right, anything that I can do wrong. I remember all of my own mistakes and beat the shit out of myself for them whenever I do that, just like I feel like a lot of people do.
I believe
but how often do you think you make mistakes?
I believe you do that for the stuff that you are aware of.
Yes.
That's why I got called out, because I was so exceptional, so exceptionally funny.
Well, I mean, you
can't do it otherwise, right? Like, how
things that I'm aware of, for sure.
100%. So I think
I don't think I'm better than other
no
people.
way
I do think that it's funny, because you key on that. There's a lot of people that brought that up, and it's like, I never said that I was.
Dude, this is so funny.
You'll see there's a number of people that are in there that are getting like banned for this shit right now. It's like, they come in and they're like, did you know that he worked at Blizzard?
Dude, I fucking hate how like long it takes abilities to go off. I had this fight, and this fight sucks so much. Like, it's so much better now that I have these 2 items, and that's great. So I have like fewer complaints, but the fucking clunkiness of this game makes me want to fucking tear my fucking testicle out and shove it up my fucking asshole, honestly. And just that's just so fucking lame.
Dude, for 7 years, like, yeah,
it's just like these fights are so fucking slow. So we're sitting here for like, I don't even know how long that was, like, what, 5 minutes? It's a long fight, and then you get cucked at the end. It's like, it makes the game so fucking boring, because who the fuck wants to do this? Like, I hate slow fights like this, and I hate that this is every single fight in this game is so slow. So it's not even like a unique thing.
That was my career.
It's like, I'm proud to go again.
So of course I'm going to talk about that, because it gives context to talk about other things around the games industry, which is what we do on the stream.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogant.
What is Leaf Bracer? Oh, fuck.
Or boasting. When in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
I got the ability off, though. It's just that, like, that last one I got it off, he just hit me with damage before it. Right?
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
Yeah.
That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro.
True.
Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right?
Yeah, no kidding, because you're arrogant. Like he's telling he has this idea of like interpretations of different people's feelings, and he just tells you like, nope, that's how it is, and if you disagree with me, you're fucking dumb and wrong.
So,
Nice.
You don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
Right? I'm right. So you're subjectively, you're thinking you have blind
Is this just like how this character plays?
spots. You're wrong. Like, I'm objective and you're subjective.
No.
This is not the way it's perceived. This is really the way it is.
Dude, I love you so much. I wish you would have told me about this fucking leaf bracer before I went back to this. I love you so much. I wish you told me that sooner, because I could have just gotten that. Fuck!
I think that turns into,
What is renewal block?
I guess, conversational PvP for the sake of it, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. It absolutely turns into conversation. That's what you're doing.
When I say I'm doing this for context?
Yes. When you're saying other people get it wrong, and here's the reality of it. Like, go back and like we can like rewind the stream and just listen to the structure of your sentence.
That is me being adversarial against people that are trying to make it out like that is an arrogance thing, that it is a boasting thing, like I'm trying to push somebody else down. That is absolutely being adversarial against that kind of speech. 100%.
I'm not. I don't think it's so. I think there's a construction in your speech, and there's a theme. If we listen, I know it's kind of hard, but you do things that are objective.
It sounded condescending when he said that, but I don't think he was trying to be that.
Right?
Conversational PvP is the most autistic thing you've ever heard him say. That's funny.
And subjective. I'm a human being.
Which ones do you represent? Which ones do we hear when we hear you talk?
I'm not sure I understand.
Okay. So, for example, if we were to code statements as subjective or objective. Okay?
Okay.
Like, so coding a subjective statement is, let's say, like, I'll just give you an example. You know, why are people getting mad at you? Or you said something about, you know, I rely on proof. So if I were to code that...
It doesn't mean you don't.
I know.
Yes, it does. What? I'm going to die here. What is he talking about? If you're telling people you rely on proof, and they have an opposing perspective, what you're saying is that they're not relying on proof. Like, it's like such a, I don't understand. I really don't understand the motivation for the way that he talks about. I'm gonna die here. With the way that he talks about some of these things, because it doesn't make any sense. That makes no sense to me. If you rely on proof, if people disagree with you, then they wouldn't be relying on proof here. But you're saying they do too. That's just counterintuitive. It doesn't mean anything. That doesn't make any. It just doesn't make any fucking sense what he's saying.
I feel like somebody could take it that way, but that's not.
No. That's I'm not.
There's
going
no other way to take it
on there. So if we were to code that gets coded as objectively, right? That's an objective statement.
Okay, sure.
So here's a subjective statement. I feel like this is unfair.
Okay.
Have you said that at any point?
Yes.
Over this conversation?
I feel like I have said that because I was talking about the response is not proportional.
There we go. That's hold on. No. That's beautiful. That isn't the response is not proportional. That is not a statement of subjectivity. That is a statement of fact.
Okay.
Do you understand how I'm coding it?
I guess I could see that. I mean, like, that's me making an objective statement when I guess somebody else could say, no, it is proportional, you deserve this, sort of a thing. I guess the thing is I just don't agree with that stance, so I state it in the way that I do, right? With that. And I don't know if that's wrong, though, because I feel like there's a limit that seems sane. And by sane, I mean correct, and like not...
Absolutely, man. There's absolutely a limit that seems sane.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be different for everybody.
No.
Whatever their version is.
No, it's not. Because you didn't say there's a limit, because you used the word sane. Sane is like an objective thing, right? Sane is like crazy, insane versus sane. That's not a subjective thing. That is an objective kind of assessment. Right? So like if we say that someone is insane, we're not saying that they're subjectively insane. We're saying that they are objective. Like those words are about...
Yeah, they imply that you have a firm stance that they're insane. Yeah.
An objective dimension.
But I'm not sure I understand the direction of this. And I think
the direction of this is that like none of your words can really be held to task, because he says, in my opinion, weird lies constantly. That's the point of this whole thing. Okay?
reason why is because when I'm talking about these things of an objective stance, if this is too far, is because the statements that people are making are really fucked up. Like, I do think that it is correct to make an objective statement to be like, you shouldn't be sending me pictures of my house from Google Maps. Right?
I agree.
I don't think that's wrong.
Chat, do we agree that you shouldn't be sending him pictures like that? Obviously, that's crazy.
Great. So let's take a step back for a second. Are you sure this is okay?
Yeah. No, okay. I guess I just don't understand the direction of subjectivity versus objectivity.
I'm with you. Like, so I'm slow playing it. So let me be explicit. So remember, this goes back to what you are dealing with is disproportionate, right? So there's a variable that's missing. Something about the way, and now I'm making an objective statement, okay? It's not about blame. This is about assessing the way that you are existing on the internet and the response that happens to you. There's something in here objectively that is disproportionate.
Yes.
Okay? And this is completely, and even if we say, oh, here's the reason and you're to blame for it, I don't think that there's any reason that we can come up with that justifies other people's behavior. Does that make sense?
On some of these cases, yes.
Yeah, okay. So,
yeah, I think there is a limit.
Now, what I'm trying to get into is precisely this, which is and this sounds arrogant, but I'm going to say, so it's clear to me that you have blind spots about this, because something about the way that you are navigating, you have a rubric for how you interact with people. And something about that rubric is fucking triggering people. So what we're trying to do, so how did you feel when I said that?
I thought it was funny because, like, I guess for me, it's a kind of a dumbing down of the scenario, right? Of like, yeah, it's triggering people, but it's so much more than that. But yeah.
Okay.
I think it's leading them to do things that I don't even understand the reasoning behind it on a lot of that stuff. Yeah.
Right. So I think I
don't know how. I guess I do. He's just incredibly condescending and full of himself. It seems like he's actually, dude, I'm not even kidding. Maybe this guy actually has like some kind of autism. The only reason I say that is because he seems to, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm being fucking stupid. I'm not trying to be like negative. He just seems to lack like a social understanding of what's going on. He doesn't seem to really understand why anybody does anything. But then he knows what to say to try to push off criticism. Right? So he'll say like, oh, well, there's things I did wrong too. Or, he'll say something like that. Or he'll say like, well, I'm not objective. I'm being subjective. Everybody's subjective, right? Like he's saying these things, but he says them, but he doesn't actually act like he says them. If that makes any sense. Because he's speaking in a very objective way. Obviously, we're all subjective creatures, but like we speak in an objective way. If that makes sense. Like if you have a very strong opinion about something, even if it is just an opinion, to you in your expression, it's an objective thing. But it seems like he's I don't know if this makes any sense. There's something going on there. That would explain a lot of it. Maybe he's just an entitled dickhead, and I'm just saying fucking autism because I'm a penis head. I don't know.
End game that I have here is to hypothesize what could be responsible for that gap. So in my experience, when something like this happens to someone like you, I think you're a decent dude. I think it sounds like you made a smug comment and you ran away from the raid. It's a fucking hardcore raid. So I don't know what people were expecting. Like when you play WoW hardcore and you raid, sometimes things go bad and people die. Like that's just what happens in a WoW hardcore raid. Like what were people expecting? But I think what you're
well, what they were expecting was him to play correctly. But I'm not actually 100% sure if Dr. K understands what's going on or not. And I don't see that in a negative way. Like I actually think he might know what's happening, but he's like pretending he doesn't, if that makes any sense, to try to just kind of like guide him through it. And I wish that there would be like a little bit more like a little more like, hey, what you're doing is wrong. I don't know.
You're tapping into some energy that is like that. I think you're blind to. You don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. And my point is that the reason it doesn't make sense to you is because of the way that you are looking at the world, which is that if you pay attention to your statements are coded very objectively. And so then what happens is once you start looking at the world in terms of proof or not proof, I don't know if you're right, I don't know if you're wrong, but the question then becomes, how do two people that think that they are both...
Yeah, he's probably trying to navigate Thor in a direction. No, I know that. Fuck, I didn't know that. I understand that. I just feel like it's a little more complex than that. Because I actually wonder if he knows what he's talking about. And I don't mean that to have like a negative tone on it. I wonder if he actually knows what the problem is, and he's kind of just like pretending not to guide him through, or maybe he really just doesn't know what's happening. I think the problem here is that there's going to be a disconnect. Because if Thor doesn't think that Dr. K understands WoW at all, then he's not going to respect anything he has to say. And so I feel like part of there might need to be, part of this might need to be like, hey, listen, I understand. Like, what about these variables? So that like he can communicate to Thor like, oh, I have some intelligence on this. You can't just brush everything I have to say off. Because I know Dr. K is a fucking gamer, so he understands basic gamer concepts, right? Like that has to make sense, because I don't think Thor's going to respect what he has to say. I don't know if that's true, but apparently there's a bunch of clips of him bragging about growing up on 4chan and being a Chad. That's fucking weird. I don't know. That makes sense to how he was raised.
Operating based on
you know what it is? I keep I say something like, oh, maybe he has like autism, and I don't say that disrespectfully. I'm like, oh, maybe he actually does. You know what's more likely? That like the internet causes people to have to act in a way that we associate with autism, if that makes sense. Right, like if we looked up right now, what are some symptoms, characteristics of autism? What are some characteristics of autism? So challenges with social skills, communication, repetitive behaviors, as well as sensory sensitivities. Okay, so social skills. If you grew up on 4chan, like we had just mentioned, he apparently bragged about that, or online, even young people today growing up on TikTok, you're probably not going to have social skills, or you're going to be very social, like diminished when it comes to social skills and communication, because you're very online and there's that missing human element. Repetitive behaviors. I mean, that's the internet. That's what memes are to some degree. Repetitive behavior, saying the same things over and over again. Honestly, like TikTok, it pulses catchy tunes into your fucking skull. I think that's another aspect of it. I can see that being raised on the computer, on video games, on the internet, in a atmosphere that lacks socialization, really just socialization, could mimic autism in some capacity. And I feel like maybe, like I keep saying, like, well, he might have autism because of the way that he's interacting, where he takes things maybe a little bit more literally, and he doesn't understand other people's perspectives. Like he doesn't seem to have like that social, he seems to have like social issues. But maybe that's just growing up on the internet. Maybe that's actually what we're dealing with.
Reality, who disagree. How do we patch that up? How do we bridge that gap?
Mind the gap.
Generally, what I see with that kind of stuff is you, the way that I like to do it is you kind of present evidence and stuff, you talk about it, you find out if you were right or if they were right. And sometimes you're both wrong, right? Like it just comes out to that. You learn something, you move on. Sometimes when it's like, I find it to be disingenuous, right? And I will use that as an objective term.
Yep,
I find it to be disingenuous.
Yes, when you say somebody's being disingenuous, you're saying that, like, we don't even have to use the word objective, because you're still being subjective, right? Like, I mean, but you're using it objectively. Like it's like a hard opinion of something. Stop turning around, you fat fuck. Sorry.
To have a person come in that is not interested in a resolution, that just wants to cause a hateful situation.
Absolutely.
Right. And that's most of what I'm getting with this. And when they can't get me, it makes them angrier. When they can't hurt
when they can't hurt me, it makes them angrier. So this is some kind of weird brag that you're doing right now. They obviously are getting to you, so it kind of makes you look like weird and maybe a little stupid. But
for me, it makes them angrier. When they can't do anything about it, they can't shut down the stream, it makes them angrier. We get tons of people that'll come in and say things like, people still watch this guy. It's like, yeah, we still have a massive community. People love, hanging out here and doing stuff.
It's funny because it's actually went down significantly, so it's pretty sad stuff, man.
So like, I feel like when I make those objective statements, it's because I go, this is how I have this situation for communication, and if your only reason to be here is to cause problems, it's not going to be compatible. But if you want, and I tell people all the time, it's like, if you want to talk about this, we can talk about it. But if you're just here to copy paste something off of Reddit.
Oh, but I thought you were saying that you were letting the controversy die, but now you're saying that you'll talk about people that come in. I don't think that that's true. I think he's trying to say that to make it seem like he's like a reasonable guy, but okay.
Cause a scene and then get banned. Like, we just don't care. Just going to ban you.
Okay. So I think what makes this,
if that makes sense.
Yeah. So I think what makes this really challenging is not that you're wrong. I think what makes this hard is that you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when you're wrong, it is easy to show a correction, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
When you're right, but incomplete, it becomes harder.
Oh, I like that. Holy fuck. Dude, that's like next level IQ. Dr. K is fucking playing this guy right now. So I think the problem is that, dude, this is dude, it's so funny because when you listen to this, like, I don't know, I would feel like an infantilized child. And Dr. K is not being disrespectful, but I would feel like a child if somebody felt like they had to talk to me like this. I don't like that. The reason I like it when people are direct with me is because I don't want you to feel like you have to walk on eggshells. And so right now he's like, oh, one of the problems is that you're actually right, but you're incomplete. It means you're wrong, right? That's what I'd want to hear. He's not really feeding his ego. He's using his ego to try to communicate with him. If Thor is not wrong, that's how he thinks. Thor is never wrong. That's how Thor thinks. He is never wrong. He cannot be wrong, and anybody who suggests that he's wrong is actually the person that's wrong. And so you have to talk to him like that. But Thor might be open to being incomplete. So Thor, you're actually correct, but there's like incomplete information there. Oh, okay. And then all of a sudden, maybe he'll actually be open to listening. That's what's happening here. So Thor, you're not wrong. You're just incomplete. It's just kind of funny
to show a correction. So like, let's say that I'm trying to think of an analogy. It's like if I develop a product that is crappy, that is successful, that happens to be successful, it is way harder to understand how that crappy product is crappy. Does that make sense? And I'm not trying to analogize you to a crappy product. I'm really just using this as an example of I mean, I love your content. Like, I really do. I think you're a great guy. Like, I don't think you deserve this. I'm in your corner. Okay. But you see what I mean? I'm just using that as an example of, like, if you make a crappy video game, right? And then, like,
it's so funny because he did make a crappy video game. What the fuck?
People play it. That doesn't make the video game good. And trying to explain to someone, hey, I know y'all think that Oblivion is an amazing game. I'd give it a 10 out of 10, but Oblivion is the start of the decline of the Elder Scrolls series. Oblivion is the first step in the wrong direction.
I don't know if that's true, guys. Chat, is that true?
To what ended up as Starfield. That is something for a lot of people to have difficulty understanding. Right? Because Oblivion was a great game. It's a 10 out of 10. But if you want to really understand the glory that was Elder Scrolls, you have to play Morrowind. And
chat is very divided on this topic.
The chat is wrong. Like, they're wrong. It's okay. Sometimes I get to be right and they get to be wrong.
It's a very objective statement.
Absolutely, right? So, and how do people respond to that?
I mean, it depends on the context, right? I think that there are moments where you can make statements like that and it's funny. It's
so I think what makes this hard in your situation is that everything that you say is correct. I just think it's incomplete. So what I'm basically getting a sense of is that you tend to, since you move away from some of this like emotional energy, and you lean in. So the first thing that happens is once you suppress your like emotional circuitry, your emotions still influence your logic.
Okay.
Okay.
I can see that. Sure. I think in times of deep stress, that gets more so.
100%. It gets very, very, very good. Right. So it's not that the emotions stop. It's just that we start dissociating from them. Dissociation doesn't mean shut down. It means unaware. And then what happens is the emotions will shape our logic. And it's not that they're illogical, it's that it becomes more selective.
Sure, I can see that. That makes sense.
And so I think what's going on is like the story that you tell me has what I would call missing reasons. So I know that's confusing. There's a great post about it that I think a therapist made many years ago. But sometimes when people tell stories and like bad things are happening to them, they are leaving out things that evoke the response of the other people. So when you tell a story that other people are just like crazy and it's the internet and it's parasocial and people are reacting, there's something missing there. I don't think you can evoke. I mean, it's very possible that you were just incredibly, incredibly unlucky. I don't think that is a good attitude to take.
No, because then you're victimizing yourself to the degree where you'll never be able to take any feedback.
No,
because like you're like, oh, it's just something massively unique to me. I'll never change. That's how you develop victim complexes, right?
I think that removes any chance of fixing that.
Yeah. I suspect that there is something around your smugness. I suspect there is something around the way that you perceive yourself as ordinary, but you act anything but.
I don't think he perceives himself as ordinary. I think that he knows how he's supposed to act, so people don't think he's a dick. But again, okay, fair enough. That's how Thor needs to be talked to.
maybe even some degree of, because I don't think you're ordinary. Like, I don't think that's objectively correct. Like, I think you're exceptional. Like, if we look at human beings.
So handsome. You better watch out, dude. If you get a first year, he's going to fuck you.
I think you're exceptional. Like, if we look at the range of various things, you are not ordinary. If we look at the bell curve of content creators on Twitch, you are not ordinary.
That's true. Yeah, sure.
So
I would say in terms of that, maybe, but like, I just feel like a normal dude. I feel like a normal dude that sits in a chair for 12 hours a day.
Do you actually think that he thinks that? You know, because I don't even think that. I think I'm the greatest thing that. No, I'm just kidding. But like, you know, I don't think he's a normal dude at all. Does he? I don't know if I believe that he thinks that. I wonder if he actually does. I don't know. I'm kind of curious. This is making me almost like humanize this fucking dinglehead more. I don't know. There's something here. I don't think I know enough of I don't know enough about him to get like the full story. You know.
I think that like, makes a lot of sense. I think there are parts of you that are, and it sounds like
his name is Jason. What the fuck? I thought his name was Thor.
Sometimes push these away. I think there's a lot more there. So you said, you know, I feel like a normal dude. I think that makes sense. But I think there's a lot of feelings there about being a normal dude that maybe are not super conscious.
Oh wait, I want to get Kiraga leveled up first.
Okay.
Right?
I'm not sure I understand, but I think that's kind of the point. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and the challenge that I have.
Do you think he just says that he's not normal so that like, so that people will say that he's normal? Is that that's what you think? Maybe.
Is that I'm making statements that are unfalsifiable. Right. So if I say subconsciously, you don't think you're a normal dude, how can you ever disprove that? So this is one of the frustrations with my profession, is that sometimes people like myself will make these statements, right? So I do this carefully, where like, I'm not saying this is correct. I think it's worthwhile for you to explore how you construct a narrative, what people, and this is where I think what happens is when people react to you, you look at the objectivity. I think that's a mistake, because nothing you perceive will be objective. The human brain is not capable of objective perception by definition.
I do think there is an objective reality, and I do think that's something that there is value in striving for in many situations, because something I don't like,
there is an objective reality, but it's always filtered through our subjections. So like, you're never going to fully experience that, right? I mean,
is perception is reality. And I know that perception is reality for the grand majority of situations. That has nothing to do with the objective reality of what is truth of the situation, what actually has occurred or anything like that. It's how do I feel about what occurred? Well, and that's something I've always felt. And that's kind of like a big thing for me. Yeah.
Great. I love it. I agree with you 100%. And I would love to talk about that with you maybe today, maybe on a different day, just about the philosophy side of it. But I think that my point is, so you're right. So like, there's an objective reality. Agree. And perception is not objective reality. So when you look at objective reality and you conclude that this is what really happened, where are we? Is that objective reality or is that your perception?
That is my perception.
Very
100%.
good. Right.
When I talk about it, I think that the disconnect is this. When I talk about something and I say it with, this is what happened, that's from my perspective. And I think maybe I'm not doing enough in terms of explaining this is from my perspective, this is how I feel about it, because I don't talk that way generally.
Yeah, that's not what you should be doing. So I think this is key point. This is exactly it. So I think this solution space seems hard for you to grasp. You shouldn't be further explaining yourself. You should be further trying to understand why people feel this way about you. Right? So this is not about what is objective. It is about what someone else's subjective perception.
Well, but that's the thing. Sure, I agree with this 100%. The problem is that he's decided that the reason people feel certain ways about him is simply because they're fucking wrong and they're triggered and they're angry and they're blah, 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 blah. That's his whole, like, that's what he's been doing. So, like, it can't just be like, yeah, you have to explore this. You also have to deprogram your current perspective on people's opinions on you.
Of you is. And that will give you insight into how you are perceived, which in turn will give you an insight, an ability to bypass your own cognitive biases of your own perception. So if I want to understand what I really am, I have a certain amount of information from myself, right? This is what I think I am. But then I have another very valuable piece of information, which is other people's perceptions of me. Now, this is where things get really hard, because if people are sending you death threats, it becomes very difficult to get a reasonable perception of who you are from a heavily biased individual, right?
Yes. So it's impossible at that point.
I get that. So not impossible, right? So this is where it's really interesting. But sometimes the people who hate you the most can still be very valuable information about how you exist in the world.
I agree with that.
Sure, I agree with that too, and I think that's interesting because I remember one time. I remember it was when I was younger and I was working with somebody, and I had a disagreement with somebody, but we just weren't seeing eye to eye. And so at a certain point, the guy I was working with, it was a different guy. He said, like, listen, it's not really worth trying to get them to, agree with you or believe your perspective, because at the end of the day, even if you do convince them, all you're doing is like helping them. So it's like, you're putting all this effort and they're not going to change their mind. Then even if they do, that's not somebody that's worth changing their mind or helping them, because you're just going to help them in the long run if you bring them to that conclusion. I just always thought that was like a kind of like an interesting thing that he said. It always kind of like stuck with me. And sometimes it's not necessarily worth changing people's minds, because like that's only going to help them. And if they're a piece of dog shit, why fucking bother wasting your time, energy, and effort helping that person, right? So I just thought that always kind of resonated with me, honestly.
No,
right?
I super agree with that.
And the classic example of this is like in a relationship where there is one person who is narcissistic.
Jack it off.
So anytime we're dealing with narcissism, it becomes really hard for that person. Like, this person will perceive other people as hating them. I think I'm not saying you're narcissistic or anything like that. And I think that there's a difference between a narcissistic family member who believes that...
Well, there's also a difference between being narcissistic and then engaging in narcissistic behavior. So even if you don't think he's narcissistic, there can still be, or even if you don't think you're narcissistic, which you're probably not, even if you're not, let's just say, even if you're not, there can be genuine value out of, understanding like different narcissistic behaviors and using that to parse against your actual behavior.
I lost weight to make them look bad. There's a huge objective gap.
What?
Yeah, so I lost weight. So I feel insecure about, person A feels insecure about their weight. Person B loses weight. Person A gets mad at person B for losing weight so that it makes them look bad. That shit happens. I think
that's weird as shit.
It's not really that weird. It's actually kind of a normal thing. Like, I'll give you like for instance, my cousin just announced that she is pregnant, which is fantastic. Honestly, like, congratulations to her. But my wife and I have been trying for a while, and it's been tough. Everybody has their different journey, and everybody has their different problems, and we've been struggling with our fertility, and I think we're on a good path now. Part of it's because we talked to this doctor, and there's so many people where we are that are like trying to push so hard for IVF because it makes the doctors more money, that they've been misguiding us and making us feel a certain way about this when it really is not going to be that difficult. So when they announced it, like, we were supposed to go to like a party. We didn't know that they were going to announce it, but we happened to have a different party, her family party instead of my family party, and like we didn't get it. And like I was upset when they announced it, which is so unfair to them, right? Because they didn't do anything wrong. They did everything right, But it's like frustrating and like the way you feel instantly. And I'm happy it wasn't there, because I probably wouldn't have been able to like hide my upsetness, which is unfair to them. That would have ruined their moment. But that's just like a very human thing to do. I think in that moment, though, it's okay to be upset internally or personally, but not like, or it's okay to be upset internally in your comfort sphere, but not externally out of your comfort sphere. Like, my comfort sphere is my wife and like my mother, like my mother-in-law. Like stuff like that. Like, I can be comfortable in my internal. I can be upset and I can complain and I could say those in my internal sphere. And you need to get those out productively. But like, you don't want to express those in your external sphere. And so that is what's happening in that scenario, where it's like, oh, so you're really trying to lose weight or whatever, and somebody else loses weight, and it makes you feel like they've targeted you in some capacity. I think that's a normal human emotion. It's just that it's normal for you to move through that and to be like, oh, like, it's not that, but you got to give yourself time to grieve, we'll say.
It's a wide gap between death threats that you're receiving, which I really do hope stop.
Yeah.
But my point is that I think the mistake you're making is that you say I'm smug, and then you go onto all of these other issues.
Yeah, it's interesting that he says he's smug, but then he doesn't actually say it. Like, he doesn't say things that would align with him believing he's smug. He is a smug dick, and he's wrong. But he doesn't explore that. He's like, yeah, the people just think I'm smug. He just says that probably because he's heard it from people, and so he's like, yeah, I've said. And I think that historically, when he's in like, especially like maybe more personal like family scenarios, he'll just be like, oh yeah, people don't. Oh yeah, I'm being smug. Sorry. He doesn't really understand that he's being smug, probably, or maybe he does, and he just doesn't give a fuck. He's like, oh, I'm being smug, and that's why people don't like me. So I'm just going to say that I'm being smug here, and then people will be like, oh, okay,
Whereas I think you're really downplaying, whether consciously or unconsciously or whatever. Maybe it's even objectively correct. I don't know. All I know is that when you do that, people are not going to be happy with it. And when they respond to you, we're not talking about right or wrong here. We're talking about efficacy or not efficacy. The
fuck is efficacy? Okay, I think I understand. The ability to produce a desired or intended result. There is little information on the efficacy, the effectiveness. Yeah, the effectiveness of it. Wait, I'm like, this is what it is. Efficacy is effectiveness. I'm speaking stupid.
Trying to understand where they're coming from with their complaints, as opposed to, so basically steel-manning their argument instead of straw-manning their argument.
Okay. No, I mean,
right?
I think the thing is that that's what I tried to do in the beginning. And I have not done that since. I think I stopped doing that about 30 days in. I tried to sit down and talk to people about it. I tried to ask people like, hey, why are you saying that? And each time that I tried to do that, like I said, the callus kind of built up. It would end in just screaming the same thing over again until they get banned. And I haven't been able to get like a valid, real conversation out of it. I think the biggest thing is that I've only been able to receive really polarized responses. I either get people from our community, they're like, no, you're the best. You didn't do anything wrong, which is not true. Like, obviously I screwed up.
Maybe they're parasocial. How'd you screw up though? Like, he doesn't even think he screwed up. So what do you think you screwed up?
In the dungeon, right? Like, that's obvious, and I was smug about it. Like, get it, right?
What did you screw up in the dungeon? this is what I'm not understanding. He's not telling us what he feels like he screwed up.
And there's the other side of it, which is, you're a piece of shit and you deserve to die. And I'm like, dude, these are so polarized. What am I supposed to get?
Yeah, so the solution that I am suggesting works with humans. I don't know if it works on the internet.
That's a very different thing, right?
No,
yeah, I understand what he's saying. Like, we're humans on the internet, but we don't act human because like there's like a filter missing there, or there's like an aspect missing there.
Absolutely, right? So in the real world, when someone gets mad at you, like, I want y'all to think about if people behaved in the real world the way they do on the internet.
Admitting to smugness, but not identifying it is an easy way to brush it off. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that.
Shit would be crazy.
That's actually already started happening. This has spilled over into people interacting with me that way in real life.
Yeah. So, and I mean, that's like, even if someone does something, I don't know what Thor did to hurt y'all, but I don't think he did very much objectively. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Like, so that's where, like, even when I say that, the way that I attach a statement to it, maybe I'm missing something, right? But my understanding of the situation is that you were kind of an ass about something involving a WoW raid, and then
Is this guy, like, trying to lose on purpose? Is that, like, part of the lore? That he's like, oh, I'm going to die on purpose because I want to take your body or something?
My guess is that you were kind of an ass with the way that you responded to it, because you're really good at being an ass, like, in a way that I really appreciate, but you're an ass. So it's
when
what
I say
makes
smug, that's the same. Yes.
Yeah. So, like, what I love, I've sent you a couple of DMs because, like, I'll see your shorts or whatever, and I'll be like, this is fucking amazing. That asshole.
Well, it's so funny because, like, before all this, like, I would see his shorts and people are like, oh my God, Thor, you're so smart. You know so much. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I'm sure that is a variable as to why people are criticizing him, because they just want to knock him down a peg. Yeah. He also seems to be, he also seems like he likes to get pegged.
That you exhibit, where you have these kind of base takes, is like what makes you amazing. And when that kind of emotional energy comes out where you did something wrong, and then I think what happens is the way that you frame your response is, it's not that bad. I didn't really do too much. Everyone made mistakes. Like, it's like you'll say you make a mistake, but that's not what comes across.
Yeah, it just sounds like he's saying it to shirk criticism.
Right? So if you and I have a fight, right?
So I feel like I'm being direct, and other people feel like I'm being evasive.
100%.
Okay.
So I want you to think about this for a second.
I've always had problems with that.
I can tell.
100% communication failure in me.
I would not doubt that. But if you've always had, you know what? Actually, I do. I think I do doubt that. Okay, I think I do doubt that. And the reason I'm going to say that I think I do doubt that is because if he has always had problems with that, then why wasn't that like a factor in your conversation with yourself about this? Oh, you're saying there's a failure in communication? I've always had problems with that. Okay, so why are we an hour and a half into this conversation then? And this is the first time you've said, like, yeah, I've had problems with that. I don't think I believe him. I mean, he might be true. I wouldn't doubt. This is the problem, is I wouldn't doubt it. The problem is he's just so fucking dishonest so often that I don't know if I believe it, because this seems to be like the play. Oh, it's just like another angle to me. That's what it seems like to me. It's just like, oh, we're doing another angle. Like, oh, well, he understands this. It's like, yeah, I've had a problem with that. Have you actually had a problem with that? Or is this just something that you say to try to like shirk criticism on you. I don't know.
I can tell 100%.
That's the thing. I couldn't have this conversation with anyone else because it was just polarized and obnoxious every time I tried to have that conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I get that.
So,
I've had issues with that my entire life because it's hard for me to be like, if I say something, I go, hey, here's the thing, and they go, oh, he's hiding something, and I'm like, but how else can I say this?
yes.
He's hiding his furry dog porn.
Yeah.
So I think that's huge. So now I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
If you believe you are being direct and other people believe you are being evasive,
yeah,
what kind of model would you develop for like shit happens on day 1 and what are things going to look like on day 100? It's just going to get worse, right? Because the more that you're pouring a liquid on the fire, you think it's water, they think it's oil. And things are just
that's why I tried. That's why I tried all those different like things along the way of like, hey, we'll talk about this, we'll do this kind of a thing. Try to communicate this in some other way, and I feel like I ran out of options. Jesus.
Yeah. So I really do, and maybe it's like me giving you the benefit of the doubt, and this will trigger people as well. I think you've done the best that you know how to do. I think you've done a really good job in managing this really shitty situation.
I feel like it.
I don't think that's the case at all.
But I don't know if that's true, right? Like I don't know.
So I think what's true is
I do. I don't think he has.
So I think most human beings do the best that they know how to do. And oftentimes we don't judge people based on what they're capable of. We judge people based on what they do. So when someone is hurtful to me, like I'll give you, I know it's kind of weird.
I mean, that makes sense. We do that. We definitely do that. That makes. I mean, I understand what he's saying. Well, it depends. Like that's like a struggle that we deal with every day when it comes to like people with like disabilities, right? On the internet especially, I'll say like there's some people on the internet who don't act correctly, but they have significant intellectual disabilities where like they belong in group homes or they are in group homes, and we treat them based on what we feel they should be capable of, like really as a comparison to ourselves, rather than what they necessarily may be capable of, and that part of that's like a lack of understanding of people. But like, yeah, I kind of agree with that.
You're abstract. So when I'm in the emergency room, someone is high on crystal meth and calling me an ass fucker or whatever.
Whoa.
Sorry, maybe that needs to
They
be.
might call him an ass fucker because, he likes to fuck furry ass.
Maybe that was too much.
That's fine.
I've heard it.
That's medicine.
Okay.
Right?
So when they say things like that, like the objective impact of those words is like, that's what they're doing, right? That's hurtful. And at the same time, the most peaceful and harmonious way to go through life
What was that?
is to do our best to
Did they just die?
like understand where this person is coming from, right? This person is crashing off of crystal meth. Their dopamine transmission was 10,000 times normal 2 hours ago, and now they are completely dopamine depleted. The more that we can do that, objectively, what they did was unacceptable. And also, like, if we treat people that way, like, it doesn't work well. It just doesn't work well. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm not saying it's just. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's like, it's not harmonious. And I think what's been going on with you is first of all, people are not doing that for you. They're doing the opposite. Right? People are not saying, hey, this guy is like, so for all the accusations, so like I remember seeing something on LSF about people accused you of cheating in Outer Wilds or something. Like this was one of the things. I don't know if that's true or not true. People seem to think that they have very convincing evidence of that. I don't really get into it. I still need to play the game. Please, no spoilers. My point is that in those moments, even if they're objectively correct, I think the right thing that we need to do as humanity and the internet is cut people as much slack as we can. And this is where a lot of people will say, oh, we cut them slack. No, you guys don't cut them slack. Like, we don't. Let's be honest. On the internet, when you feel judgmental towards someone, the most knee-jerk reaction is to not cut them any slack.
Why would you cut well, okay, just to be absolutely clear. I'm going to die here. Why would you cut anybody slack that was cheating at the game, though? I don't really understand that one. That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand that. Like, if they actually did cheat. I'm not saying they did. I'm just saying if they did actually cheat, why would you cut them slack for cheating? I don't understand that one.
But to dogpile them. That's what happens. There's this very primitive human...
This is so annoying, because this fight is not as difficult as it was before, but the motherfucker's spamming abilities where you can't even target them. So, like, now it's just fucking boring. So now I'm just like, I'm at the end of the phase, and now it's just constantly spamming abilities. It's fucking boring as shit.
Psychology thing of, like, when one bully is beating someone else up, we're going to get our kicks in, especially if it helps us feel good. God. Now, the problem, Thor, is that I think you are guilty of exactly the same thing. We all are. It's a human deficit.
Sure.
Okay?
Not me, dude. I'm not human. I'm fucking subhuman.
But you're guilty of it too, because I think what you say, hey, I was just smug, that's not how it felt to other people.
That's because it's not what it is. He's more than just smug. He's fucking wrong.
I think that's that was
Easy game.
me dumbing it down
Yes.
to a flashpoint moment. Not the.
I think that he finally feels back into a corner enough that he's like, okay, let me concede and be like, or maybe I'm just being like super uncharitable. I just don't see any actual growth coming on here from this guy.
Full story.
Absolutely. So, and that's where you're screwing up, because you will dumb down your flaws to one word, but you will extrapolate and hypothesize other people's flaws to the nth degree.
I don't think that is a fair assessment.
I think that that's kind of normal-ish, no?
But you will extrapolate and hypothesize other people's flaws to the nth degree.
Kind of, no?
Where you're screwing up, because you will dumb down your flaws to one word, but you will extrapolate and hypothesize other people's flaws.
I think people generally will do this. People who aren't super like introspective, like they don't really understand themselves too well. Yeah, for sure. That's what people do. Absolutely. Yes, I agree.
The nth degree.
Wow.
I don't think that is a fair assessment.
Okay.
Personally. Yeah.
Do I continue?
I don't feel that that's a fair assessment, because I don't
What do I new game this?
feel like I do that to people. When I'm talking about, hey, these are all the things that came after this, that's because that has gone on. Like the moment was like a day. The attacks for that have been 100 days.
Okay.
So there's so much more content to talk about in terms of.
Do I do a new game now? What do I do? I don't really understand.
Of how
Okay.
much negativity there has been.
I rescind my statement.
Yeah.
So I accept that there is, okay, so here's how I would modify it. So I think you're right. I take that back and I apologize.
Yeah.
No, and I think the perception.
I mean, generally speaking, I do a new game. Okay. I mean, generally speaking, you kind of do this as a person, or rather, you're just more in tune with your flaws. It's easier to brush them off. I do feel like Dr. K is rescinding that only because he feels like he's put PirateSofware in an area where he feels like he's cornered.
From my end is still the same.
Okay.
Right. So we heard a long story from you.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's congruent with reality. One word of what you did wrong, smug, and then 99 words of what other people did wrong. Even if it's correct, I'll agree that it's correct. My point is that when a human being shows up and says, "I did one,"
actually, it is correct. Like that kind of he is being smug. He's saying smug. He's being smug. It's part of it. Part of his smugness is thinking he's right, but he doesn't think so. He just thinks it's a tone.
Tiny thing wrong, and everyone else did 99 things wrong. The reception that they're going to receive is not going to be pleasant.
The thing is I don't know if that's always the case.
It's not always the case.
Because what I found more often than not is I'm trying to give.
I think we're at the point in the conversation where there needs to be situational pushback. Like there needs to be like, hey, what do you think about this argument? This argument, like Dr. K, and I feel like he has them on hand. I feel like he has them on hand, but he's not saying them yet, and I think he just needs to kind of be like, hey, here are these things, you know?
Context of like, here's all the stuff that happened from my perspective. This is the response the person has from it. They, at this point, it's, because it's so exhausting, it's like, take it or leave it. It's like, here we go, have the thing.
You're right.
Hey, what do you say to the argument of people saying that, like, you could have more effectively done this? That's what we need here.
You're 100% right that it is. So I think the big difference is who the person is.
Yeah, and I feel like, because Dr. K is very intelligent, like obviously he's like a therapist, but I feel like there has to have been, and maybe, you know what, maybe he hasn't identified that this is the proper moment. Maybe, I mean, I would imagine that he's talked to a trillion different people, and I'm sure like several that were very similar to Thor, Jason, whatever. And so maybe in those instances, maybe he feels like he's not ready to hear that information yet. Maybe that's why he hasn't done any of that, because he's like, oh, he's not ready to hear that information, so I shouldn't push him on that yet. That's very possibly what it is.
I can see that.
If you were a human being who was physically assaulted on the street, you could say, here's the one thing I did wrong, here are the 99 things they did wrong, and everyone would be on your side.
Sure, but then there's like, it's like, okay, what could have you maybe done better? Which is terrible to say when you're assaulted on the street, but it does make sense. Like, okay, maybe you could have walked at a different time of day or something. You know what I mean? Like, you can only control what you can control. So sometimes it's good for you to do that. You know, like if you're in a toxic relationship, let's say you think that the other person is like a bigger problem, but like, what did you do that could have aided to that issue? You know?
You, however,
I'm not saying an abusive relationship, I'm saying a toxic relationship.
Have some combination of luck or the way that you interact with people, which you kind of said like you've struggled with this. So I see that this is like, it's like a difficulty with mentalizing.
Yeah, that's true. He identified it and then pushed a bit and then he pulled it back. Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense.
Is what we call it.
I don't know what mentalizing means.
Mentalizing is the ability to understand other people's thought processes and internal experience.
I guess if you're actually watching him, he does look like he's starting to get frustrated and uncomfortable. So I suppose that makes sense. Dude, come on.
Now, I know this seems confusing to you because you are really good at cognitive calculation of those things. But there's a big difference between understanding their internal experience and calculating their internal experience.
Okay. You're
really good at calculating, which is, I think, what you've managed to do. You use that, and you're not alone, by the way. A lot of people have this. I have this, where we calculate our way to understanding other human beings instead of like
fucking fursuit software is preposterous, dude. What the hell?
Understanding their subjective experience. It's cognitive empathy versus emotional empathy.
I think you have to do both sides of that.
You do, 100%.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And like, no, because I think for other scenarios, I feel like I have done that.
Yep.
Of like, hey, I can understand, hey, this person is doing something illogical, but they're doing it because from their perspective, it makes the most sense. Like you explain the person who's like high on meth, right? And they're having a freak out and they're screaming stuff at you. What they're doing doesn't make sense for everyone else around, but from their perspective, maybe they feel like they're getting attacked. Maybe they feel like all this kind of stuff is going on, right? So I understand that side of that completely. But with this scenario, like I said, it was exhausting at this point. That's fallen away. The layers of I guess, giving a shit about empathizing with attack people that are coming in is just gone.
Well, I don't think that we're not empathizing with people that are attacking him. We're empathizing with the arguments, right? But you know, I don't know. I'm wondering. I'm wondering if the issue here is: am I just like not able to hit this thing from the front? Like I was able to do it for the other guy. Maybe it's because I'm a lighter character, so there's different interaction with the mobs, which is actually kind of cool. Sorry. Fuck. Goddamn, I lost my thought.
Scenario, like I said, it was exhausting at this point. That's fallen away. The layers of I guess, giving a shit about empathizing with attack people that are coming in is just gone.
I completely agree. So what I'm sort of, this is more of like a long-term thing where like, and I think this is also where like, if any of y'all are in this situation, right? This idea of like, I keep on doing what I think is the right thing and it keeps on messing things up. And I think you had a brilliant way to for me, it clicked. I think I'm being direct. Other people think I'm being evasive. So yes. I think for people, if y'all find yourself in a situation where you're like, I'm doing everything right. And by the way, this is like, in the line of a narcissistic defense, right? So a narcissistic defense is one where you think you're objectively correct and people around you are like wrong. So that is like,
I don't think I'm objectively correct. I'm just giving my
I'm not saying you.
Well, you do. It's just so weird. I feel like he's just trying to avoid the label of a narcissist. I don't know if he is or isn't. I feel like we overuse that term. But like the reason, like it's weird, like because you do think you're correct. Like I don't know. When I'm correct about something, I don't know. Maybe he just has a different view on these words. But to me, like when you think you're correct, like you think that you're quote unquote objectively correct. Like I think I'm generally like this is a situation where like we're not where you I don't know. Like you'd think that you're correct about it. And you'd think that it's like an objective correctness, no? Like you wouldn't be like, oh, I don't know if I'm correct or not. No, you would be like, if you have conviction in your thought, then you think that you are objectively correct. That's like, you know, an extreme example is like people who are religious. They believe that they are objectively correct, you know, because they have deep conviction in those thoughts. Like, what are you talking about?
You are. I'm saying this is in line with a narcissistic defense. So I'm talking about the general principle, not about you. So, and this is just what happens. So this is what all human beings do. When we feel attacked, we tend to. The narrative that we portray is shaped in a certain way that like we don't really control. Like, so if I'm talking to a narcissist, I think, so let me just take a step back because I got to do a better job of this. So the first thing is that the narcissistic defense mechanism.
Well, I think that it would be good to explain to him that like, oh, you're not narcissistic, but like you might have, like everybody has narcissistic tendencies. Because right now I wouldn't doubt that he's taking this like super personally. You know, like, oh, you think I'm narcissistic? But like, I don't, you know what I mean?
Is something that all human beings employ. In yoga, it is called the ahamkara, or the ego. So like we all, in order
I
to
guess he is doing that right now.
function in life, it is very difficult for us to look at ourselves objectively. Now, what makes it harder to look at ourselves objectively is how much people attack us. So the more people attack us, the more our emotional and mental reaction is to defend. In the same way that if I was standing next to you and I tried to punch you, if I made a fist and I tried to punch you in your abs, your belly would harden. You can't even control it. You had to have no choice but to harden your abdominal muscles as I tried to punch you in the stomach. In the same way,
to have some, but yes.
In the same way, when we are attacked by someone, and this is true of all streamers because we get attacked a lot, our narcissistic defense must compensate. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. I'm not calling you a raging narcissist. Please, no one take that away. Okay?
Oh, they will.
I know they will, and that's why I'm going to call attention to it. But this is something that if they're calling attention to it, they're missing the point. If anyone is listening to this conversation and still thinking this is about how Thor is a bad guy, y'all are fucking missing the point of this conversation. What you are going through, Thor, is something that every human being on the planet will go through
a narcissist, a person who has excessive interest or admiration of themselves. I feel like that's not. I feel like that's just not what. Is that a narcissist? I mean, that's like narcissistic behavior, but isn't it like a narcissist is like an actual mental health diagnosis? I don't know. I just feel like we overuse these terms. I don't know if I'd call this guy a narcissist. I think I would just call him a fucking conceited dick that didn't get like fucking bullied enough by his friends, you know?
In some form.
Like somehow he was the cool guy in his fucking theater group, you know? So he never like felt kind of fucking stupid for saying shit. Probably because dad had the newest fucking the newest Xbox, the newest systems, the newest cool stuff, so people didn't want to fuck with him or else they wouldn't be able to hang out and play cool games. That sounds like what I'm saying is cringe, but I actually kind of think that might be true to an extent.
Human being on the planet will do something where they make a mistake, and a lot of other people, and y'all, like, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, chat. Have you ever been in a situation where a lot of people made mistakes, including you?
Insecure didn't get any attention from his dad. Do you think he didn't get any attention from his dad? I feel like his dad, he like loved this guy. What the hell? And
then you owned up to your part, but people dogpiled on you anyway. And
too busy going to the Cosby room, right? That's a little WoW joke.
When they dogpile on you anyway,
they had a room called the Cosby room, and Blizzard got people in a lot of trouble. It's pretty fucking crazy, especially since there was like rampant fucking sexual issues there, like sexual harassment. So
did something stupid. You behaved like Thor did, and you defended yourself. And you said, hey, objectively, here's what I think happened. Here's my perspective. And the more you try to defend yourself, the more angry people got with you. I would be stunned if this has not happened.
So the game says those little men are still hiding in the mine. I didn't realize Thor was in the mine.
Every person in chat at some point in their lives.
Level 1?
And so what we're talking about now is this cycle. This idea that, okay, I'm objective, other people are subjective. Because I absolutely think you have that bias, by the way. We all do. But like, I think it's very prevalent in the way that you talk. The really tricky thing there, and I have to acknowledge this, is it's not clear whether that is actually what's in your head or that is just the way it comes across, because it absolutely comes across that way. So when I said you owned up to this one thing, and then you talked about all this other bad stuff that happened to you, and you're like, objectively, I disagree. I did this one thing, and I literally have 50,000 people. And I was like, okay, you know what? You're right. But even though you're right, what people are going to hear, their limbic circuits of the brain are going to hear, yeah, I was smog and all this shit happened to me and it's not my fault. That's what people are going to hear.
But that's what he's saying. But again, I know that he's just like playing on his ego a little.
And when people hear that...
Dude, that's weird for me.
No, it's not. Shut the fuck up.
Legitimately.
Yep, I know.
Like,
I think that Thor, there's a problem. The problem with Thor, or trying to empathize with Thor, is that he's such an unlikable fucking dick. It's like, what, like, why? Like, it's just, it feels like I think that for most people, it just feels like a waste of fucking time, energy, and effort to like have any level of empathy for this guy. I think that's why, like, you know, it's just exhausting to like care about somebody who's very clearly a conceited fucking douchebag.
From my perspective, I'm like, hey, you know, I screwed this up. This is how this went down. Here's my perspective on it.
But his only thing that he says he screwed up was that he's smug. So there's no elaboration on what he's saying.
Yep.
And then the response is, you didn't take any accountability. You're a piece of shit. Why wouldn't you just say it? And I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense to me in response.
Because you can't just say I did a bad thing. You have to explain what the bad thing is. That's what it is. So what did you do wrong? Why wouldn't you explain it? Unless, again, like people would be like, oh, the reason he won't explain it is because he's like conceited. He's full of himself. He's just saying that as a way to deflect criticism.
Yeah.
Like, for me, that's such a disconnect between those two conversations.
And this is not about right or wrong, fair or unfair, just or unjust, true or not true. Now what we're talking about, like, so we're a channel that talks about the mind. So you're saying, I said this, someone says you don't take any fucking accountability. And you're like, that is a disconnect with me. I completely agree. That is the one thing that I think we can all agree on, is that whether they like you, dislike you, whether they like whatever, the one thing we can all agree on is that there's a disconnect. Other people think that you're disconnected. You think it's not even about you, but or other blame. There is absolutely a disconnect between the kind of response that you're getting and what you're doing. There is a disconnect for other people between what you did and what you're owning up to. That's my point. So like when I started this conversation, the key thing is that there's a circle that's empty. That's the only way this can be explained.
You want to...
And the question is, what's in the circle? And what I found, if y'all find yourself in a situation like Thor, I find the hardest thing is oftentimes the best thing to try to do, which is to
my penis.
Try to understand when someone says, I don't take accountability, or they accuse me, they say, you don't take accountability, to do your best to try to understand that. And I think you've done that, because it sounded like for the first 30 days, you engaged with people in conversation.
No, he didn't. He's just saying he did.
Yes.
And when you engage,
I found that the reactions started to get more and more, I could use the word unhinged, but it really just comes down to more and more unbending of, I just want to make an attack. I just want to go in the chat and make an attack. I would
talk to people in the chat to try to gauge their opinions and stuff, and they would just attack me.
Like, this is fucking, like, we're by the end of this, like, Thor is the type of person I would just never want to interact with, because he's exhausting. This guy, there's no way this guy has any genuine fucking friends. He's actually a fucking obnoxious dick.
Just want to go on your...
Like, I could see why that annoying fucking other furry person that he sexted with consensually came forward and said he was a groomer. Not because he is, because he's not one at all, but because they didn't like him because he's an annoying fucking dickhead that just... he's like a fucking... He's just like gaslights people. Like, he's just a fucking asshole. He's not really worth the time to interact with. That's the fucking problem. He's so annoying, you know?
YouTube and make an attack. It wasn't in good faith.
It's like fucking ridiculous.
To have, like, I want to have a conversation about this. It was, I just want to be here to throw a punch and then leave.
So, who are we gonna have a conversation with? This is directly against what he was saying before here. He's like, oh, I tried to ignore it for 100 days, and it's like, oh, well, I was trying to have a conversation with it. Oh, like, there's no way. Like, Thor, I think, is just used to people agreeing with him, and then, like, so he just probably just kept, like, he's just, chat, I'm right every day. I'm right, chat, I'm right. You know, I wouldn't doubt that.
So I think that there's two things that I hear there. One is, once again, this pattern of the more I do something right, the more wrong someone appears to be, right? So I tried to listen to them. They became more unhinged. They became more unbending. So that can absolutely be the case. But do you see how this is another scenario where you behaved correctly and someone else behaved incorrectly?
I feel like that.
Yeah, it's the story of my life. Everybody's wrong.
That is an incorrect response, because the first thing that'll be brought up is they always say, well, you didn't accept any blame. And I go, here's in this post.
No. What did you hear me say?
What a great question.
Yeah, misunderstood.
Yeah. So I'm just pointing, your statement was, I tried to listen to people and they became more unhinged.
Yeah. And there seems to be a pattern of like, oh, I explain myself, and then people just get crazier. And it's like, okay, so like, do you think that everybody is fucking crazy? Which he does. Or do you think that maybe at the very least you're not communicating particularly well?
Yeah.
So I want you to code.
I think that the people that are still...
No, don't worry about the people. Hold on.
Okay.
Code that sentence. Look at the grammar of that sentence.
Because it's objective?
I did something right and they did something wrong.
Because it's objective? Didn't he just say he doesn't think he's objective?
Hold on.
Okay.
Code that sentence. Look at the grammar of that sentence.
Because it's objective?
I did something right and they did something wrong. That's the way. That's what I hear when you say those words. And this could be where your disconnect is. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I'm just saying, here's another statement that you made. I tried to talk to people. They're crazy.
I don't think... I think there's an objective reality there, though. When someone comes in and says, no. You didn't take any accountability for this, and I go, here in this post I said I did this wrong. Here on this video I said I did this wrong. And they go, that never happened. Like,
okay.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Very good. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay? So, I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy. Okay, so bear with me, Thor. Try. Don't read chat. Focus. Ignore chat. Okay.
Don't read chat.
So, here's the problem. You're not wrong. That's what's so wrong. That's what's so hard about this. So when you engage with people for the first 30 days, I think there's let's think about it, okay? There's a selection bias. Who's going to come talk to you? The raving people.
I think it was the initial wave, and then it calmed down to people that were kind of willing to talk, and now it's just the raving.
Whatever. Yeah. So like
I don't think that's true at all. I think he feels stupid now for talking to fucking crazies.
Open yourself to conversation on the internet.
But didn't he talk to people, and then like it just turned out that like he was fucking like raging in the chat? So then he left this. Like he had a conversation with everybody, no, or other people, and then he left the second he got pushed back. Isn't that what happened? I mean, I guess I don't really know. But somebody said that before, and I believe it based on his behavior, which I could be wrong about. Maybe I'm being dishonest about that. But like he had a conversation with other people. Like you wouldn't really want to talk to every single person that comes in, but maybe you want to talk to like a content creator or something.
Let's be honest. The likelihood that you get a balanced person who really like is willing to take a step back and admit their flaws and understand how they're wrong and is not like projecting something on you is low.
That's not what the intention of me talking about it was. When I was engaging in those conversations, the way that I feel about that a lot of the times, you're not going to get through to the person who's angry on the internet.
Okay.
You generally won't. They're not going to sit down and have a valid conversation with you. They're not interested in resolving that. Most of the time, that person doesn't care, I find. Mm-hmm. With that in mind...
And why would you be talking to them? I don't understand.
If you don't say anything, I feel that on the internet today, if you do not say a thing in defense of yourself at all, everyone believes the only voice in the room, which is the one that's negative.
Okay.
But you said stuff like 1,000 times. So what are you talking about? He was constantly saying things that he was right. Blah 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 blah.
That's exactly what happened. So I put out a video about all this kind of stuff.
Another one held his hand like Dr. K, and one guy asked him to own up, and he raged with the call. I wouldn't doubt that. How long is the call? I don't know if it's worth watching.
Yes.
Release that, and immediately everyone was like, "Oh shit, maybe this is too far." And I got a whole bunch of people actually sending me positive posts for the first time since all that happened.
Cool.
So the stance that I've taken on all of this is I go, here's what I saw from my perspective. This is what's been going on to me.
What is happening?
And then there's kind of a camp of people that say, fuck you, I hate you. And then there's a camp of people that go, that seems reasonable. And I've just kind of hung out with people that think that it's reasonable because I don't know if there's another solution to that scenario.
Yeah, so I think that there is another solution to that scenario. And so that's what I'm trying to point out to you is there's a certain way in which you communicate, which I don't think is wrong.
Yeah, it is. He's a dick. You're a fucking dickhead. Stop being a dick.
But gets
obviously that's not going to get through to him if you say that. But dude,
consistently perceived,
the fuck off,
like
dude.
we mentioned earlier, direct into evasive. So when we like you just, and I don't know if this makes sense, but I want you to like, I don't know how to say this, but you're a programmer, so maybe this will make sense. I'm trying to put it in language that I don't understand that I hope you will, because I don't know what I'm talking about. Code your statements. I tried to talk to people. I presented proof. They became unhinged. So like, if we code that statement, I did something right, they reacted wrong. What I hear frequently in the way that you communicate is that structure. Now, what makes this so confusing is that I'm not saying that that statement is factually incorrect. And if anyone who has dealt with other human beings knows this, you can tell another human being something that is factually correct, and they cannot give a damn and double down. In fact, that is usually what happens. So what I'm sort of getting is like, this is the disconnect. I do wonder whether you are blind to, there's a certain kind of accountability that people are looking from you that you're not giving them. That doesn't mean...
What is it?
So
actual accountability, maybe that's what it is. Meaningful accountability and actual acknowledgement of the situation. Because I'll tell you, if he would even just be like, dude, I don't care. Like, I don't know. If he would just be like, listen, I didn't give a fuck. I probably did over leave, we'll say. I could have like helped lead out, but I really just didn't want to die. I was afraid or something. Like, at least he'd be like, okay, at least he's being honest, but he's not. This is so fucking cringe.
So this is what I'm digging into. So one is maybe it's in the way you're giving it. So it's not that I'm not saying you need to take more accountability. Okay. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. But my point is that when I see this pattern and it could be just like, it's like a perceptual thing because the way that you're talking is making people more upset, which doesn't mean that you're wrong. It's just like the way that I'm communicating is ineffective at resolving this issue. So
sure. I mean, that's a good way to look at it. Sure.
A simple thing, and I'm not saying that you should do this, but I'm curious about this, is I've noticed that you tend to be incomplete. I've noticed that you tend to be complete with your answers. So when I look at that X thread, right, you try really hard and you do a great job. You're like, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened. Have you ever tried to be incomplete with the smugness? Just talk about the smugness.
If I try to be incomplete with it?
What if
Incomplete with the whole
fun moment
story
here.
and just focus on the smugness.
What does that mean?
I mean, I don't really understand what he means either.
Let me
Like not give any context whatsoever?
Yeah. Let's say yes to that. I think that's a bit of hyperbole, but
just an emotional response?
No, just say, "Hey guys." So basically, when you tell the narrative.
Oh, okay. I think I understand what he's saying. Instead of okay. I think I know what he's saying. I think what he's saying, I mean, there's like two different things that he's saying. I think what he's saying to Thor is, have you tried just focusing on like either what you've done wrong, which is like what you think is the smugness, but what he's really saying is like, have you tried not giving 1,000 justifiers as to why what you did wrong was a right? Because that's really what I think that's really what the conversation is. That makes sense. The pirate portion's only 8 minutes. Yeah, sure, send it. Like, just let me know where you send it.
You start with like, I made a mistake. Everyone made mistakes. I was smug. And then there's a lot that comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
I hate that.
I don't think that that's something that should happen. I don't think that Dr. K is even suggesting that should happen. I think he's giving him a mental, like he's just giving him like a test or a thought experiment.
That.
Okay.
I have like an immediate emotionally angry response against that.
Very good.
Because it feels like idiocracy.
Okay.
It feels like that's too long, didn't read. I don't need all those words when few words do gooder. That I hate that shit. Like I super hate that kind of communication of like there's a lot of people that say like, oh, you should just say my bad, guys. No, that does not in any way explain a situation. That doesn't.
It doesn't. But like his explanation is not good. I understand the thought experiment though.
Tell you any information that is real. It is hand waving for the masses in a way that is disingenuous to what happened and disingenuous to the people that are involved.
So then stop being a fucking pussy. Like I don't know. If you think that I don't think I'll ever believe that he's trying to get all this to die down and by not talking about it anymore. I don't believe that. I don't think I believe any of that. That would be fucking preposterous if I actually believe that. He's like, he sits here and he's like, oh, I'm trying to like just ignore it and let it and go away, but it's just not doing that this time. But then what does he say? He says that people come in the chat all the time and he tries to fucking argue with them. Like what do you like? What? These two things are not. These two sentences don't like sit together well at all. They don't work. They don't function at all together. So I don't believe that, and I think that that's like one of the. He's elongating it. Like at the end of the day, he could have just been like, "Oh, this is what happened," and I don't care. And he could have just moved on, but he just doesn't move on. I think that he had, and it makes sense because he has such like a fucking huge ego problem that he probably can't just move on. He needs you to believe him. Like he has to be right in everybody's eyes because he's right. And like the fact that you're not believing him is a problem. What the fuck is this game? It's actually fucking triggering the shit out of me. Where the fuck are you going, you fucking piece of dog shit?
I feel like to do that would be just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck off. I really.
What are you lying about, though? That's what would be my next question. Like, well, what do you feel like you're lying about, though? Like, what do you feel like is the lie there?
That absolutely feels like idiocracy to me. 100%.
What do you feel like you're lying about, though?
I don't like doing hand-waving gestures for the sake of hand-waving gestures.
Why do you feel like it's a hand-waving gesture? These are the questions that I would want to like explore here.
I don't like that at all. And I don't know if that's a wrong thing to feel, but that feels fucked up to me.
No, I think it's great.
Do that. I could go on the internet and just be like, oh yeah, my bad, guys. But like, that's not real. It doesn't make sense.
I think that's great. So I think what I liked about that response, my hope, so we're not here to like rehab your PR, right? We're just here to have a conversation. And at the same time, over the last 2 hours, there's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way. There's something about the way that you talk that seems...
Dude, Dr. K finally feels like he can or has to give some kind of like meaningful pushback rather than guiding him in a certain direction. Because I think that's been largely ineffective because I think that Thor is just like very full of himself.
Dismissive. So I'll tell you where that.
No, I agree with that.
Right. So
why do you agree with that? Why do you agree? I don't know. Why would you agree with that? You think you're being dismissive? If you agree with that, then why are you continuing to talk in a way that's dismissive? Unless he's going to be just like, yeah, I think that these people deserve to be dismissed because they're stupid. At least it'd be an honest answer.
So it's like, I made a mistake. We all made mistakes.
Okay.
Right. So there's something.
Yeah,
about
I made a mistake. We all make mistakes. Who fucking cares, right?
Sentence construction. It's like, oh yeah, Thor, I'm sorry I cheated on you, bro. I really do love you. You know, we both have flaws in this marriage. Like, do you see what that? We're not married, but you see what I mean?
Now that you've cheated on me.
Yeah. so there's something, and I don't think, and this is what's so tricky is like, I don't think you're wrong. Like I don't, and what we got from you.
I feel about it.
Yeah.
Is that it I don't even know if the word, it doesn't feel like a lie. It feels like
appeasement.
It feels like appeasement for the sake of appeasement.
Yeah.
It feels like they're asking for something that they know is not real, and I'd be giving them something that we both know is not real for the sake of...
No, I can't see links in the chat. You got to put it in like a Discord or like an Instagram message or something. Or
giving something that's not real so that they stop being mad about something that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. So I think and I think the key thing there is I was trying to figure out what won me over when you said that. And I'd be super curious if like how chat reacts to that as well. I'm not looking. I don't think you should, but because I think that that's what people are missing from you is like when you, and this is what I think makes you great, is when you actually, your best content is not when you're logical. Your best content is when you're emotional. And the logic supports it. Like there's logic there. But you're like, look, I'm not willing to do that. Could I do that? Absolutely. I just don't think that's right. Yeah. I think that this is like a stupid fucking appeasement world. I'm not going to be like all of the other streamers who post bullshit apology videos for the sake of appeasement and virtue signaling. I think that I kind of fucked up. I'm not done. This is a fucking hardcore WoW. People die in hardcore WoW. Like, I think you've been accused of making fun of another mage or something like that too. Like I saw some post about that. I don't know if that...
see, he's more inclined. Sorry, my wife's aunt had a stroke and I'm doing like that whole just, you know, seeing what's going on. Yeah, it seems like he knows more than he's letting on, you know?
That's true or not true. But look, it's Twitch.
We can talk about that if you want. That was my bad. But.
Yeah, and like it, but like that's fine, right? Like, I mean, I play Dota like not as much as I would like to anymore, and I got to play Expedition 33. But when I play an online video game, especially an MMORPG where tensions are high, I'm gonna blame my teammates. I'm gonna blame my.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what you usually do is a gut reaction, and then you calm down and you go like, okay, wait, you know, that's not what happened here. It's not like he had a gut reaction. It was like, I calmed down and there's a high pressure situation, and I made I've calmed down now, and I realize I'm kind of a fucking dick. That's not what happened here.
My teammates. I do it all the time. Right? And if I say something like that, it feels dismissive. But something about what you just said, you're like, this is the line in the sand that I'm drawing. I've tried my best. I admit I have blind spots. Some of this stuff is a disconnect for me. I think you got to really work on that. Right? So I would, I'm thinking about what that practically looks like. But I really think that something about the way that you construct your sentences, which is objective on one hand, but I think it can be both. I think it's objective, and I think there's a little bit too much dismissal.
Yeah, but I think it's intentional.
It feels that way when I listen to you.
So when I'm talking about this kind of stuff, what I'm trying to get across is this seems like the most realistic scenario. This is what I saw from my side. It's not me trying to cast blame away from myself. It's going, no, we all fucked up. That's the reality of the situation. Yes, that is the reality of the situation. The problem is that the person, and I think it was the druid, who pulled extra shit, isn't denying that they pulled extra shit, right? Like they're like, I fucked up. They're not making a fucking public spectacle out of this situation. He is like, he's not like, I fucked up. I should have walked people out better. You know, he's not like, even after the fact, he should be like, yeah, I fucked up. I should have walked people out better. Like, I fucked up. I kind of just like, I was not like, I panicked a little bit, and like, I fucked up. And like, that is what it is. I don't know what to say. You know, it's hardcore and we're dead and I fucked up. He's not saying that. He's telling us that like everybody made a mistake and everybody has like, he's not actually being direct in for the criticism of himself. He's kind of like, he's really just not even criticizing himself. He's pretending to criticize himself. That's the fucking problem. He's being performative. All fucked up. And I think what people want is they want me to go, no, it's my bad. But my bad is a lie.
So sure.
And I don't want to do that because it feels like I'm being asked to give bullshit for the sake of giving bullshit so that other people can be like, oh, I love this bullshit. We're cool now because we both realize that we both bullshitted each other in this situation. It's not real.
No, that's what you're doing. Kind of. That's what you're trying to do. You're like, oh, we all fucked up. And then you're explaining why it's not your fault. So you are trying to do that. You're trying to placate people by saying we all fucked up. It's just not working because they're not buying the bullshit this time.
That is real. It's hand wavy.
I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. Now I'm going to ask you a question that please don't clip this out of context. Or if someone clips this out of context,
it's already done.
Please add someone post underneath with a reply this portion, okay? So you say you do your best to look at it objectively and you conclude this is bullshit. And I'm not saying you're wrong, okay? So I want
look at it objectively based on my subjective experience.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Shut up.
So let's assume for a moment, that you are a narcissist.
Okay. That's going to get clipped.
I know. I know. But
did any of this actually get clipped? Because I don't remember that.
It's like, I think this is really where the money is. And this is not just about you.
That's true. PirateSofware sounds like he's trying to do a Papa Gut impression. I agree with that. Papa Gut has a handsome voice.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I really like to jack off to ferrets. People dress like ferrets. Not actual ferrets. Just people dressed like them.
About everybody, myself included. I run this exercise with myself all the time. If a narcissist goes through the process that you go through, they will end up in the same place that you end up.
Which is likely why people make the accusation.
I didn't know they did that, but yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So like that's the problem that you're dealing with. And it's
I don't know that.
Huh?
That's the thing. For me, I didn't know that.
Yes.
I had no clue.
Right? So think about that, right? Like that's the
I found this part interesting though, because I find it interesting that he's taking this criticism so well, if that makes any sense. And I guess people could just be like, well, he's maybe he's just trying to get people to not criticize him anymore, and maybe that's why he's doing it. I'm not necessarily convinced because he is so full of himself. So it's possible that he is he's just trying to get people to get off his back. So he's saying like, oh, I didn't know that. Like he's, he's agreeing with things like that. Or I wonder if he like genuinely doesn't understand in some instances some of like the issues that he's having. That I wouldn't doubt either. Like there might actually be a level of genuinity from PirateSofware where he just doesn't really fully understand like the ways in which he's like potentially wrong in these scenarios, you know?
The problem, and this is the problem. Like I don't know if this makes, like that's the problem. Is that if I listen to you, are you someone who is objective, who has done like all the like, is your representation thorough and objective, or is this the construction of a narcissistic mind that's just defending itself and things like that?
The problem that leads into is that goes down to, are you willing to have a conversation with me? Or do you just want to believe the narrative that you already want to believe?
I guess. So like, fucking
that's
plus the thing.
That leads into is that goes down to, are you willing to have a conversation with me? Or do you just want to believe the narrative that you already want to believe?
Agree 100%.
Well, I think that's the thing, though, is that's what you're trying to do. Like, that's what he's doing. I don't know if there's a projection here, but he's like very staunch in his perspective here that he's right, which, there's obviously not a bad thing to have conviction, but you're very like staunch and like, I'm correct. And then which again, that's fine. But in that staunchness, we'll say, like you're accusing people of doing things that like you're kind of doing yourself, no?
That and that's why you're fucked, bro. Because the internet is not interested in having like 90% of the internet is,
but like he's not interested in having a conversation. He's interested in giving you an information dump as to why he's correct and you're wrong.
Not interested in having conversations. And you will see this all the time on take any political subreddit or any political streamer, and you'll see that people are not interested in having conversations. And I do think there's a lot of weird stuff going on with you too, but like that's like parasocial and stuff like that.
The thing though, legitimately, dude, is we built up a community of specifically people that have conversations about things. I
don't think that's true at all.
Why?
Like maybe in their Discord they talk about fucking video games. That's not like really the kind of conversation we're talking about. Like it's not really. It's like low stakes, nothing conversation.
After all of this, we're still sitting at like 6,000 to 10,000 people on a daily basis. Whoa. That doesn't happen.
That's crazy because I'm pretty sure that fucking tanked downwards. No.
In a situation that is like, I meticulously made sure that we had a community where we could talk about stuff on a logical basis and try to work things out.
How did he do that? I don't understand. Like, what did he do to do that?
Outside of that, and I've been pushing that on this channel for 8 years. And I don't.
Is it possible that you are one of the people that PirateSofware was talking about? He seems to be taking this gracefully. Maybe you need to give him some grace too. No, I don't think that I am because I'm actually listening to the conversation. I don't think I'm one of the people he's talking about. There hasn't been a single point in this entire situation where he's actually acknowledged any meaningful fault at all. Like right now, you were still watching him, get walked around by a therapist whose job it is to like deal with people with, with his type of personality, right? So like we haven't made any. The only progress we've made is that we're potentially opening PirateSofware up to think he might be wrong about something in some capacity a little bit. That's the amount of progress we made. So we've chipped away 1% of a wall. That's all we've done here, right? So he's like, he's like 40 therapy sessions away from potentially thinking he could have done something wrong. We haven't even gotten to any meaningful introduction of an actual thing that he did wrong. He had like, there's nothing that he just thinks he was kind of smug. So I'd say that I've been giving him grace, especially since there's moments where I'm like, is this genuine or no? Maybe there is genuine. I think you popped into the stream at like the tail end of the 2 hour. We're at 2 hours into this conversation. You popped in and you're like, hey, maybe you're one of the people he's talking. I mean, like, okay, maybe you're like, maybe what you're saying is stupid. Like maybe you shouldn't have an opinion if you haven't watched from like the start. I'm not trying to be a fucking dick. Well, actually, I am trying to be a little bit of a dick because that's like a habit. People come in after like 2 hours of something, like, oh, do you think that you're wrong about this? We talked about this 800 times, right? So I think that like we're making progress. I don't think he's a horrible person, but like he's wrong. We haven't even addressed anything. Dr. K hasn't even been able to identify that he's in a spot where he could be introduced to what he's done wrong. That's significant. Like we're not even close. We're not even close. Sorry, maybe I got a little triggered there. But we're so far away from any, like there's meaningful progress has been made, just to be clear. But we haven't really made like a tremendous amount of meaningful progress here. We're still, baby gloves are still on here. You know what I mean? So
I think I'd have a community if I built one that was based on instant emotional reaction. Because they just be like, oh, he's a piece of shit, you know.
Yeah.
What do you guys talk about? You guys talk about video games. Like what? It's not like we're having a like high stakes political conversation here, where like you would there would be a huge community of people that would get very vitriolic very instantaneously. I feel like it's easy to find a somewhat like less than aggressive fucking one guy. True. Less. I feel like it's not as difficult to find like a quote unquote like a non-antagonist. We're not like a massively aggressive gaming community, you know.
Yeah.
So there are absolutely.
It just has to be people who like fucking girl games. What is that one called? Stardew Valley.
Absolutely communities like that, and I think it's great that you don't, and maybe that's why people are coming from other communities to you, because it was a group WoW thing. So there's like a lot of other communities that are interacting with yours. The thing that I would encourage you to do, and this is for everyone, I do this on a daily basis, is assume for a moment that you're a narcissist.
I don't have to assume anything.
And think about...
Because I'm always correct, motherfucker.
If I'm narcissistic, what would I be missing?
Stardew Valley is a very LGBTQ game. Yeah, I figured. Very gay game. Right? A lot of gay people like it because it's not about being good. It's about crafting things and non-competitive nature,
Right? Like,
cringe.
Even... So I'm trying to think of an example. So I recently had an interpersonal conflict where I felt hurt by someone I'm close to.
Damn.
Okay. And as I was thinking through all the things that this person has done wrong to me, I stopped for a second and I was like, am I just being a little bitch? Am I like, is this genuine? Is this fair?
Well, I don't think that's like trying to identify if you're being narcissistic, but like I understand, like, hey, when you're looking at the counter perspective makes sense.
Like, what are all of the counter examples? Am I just glossing over all of the stuff that they do right? Am I ignoring all of the stuff that I do wrong? Am I ignoring when this person lets me down? What is my contribution to this system in which I am disappointed? So
okay. That seems normal to me, though.
Okay, reaction. Good. Yeah. But I think a lot of times.
Yeah, but then why aren't you doing it?
Times when we feel hurt, we're not. We don't do that. Right. So
no, that's the first.
Okay, cool. I think that's great. I mean, if you're already doing that, that's awesome. Then I think the main thing then that I would encourage you
are you jacking off?
To really think about is like this disconnect.
That's the whole question.
And what's the variable in there? And what I would strongly encourage that you do is that variable is going to be divided into two portions. One is that the amplification, the disconnect, the question mark of the situation. You understand what I'm saying? or not really?
Yeah, not really. No.
I mean, like I'm kind of understanding, but I think it's hard for me to understand how I'm supposed to respond.
I think one of the things that I know it's interesting. It's so stupid and small, but it's like interesting to me is that like before Dr. K, what do you say, mentalizing or something? And I don't know what that means either. But Thor didn't know what it meant. He's stupid. No, I'm just kidding. And he said, "What does that mean?" And I don't know. It sounds dumb. I'm a little surprised that Thor would admit he didn't know something, which is why I'm like, okay, maybe he's not like this full narcissist. Maybe he's just socially fucking stupid or something, if that makes sense.
On to that, if the requirement for the response is you need to make it incomplete and dumb it down and hand wave it. That makes me feel like I'm just lying to people.
No.
I don't think that's what he was saying. I can see why he interprets it like that, but it's because, again, we saw the kid gloves on. What it really is just about like doing a thought experiment to be like, what if you said a little bit less? You know what I mean? Like you didn't tack everything on there. Like, what if we broke it down? Kind of a deal.
I think your response to when I said, "What do you think about that?" Your response to that kind of won me over. I don't think you should do that. So now what we're talking about is for anyone who is in a situation where I behave in a certain way, the world responds to me in this way, and there's a gap between these two things. This is the scenario that I'm talking about. So in that scenario,
who the fuck is this bitch?
What's the question mark? What's the amplifier? So there are certain things that we can attribute to things outside of you. So people have parasocial relationships, people are projecting, people don't like me, whatever. Like people are upset, whatever. There's all the stuff that they do, and then there's all the stuff that you do. And this is where I think it's hard, but I think a really good example of what came out of today, which hopefully feels okay to you, is when I'm direct, other people think I'm evasive. I think those are the kinds of nuggets that I have seen transform lives and literally save marriages.
It's just funny because like I've had effectively the same conversation with the moderation team.
Whoa,
like,
the moderation
I use the same terminology. It's like, that feels like idiocracy. I don't feel like dumbing down my language.
I don't believe this. This is like the second time he's been like, "Oh, I feel that way too." I don't know if I believe this. There's something weird about this conversation. I can't fully pinpoint this guy. There's something inconsistent about him. I don't understand him fully. I don't know what he is and is not lying about.
And just,
well, I know he's, he might actually believe that he's fucking in the right here, but I don't know. I don't know what, like, do you actually have this conversation? Like, what was it before? It took up like an hour and a half to admit something that like you wouldn't have expected him to take an hour and a fucking half for.
Being dishonest about it to hand wave it makes sense. And I feel greasy doing that. I don't know how else to describe that.
Are you hearing me talk about dumbing things down at this point?
When I say dumbing things down, I mean like the idea of like, "Oh, my bad, bro." And just kind of leave it like that. That doesn't make sense.
What are you?
You know what's interesting? Maybe it does, Dick. No, I don't know that the internet would be okay with like, "Hey, we ever all did something wrong, blah, 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 blah." I don't think that they would be accepting of that because it's not an actual explanation. But there can be moments in time where like it's just not worth the battle. Sometimes it's okay to concede to somebody else that like, "Hey, you know what? I'm actually wrong." Even when you're not everything needs to be a battle. You don't have to be right about everything, you know?
Hearing me say to you right now?
Of a way to resolve the language of, I feel like I'm being objective.
He's hearing to resolve this, you should just lie and just pretend like you did something wrong when you didn't.
If they feel like I'm being evasive, and to me it comes across as I'm over-explaining. I'm giving too much context. I'm making the scenario of myself.
Well, no, you're not giving too much context. You're giving the wrong context.
There's a player within that rather than this is what I didn't know and that's it, and then we walk away.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that. So I understand where our disconnect is.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
I have removed dumbing down from the equation of my solution space when I talk to you. Take it off the table. Done. Doesn't feel right. I agree. What I'm saying is that if we look at I'm being direct, they feel like I'm being evasive. The tactical options to solve that involve way more than dumbing things down.
Fuck, I keep going the wrong way.
Okay.
Fuck, I'm dumb.
So that's what I think. Yeah, I would focus on that. So like, don't dumb things down. Be authentic. But there's also a way, because like, right, so fundamentally this is an issue of communication. It's an issue of understanding. It's an issue of getting your point across, arguably listening to other people's. And so that is a skill. It is an art form. There's a way to do it well and do it poorly. Now, what a lot of people do, which I think is bad, which I really appreciate you standing up against, is dumbing things down, virtue signaling, pro forma apology.
I hate that. Like I hate it too.
I love virtue
I hate the idea of, here's my ukulele sad YouTuber video. Let me just lie to the camera for 5 minutes. That's fucking...
Whoa, Colleen Ballinger taking a stray, boy. What the fuck?
I hate it too. So my point is that if we look at like, like...
And I feel like that's what I was being asked to do. And I'm like, no, here's how I see it. And they're good.
Yeah. So and my point is that somewhere between the pro forma apology and what comes out of your mouth, there's going to be something in the middle there, which is an adaptation of what you do, which
maybe a wiener
feels authentic, feels truthful, feels complete, and there's literally something about the way that you talk where if I code your responses, that's the best way I know how to put it. It's kind of like there's a theme of what feels like a lack of accountability from a listener's perspective. I don't think you're not taking accountability objectively.
I do.
But what I'm saying is that the limbic circuits of my brain, the emotional circuits of my brain, when I hear you talk, it feels like you're leaving something out. It feels somehow incomplete or unbalanced. And I know that's a very difficult problem for you to solve.
Like that doesn't give me a lot of tools, right?
It really, it's
Be
hard.
more explicit then. Maybe PirateSofware needs somebody to be more direct. Like, hey, it sounds like you're not giving the full story, whether it's intentional or not. Like, it sounds like you're missing something. I think we've gone past the point where you have to just be more direct and be like, listen, people are saying that this, like, how do you say, like, what do you say about this? Like, confront him with a harsh truth, ask him about it, make him talk about it out loud so that he can kind of work through it, and then be like, oh, you don't think that they're like, oh, what about this? What about this? Like, hey, people are saying that, like, when they said run, that the general culture is to try to walk out together, and it seems like you maybe ran out too fast or used abilities that were incorrect, and like you burned through mana that would have otherwise been able to like be very productive in helping other people. You know what I mean? Like, start confronting him with things. It's I feel like the baby gloves have been on for too long.
Hard. So that's where, like, I'm going to think a little bit about how to bridge that gap, but like something in that is where the money is. I feel really confident about that. It's not a pro forma apology, but it is also thinking about the way that you make statements that rubs people the wrong way. And then the other interesting thing that I really have to like encourage you to think about is it hard for you to see a different way to use your words? Because in your mind, you're only able to see things one way.
The way that I put that up, the way that I put out messaging like that, especially public messaging, the internet will find any chink in the armor to unravel it into saying that you're a liar in some way.
Yep.
We've both seen this. Okay.
So I paused the wrong thing.
So instead to saying that you're a liar.
That's crazy, dude. I can't believe you said that word.
Liar in some way.
Yep.
We've both seen this. So what I try to do is I go, okay, so instead of putting the ego first on this and being like, I did the best thing or I did the worst thing or being an emotional platitudes for this kind of shit or virtue signal for it, I just go, here's everything that happened from my perspective, and that's my story.
Okay, you ready for the mindfuck?
Sure.
You said that what you put out, people will try to find the chink in the armor, right?
Whoa!
They're going to do it anyway, but yeah.
Chaz,
no, they're not going to do it anyway. The way that you put things out makes them want to find the chink in your armor.
That doesn't make sense.
I know.
No, it makes sense. He's saying that the reason why people are trying to find the weakness in what you're saying, that might actually be a decent end clip for the intro, I guess, where he says that bad word in the armor, and I go, whoa, that might be good. Anyway, what am I saying, dude? What the fuck's wrong with me? Yeah, what he's saying that the way that you're communicating is making people want to explore more what you're saying. Again, that's the problem with that is that like he's wrong. He's a condescending dick and he's incorrect about what's going on. But like fundamentally, like, yeah, it's true. It's not about the response. It's about like how you're communicating your response. Like if he was actually just like, yeah, you know what, guys, we've all made mistakes. Like I could have done X, Y, and Z better, but at the end of the day, like, somebody else pulled and you know what I mean? Like it's their primary issue, then that would have been fine. But he's not actually taking on any blame. He's not even like, yeah, you know what? I was a little frantic and I used a bunch of abilities wrong and that was like my bad. He didn't say any of that. And that makes perfect sense, right? Like that makes absolutely perfect sense. And that's why I believe that's why he got kicked out of his guild. There was like mounting pressure. But also like if you are playing a game with somebody, and especially if it's a high stakes game, like if it's a high stakes game like a hardcore WoW, and you make a mistake and you fuck shit up bad, but you don't own it, that means either one of to me that communicates that communicates a bunch of different things. One, you couldn't you fucked up, but you're lying because your ego is more important. You don't really want to play with a player that's that egotistical. Or two, you don't know what you did wrong and you're unwilling to learn, and so you're going to repeat the mistake again. Right, and so it makes sense as to why people wouldn't play with you. I think that's why he got kicked out in the first place, because I wouldn't fucking want to play with this guy either. Because it's like, okay, you fucked up. You're gonna learn from it though, oh, you fucked up, but you're gonna learn from that. Oh no, you're just gonna say that you're not wrong. Okay, well then what's the fucking point of playing with you anymore?
That sounds, to me, sounds obsessive.
Obsessive? That's crazy, brother.
It's I need, like, there's a necessity to find a problem when there isn't one?
No, I think you're missing the point. The way that you communicate information, the way that you speak, makes people want to find the chink in the armor. Because people communicate, yeah. I know, it's hard, man. It's wild. It's crazy. I'm with you.
What?
Right? So there's something that you're doing that, from a logical perspective, makes perfect sense. The emotional energy of your words, and I'm not right about this, okay? I could be wrong. But
I think you're right.
I really suspect that this is where the money is, where something about the way that you present yourself, which, by the way, went away when you got pissed off about when I was like, what do you think about just doing a mea culpa? And you're like, fuck that. I was in your corner. But here's the thing, the way that you talk...
You need more of an emotional interaction.
Because why do I want to poke you in the armor? Because of your logic? No, because of your emotions. That reflex, this is what you got to understand, Thor. That reflex comes from the emotional energy that you're sending and the emotional energy that they're receiving. Now, this gets more complicated because you are right that this is an unsolvable problem. Because there's only so much that you can do in this situation. That at the end of the day, there are going to be people on the internet that are just there to meme.
Was this before or after his guilds announced that they didn't want to play with him anymore?
That are just there to make your life worse, that have little lives where they feel frustrated and then they look at a punching bag and they say, hey, I'm going to punch this person, I'm going to knock this person down a peg. And the tragedy there is that they don't truly...
I'm going to peg this guy down a knock.
...have little lives. They truly have far greater lives than they have the potential of far...
Sure, this is such an ego stroke, though. Like, yes, there are people who are just looking to fucking, like, pile on because they're miserable or whatever. But, like, also, I don't know. I feel like if you have to have your ego stroked that heavily, because this isn't the first time we brought this up, it's just kind of pathetic on you. Again, this is, like, really makes you look kind of bad.
Far greater lives if they stopped spending all of their cognitive and emotional energy trying to knock some random fucking guy on the internet down a peg. Then they would really be happy.
Basis of all the things I try to do on the internet. That's why I do all.
It's tough, man.
That aspiration that you put there. That's why I do the stuff that I'm doing.
Yeah, I think
that's why I do this stuff. Why? I want to hear what he has to say. Is he trying to fucking make the internet not crazy anymore? Is that what he's doing? Is that his mission statement? To make the internet sane again?
I think it's great.
I generally run game jams and all that shit.
Yeah.
Why?
Because this shit is a waste of fucking time.
Yep.
What?
It is the same reason that I have a short out that's like, stop looking at shorts. Go the fuck outside.
Whoa, Red Pill podcasting coming with PirateSofware?
Oh, that sounds like self-inflationary.
This is why I do this? Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Doesn't even make sense. You're telling me that the reason why you make the content you do is to stop going on YouTube Shorts? What the fuck does that mean? Aren't you still telling them to stay inside and consume content even if it's your content? What the fuck does that mean? What?
Area of like aggrandizing for that shit, but like, dude, the internet's a fucking mistake.
No, so here now we get to
the internet's a mistake. The internet is your entire livelihood. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, yeah, the internet comes with like unique issues, but what the fuck? There's just something so strange about this guy. I do not understand him 100% yet.
You said, I know it sounds that way. It doesn't sound that way. If I read your words, huh?
When I say it that way, it sounds that way to me.
But it doesn't sound that way to me.
That's ridiculous to me.
Yes, I know it's ridiculous. So yeah, I know it's hard. So here's the point. The words, if I were to write them down and we said, hey, is this person arrogant? Maybe it would be the answer that you get. The emotional energy that you add to that doesn't make it come across as arrogant at all. It makes it come across, for me, I get inspired by that. I believe that. That sounds believable to me. So there's some
the perception disconnect is when I talk about a situation while removing the emotion from it, when to me that sounds like the most logical way to communicate.
But you're really not removing the emotion from it, right? Like you're actually you're putting in like your well, I don't know if ego is an emotion, but you're removing actually what's happening from the situation. I don't know if it's an emotion remover. I don't know. I guess maybe he's just too logical. Guys, we have to run, so I decided to run. Like that's not what that means in a fucking hardcore WoW setting.
And maybe
he doesn't. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the whole issue there.
Objective way to communicate, which seems like it would be the best way.
But it's not even. I don't know. It's not even like he's acknowledged that he overused mana or anything. He didn't even acknowledge that he used too much mana and his stuff, so he was not as equipped to be able to escort people out. He said nothing. All he keeps saying is that he was smug. He hasn't said a goddamn thing in this conversation either.
Way for people to understand the scenario fully, and that's the most disconnected for other people because it makes them feel like I'm being evasive.
I think that is one step in the right direction for you. And that's because human beings are not logical communicators. We are
I'm well aware of that.
We're emotional communicators.
Okay, I want to know what his relationship with those words are. I know I can make a reasonable assumption what Dr. K's relationship with those words are, and they're positive and productive, right? We are not fully logical creatures. We're a mixture of logic and emotion, but that's like the human experience, and I think it's like actually a very good thing. And like you have to keep that in mind when you're communicating, and I don't think it's a bad thing. But I feel like Thor thinks I feel like Thor scoffs at the idea that humans are emotional creatures.
Oh, it's ridiculous. You're emotional? Like, that's stupid.
It's not stupid. We're all emotional creatures, right? Like, you know, you're experiencing some kind of emotion when you fucking can't, take the L on your fucking, your failure here. So, like, humans are emotional creatures, and it's always part of the variable, or it's always a variable. It's part of the conversation. But if you can't acknowledge that, I just feel like he scoffs at that, and that's like a very negative thing, right? I think that's a very negative thing to scoff at it. To think it's just like oh shit, it's just emotional. It's like a way to brush it off. The fuck?
Right? So I think the energy that you add to the equation like matters a lot. And what you're trying to remove, and it sort of makes sense, right? Because you have a strategy. You've got a particular strategic approach, and that's what got you to where you are. And I know you've tried a lot, but I think this fundamental thing, I don't think this has changed over the whole course of this.
No.
And I think the really hard thing is I don't know that it needs to change, because I think part of what makes you who you are, part of what makes you valuable, part of what attracts the community, because there are a lot of people out there who think like you, who are tired of emotional communication, who have people in their lives where you're like, look, this is the reality of the situation. I cook dinner 4 nights a week, you cook dinner 1 night a week, and you order takeout the other 2 nights of the week. That is the objective scenario. This needs to change. And they're like, nah. So I think that the way you communicate is like an oasis in a desert for a lot of people. So it's not bad. It's just like, this is like something that I think can be leveled up.
I don't think anybody would care if he was actually correct. I don't know. I wonder, maybe Dr. K sees something that I don't. Maybe that's what it is. Again, I keep saying I don't fully understand this guy yet, so I guess that's probably true. I don't know. Is this like productive? Is this the right way to go? Hey, maybe it is. It's just a step towards getting him to like change the way that he talks and maybe think a little more critically about the shit that he's saying.
And a big part of that,
the biggest thing is the more that I have to deal with this just slew of shit with this, the less I've been emotional about it, because it's effort.
Well, so if we were to take that statement as true and we were to make a predictive model, what happened to you would be in line with this prediction. That if our hypothesis is that emotional communication is what connects with people, especially on the internet. Yeah. And as you have become more burnt out, which by the way is absolutely going to happen, as your corpus callosum, you're just fried. You're just blackened at this point. You've got no emotional energy left. And the more you communicate, the angrier people get. I really hope people leave you the fuck alone, because I think it's like enough is enough. I'm happy to say that. Like,
it's just so funny because he just couldn't stop shitting on people unjustifiably with the stop killing games thing. And you know what? Maybe with the stop killing games thing, maybe he did this. There is a pattern of not acknowledging the emotional part, right? Because what is the thing he says? Like, I think that, or he swears that stop killing games, which is really boils down to like, hey, especially for single player games, there should be like an end of life pathway so that you can play the game after it comes down, because you have a lot of like live service games are single player, but there's always an online component. So like now you have to be able to play the game even offline, which I think is ridiculous, because then if they decide to cut support for that game, you can no longer go back and play it. So I think it's ridiculous that they even considered doing that, but they have, and it is what it is. But he doesn't acknowledge like, hey, I understand where you're coming from, but based on whatever infrastructure, here's why that's like not a good idea, and that could have a negative impact on games as we know it. Now, I don't think that it would. But he doesn't do that. He doesn't try to actually talk to anybody. He just calls them fucking stupid. He just calls you stupid for thinking that. Like, how are you so fucking dumb? Like, wait, you think that? You fucking idiot. That's the energy that you get out of this. So I don't think it is just like the fact that he's like, in my opinion, I really do believe he's wrong, because like we used to make single player games that were able to be single player forever. If he wants to be like, well, MMOs can't do that. So, but like single player games, like that's totally fine. if he was able to do that, though, at least there probably would be less vitriol from it, because he talks with it's not even that he talks with a sense of authority. He talks without any room to be wrong or any consideration for your feelings, which sometimes that's all you need to have is a consideration for your feelings. It's like the difference between like, hey guys, we're going to do a thing today, and the other person might not want to do that thing, and then all of a sudden you force them to do it. But you could say like, hey guys, like, what do you guys want to do today? And they might be like, oh, I want to go I don't know, I want to go to McDonald's. And you're like, oh, well, what if we did like Burger King instead? That's what I'm feeling. Oh, okay, that's fine. Like, you just include somebody in on the conversation about what you're going to do, and then even if you end up doing what you wanted to do in the first place, at least they feel like they were being considered. And I feel like that's part of it. Is he's condescending in his tone, but he never leaves room for you to feel like you're being considered at all. Like, he doesn't seem to care about other people in any meaningful way. Like, I think he's self-centered enough for this. What I think.
I don't usually advocate for people doing that. Maybe people think that I'm a narcissist or whatever. Like, that's fine. But I don't think this is about you. I think this is like
a narcissist.
When someone makes whatever kind of mistakes you made, and whether you were mean to people or not, whether you went to the bathroom and looked something up, or you have a butt plug that is vibrating in Morse code to give you the solution.
Dude, he might have that.
Like, is connected to like I really don't care. I don't know about the reality. I think it's just like, we all make mistakes.
Everybody.
I'm not saying you did or you didn't. It's just like, makes mistakes. Come on, y'all. Right? Is this really what we're doing now? Like, is this how we're spending our days? How we're spending our time? Are you perfect? No. Are you a regular human being?
Yeah,
yes. I am. So that's kind of what...
Chad, am I perfect? Say yes. Chad, am I perfect? Say yes, or you're banned today. Say yes, or you're banned.
Where I am. I know it's confusing for you. I
mean, that starts to make sense. I think the thing that bothers me is if someone were to go to me, right, and talk in the way that I'm
he's gonna talk about how much better he is now because he likes the way that he communicates with himself. Basically, he's like, well, if somebody talked to me this way, I'd be fine with this. So what the fuck's talking to other people?
Talking in that objective fashion, I go, oh, cool. Here's all the information. I'm gonna compile that with other information and then come up with my own way of how I feel about this. And what I'm seeing more and more now, especially on the internet, right, is loud, bombastic, emotional response.
See, it's condescending. You see how it's condescending?
Is what everyone wants for stuff.
It's not. So this is the problem when you take people who've never worked a meaningful job and they've always been like sheltered and online and surrounded by happy hugbox people that say yes, 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 and over consider your feelings, because this is what he is. He's a Nepo baby that got his job because his dad worked at Blizzard. Let's be fucking honest. And those connections helped him in dividends, and they don't want to piss off his dad because his dad has connections and he's somebody that, they don't want to piss off. You don't learn how to interact with different types of people. And that's like something you learn. Like when I worked at my old job, like you have to learn how to talk to people, because like I'm a fucking white guy from Long Island. Right? And I fucking went to a school that was like, it was honestly like, actually like white was like the minority. Well, Asian was, but fucking. Then you throw me into a job, and now I'm working with like fucking Hispanic guys that this is like they literally just migrated here, or you're working with like this group of person or this group of person, and all of a sudden like you have 18 different like cultures, different types of people interacting with each other, and you have to relearn what words mean. I know that sounds silly, and I can't give you any examples right now, but like different words. Well, I can. Like if I call, well, let's do like an extreme one. Like if calling somebody a bitch is bad, but like my wife and I call each other bitch all the time, but it's like affectionate, right? It sounds silly, but like you have to learn that. And the fact that you're not open to it, and you think you think it's preposterous, and you scoff at the idea of having to like, consider other people in the way that they talk. The fact that you don't understand that you're fucking 40 is insane. It's insane. You should be able to understand these things. But you grew up like with like nepotism, and he's like I think he's like 40 now. He's 38, and it's like, that's crazy that you don't understand how to talk to people as a fucking 40-year-old. And so instead of learning how to communicate with different people through like normal experiences as a person, he's learned how to brush people off and like not necessarily consider what they have to say. Like that's kind of where we're at here. And I think that's like a huge problem here. Fuck.
But we've never had it that way. I've never interacted that way. I've been not that way this entire time. And now for me, suddenly that's a problem. Suddenly that's a bad guy thing, which is like, that's really fucking weird for me, man. Like, that's not what I expected. That's not the response that I expect. It doesn't really make a huge amount of logical or emotional sense to me. So I'm just like, okay, so you don't think I'm doing this thing. Here's more information. That's not enough. Here's more information. That's not enough. Here's more information. Then eventually it's like, fuck you. I don't care.
Yeah,
It's
so
like there's no other solution at that point.
There's two things. Like I had one kind of emotional response, which is like, you're like, that makes sense to me. The really interesting thing is your response of that makes sense to me. I'm not saying don't read too much into it. I was just laughing.
August, is that a clip?
Because what I sent you in that moment was not logical. What I sent you in that moment was emotional.
Yes.
Right?
I have the capacity to understand emotions.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't know if that's true.
I
think he has the capacity to identify when people are having emotional responses, but he fails to see how they're justified. And I don't think that he cares about people's emotions very much.
Interesting, because there's so many times where I've tried to send you logical signals and then there's a disconnect. Yeah. But you can easily argue that it's apples and oranges. The second thing that I want to say, and I know you have emotional capacity, like I get that. You love your ferrets. They show up there. So the other
he loves them a lot. Dr. K, you don't understand how much he loves his fucking ferrets. You really don't get it.
Thing that I think is interesting to note is that I think that you are on the receiving end of, not just you, but basically this happens. So there's a group of parasocial nomad haters on the internet. That's what I call them.
Chat, is this true?
Chat hoppers is what they're generally called on Twitch.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that. But like, so what
I
I
jump from one
I feel like he made that up.
to another when there's like a big drama.
Exactly. So these are the people that follow the drama. So
I feel like this gay guy made that up.
And then the problem is,
I make myself laugh.
If you've created a community that values a certain
be your own biggest fan, chat.
kind of communication, and the chat.
Oh, now I understand why there's 3 worlds in every ring, because each character is like, okay, never mind.
Hoppers show up, everything that you've built will get dominated or swept away.
That's why we ban it all. Yep.
Okay.
Knowing that full well. And there's a couple of ways to handle that, right? That I feel is when someone comes in and they just make like the copy paste hate statement, it's very clear that they don't care. We ban them. And then and they put an unban request, and sometimes they'll be like, "Hey, I didn't realize it was that big of a deal." And then they come back in and they're like, "Hey, I like watching the stream," or they tell the mods to kill themselves, right? And like,
boost.
Usually, if you're gonna tell the mods to kill themselves, you just stay banned, and that happens all the time. But if they're like, "Hey, this I didn't realize this mattered so much," sometimes they end up joining the community, and it's fine.
That's crazy.
It's just that first interaction, we don't want that like a million times in the chat. Like that shit sucks.
Okay.
And it's not 50-50, but the mods do get a lot of hate, man. Like a massive amount. It sucks for them.
Have you ever thought that maybe you should act more appropriately so that your mods don't get as much hate? Since it's like, I that's something like you kind of should maybe want to consider a little bit, is your employees that work for you when you act like a fucking idiot. I mean, that's one thing you can give even people like Ludwig credit for. I mean, not that I want to, but if they've learned that interacting a certain way has reduced criticism on them, and their primary goal, and if they have like their workers, right? If they have them in mind, I mean, you could argue like, oh, maybe that's why they'll do the defense mechanism of being a fucking pussy, right? Because they're like, oh, well, I want to prioritize my employees, and it's very important to me that I do that in general, because I got to consider them, their mental health, but then also just the fact that, like, how well they're going to be able to get paid based on like whatever performance.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. It's hard to deal with. It's something that basically every streamer deals with, where the moment that you're at the top of LSF, you get like this influx of audience, which also I don't think that's like LSF's fault. That's just I
think it's the nature of like a gathering of people that are either rooting for the downfall, rooting for an emotional big moment, or like want to be part of that. But I do still think that there's a large amount of people that are engaging in that because it's like their reality show. It's like their TMZ. It's like they
there's a little truth to that. So yeah, sure.
They're like, oh man, I'm part of that moment. Remember that moment when that thing happened? That was so funny. And like, I feel like there's probably even some of those people that will meet someone like at an event where they engaged in one of those things, and they won't think it's real. They think it's just like a cartoon character,
Yeah,
you do kind of sound like a cartoon character.
I've seen that a lot too, unfortunately. But
yeah.
Anyway, we've been at it for like almost 3 hours, bro. How you feeling?
Yeah. Fine.
That's how long I gooned to furry ferret. That's it. Furry ferrets. I don't know. I got nothing else.
Like, to be honest with you, I think so far this has been really productive. Because to me, like, dude, I don't know. Like, I don't either. That seems wild to me that people just want it. Fuck. Like, I don't know. It seems wild to me that people just want an emotional response for that. When
that's what he got out of the whole thing, is they just want. After fucking like 3 hours of conversation, what Pirate got out of it is like, yeah, it's weird that people want an emotional response out of me. What? Yeah, sounds like we had a really productive conversation here, guys. Great, very productive.
In reality, I find that like I explained earlier, I find that to be a disingenuous thing. I don't want to be that guy that goes and makes it fun.
I don't know if he just doesn't get it. I think that maybe PirateSofware just doesn't get it. I think he might just be like fucking stupid or something.
An apology video.
Yeah, so I think that there are a lot of people who would be satisfied by that, but please don't take away. I think, like, I mean, you convinced me, right? And I've not done that when people get upset with me. So I won't just say, yeah, my bad, unless I really believe that. So that there have been times where I've made mistakes where I will say, like, I still remember, I'm happy to say it again. There was one time early on in the days of streaming that I made fun of people with micropenises.
Whoa, that's funny.
And that is like one of the things that I regret.
I actually got really upset when you do that. Not because I have a micropenis. I don't have a micropenis, but like I got upset because like I felt bad for other people with a micropenis. You know what I mean? Not me though, because I don't have one. I have a huge penis. Mine's fucking massive. It's fucking crazy.
Because it's like easy to do that.
That's an easy fruit, yeah.
It's easy, but it's like out of all of the people, like in terms of like punching down and stuff, like out of all the people who have it so hard for...
I guess they don't, because it's too small.
You know, just us to pile on and like, ha ha ha, you have a small dick. Like, that's not something that's in their control.
This is just wild. This is a wild one, boss man. I love Dr. K, but what the fuck are you talking about? Fucking micropenises? What the fuck's happening?
And by the way, you can have a fulfilling sexual life with a micropenis. I thought
True.
about...
You're a lesbian. Got him. No, I'm sure that's true. I'm sure that there's some kind of truth to that.
Just became a degenerate gamer for a moment and stopped thinking about people in my office who struggle with those kinds of problems.
How the fuck do I get up there?
Yeah. I think that's actually really interesting because that's like the internet, man. Is like, I don't even know. Like, I feel like if somebody's going to call you that, like on the internet, if somebody's like in a lobby and they're like, you have a micropenis, they don't actually mean that. They just want to say some shit. That's like some kid on Xbox saying you fucked your mom.
Yeah, right. Like,
or the N word.
Deep within me is 4chan. Like much like ChatGPT, deep within my bones is 4chan. And so anyway, I was just saying, like, so sometimes I've made mistakes, and you know, I'll own up to those. But I don't think you should.
I won't, because I never make mistakes.
Compromise that. But I think there's like something in the middle of letting more of your authentic emotion out, and also be super careful about the way that you, even in your own head, sterilize your interactions and sterilize your contributions. Which I think you do.
It's comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable. But I think you do that.
When the scenario is like super vitriolic, it's comfortable to sterilize it. It's comfortable to have like more of a logical conversation about
Smart guy.
Because it's easier to process.
Yep.
It is less easy to...
Now he's just flexing his amazing ability and read on people when I don't... I find it interesting because that's what's happening now. Pirate's like flexing his like ability to read people and like his understanding of humans, but he does a very shitty understanding of people in general because like he doesn't really understand anybody outside of himself, right? So he's a very like I don't think that he's a particularly emotionally in tuned person. That you know, I don't think that he has like a depth of thought when it comes to other people and their like problems at all.
Like, if I'm going to have a big emotional response, I feel like I'm being manipulative.
A big boner?
Because I could do that. I could just sit down and be like, I'm going to have a big emotional response now. But that's not...
That's not how it works.
That's not how I am. That's not the person.
That's not how you are. That's just fucking weird. You don't decide to have emotional responses, right? Right? We understand this. You have emotional responses. So if you were going to decide to have an emotional response, it'd be because it's disingenuous because you apparently are not somebody who has emotional responses. So it's probably different than somebody that might be a little more emotional. But yeah, I think he does have emotional responses. It just manifests differently and doesn't really understand that.
Person I am.
So I think it's an issue of, so you mentioned at some point that this has been a challenge that you've had before. I don't even remember what we were talking about. So I think it's really about, and this is for anyone else too, like, you know, we all just have to decide.
Not me, I'm perfect, brothers.
Decide. When you say this is the person that I am, we all just have to decide whether we want to continue. Like, am I just saying, hey, this is who I am and I don't want to change this? And then...
No, I don't think that.
What do you mean this whole thing is an emotional response? Yeah, no, his whole thing is an emotional response. I think he has like a little bit of a problem, like you know, we'll almost say like red pillars have, where they think that like certain emotions aren't emotional. So like anger is not an emotion to him, or like it's not an anger unless he gets like super like loud about it. Like that's not actually an emotion. He has like a shutdown, but he gets frustrated and angry. It just manifests differently, and he just doesn't understand that. You know, maybe he's not used to other people doing that, or maybe he just isn't. Again, I don't think that he's like emotionally intelligent, and so that's probably more of the issue there. Is he's not like flexing a particularly high amount of emotional intelligence. I feel like at one point you were able to jump out there because that would have been cool, but
that's okay.
Sorry.
Well, I'm giving options, so I'm sort of speaking rhetorically, right? So we all have to make decisions for ourselves about, if this is the way that I am, do I want to continue to be this way? Do I not want to continue to be this way? And then there's going to be a line in the sand of like what level.
This guy, I mean, I'm like the cringe wife guy. So like my question would always be like, does this guy have like a partner that he cares about that he could actually? Because what the fuck? This is cool as hell. I only asked that because, you know, and for me, that's been like the most, that's been like the biggest benefit for me, like with having, you know, my wife is I'm able to listen to her, and even if I don't understand where she's coming from, I'll typically take her word for it, and it helps me process better, you know. And sometimes like going through something that you normally wouldn't go through helps. Like let's say, you know, well, this is actually something that's probably good for me. For me, maybe I make a joke that's inappropriate. What? Really? And I usually just make the joke, and then people maybe, let's say they typically just get kind of irritated with me. Maybe they don't even express it. They just act a little differently around me and whatever. That's what I would typically, let's say that's what I typically do, because it probably is what I typically do. Then I go with my wife, and then after I make an inappropriate joke, my wife's like, that was kind of inappropriate. I was like, why? Who cares? It's just blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, next one I'm not. And then all of a sudden moving forward, I do that less. A moment comes up when everybody's expecting an inappropriate joke, and I just don't make it. And all of a sudden it's like, wait, I noticed a different reaction this time. Maybe people like me more or something, right? So that's one of the benefits to taking other people's words for it, that you can respect and trust and potentially like have a positive outcome with that. But I don't think he has somebody like that, because again, we're talking about like a fucking Nepo baby that like gets everything he wants. So I don't really know if I would see that happening for him.
Level of compromise feels authentic and okay, and what doesn't. What feels like growth? What feels like giving a piece of yourself away?
Yeah, because like for me, I feel pretty happy.
Oh wait. I don't know.
With the way that I communicate generally. I don't generally have a problem with that.
Fucking kidding me?
And I like being able to communicate objectively, either with, you know, in my relationships, friends, you know.
Friends are a relationship, but I understand what you mean.
People in the community, that feels fine to me. And I think there's a lot of people that actually like that about the way that I communicate. It's like, hey, you know, Thor's talking about all the things of all the, because we'll get a whole bunch of stories in that come in from the damn internet that are like, the fucking sky's on fire. And then you look at it and you're like, the sky's not on fire. This outhouse over here was on fire. It's not that big a deal. Right. Crazy. And I find that there's very few islands of that shit online, man. Like there's very few islands of people to be like, wait a minute, let's look into that before we start freaking out. Would it be?
Oh my God, this guy's so fucking insufferable listening to him talk. Because what's happening, what we're hearing now is that like Thor is actually fucking kind of based, guys. Thor's kind of fucking based. Like there's no other community that does it quite like Thor, where they actually look into stuff before they have an opinion on it. Like they're pretty fucking based. It's like, okay, Thor is unique because he, you know what I mean? Like I understand what he's saying. People will get very sensationalized on the internet. I get it, but he's acting like he's this fucking, like he's accomplishing so much by looking into things before he validates them. It's like, yeah, that's a good idea, but he's really like tugging his dick off in front of us over it.
Easier for me to just like dive into the emotion first? Yeah. Would it be honest? No. Would it be quick views? 100%.
100%.
Yeah,
I'm with that shit.
100%, guys.
100%. Like, that's why I've always communicated that way, and it's not even a thing of like I'm not willing to change. It's
wait, what's that song thing?
I'd be lying. Like I'd just be straight up lying about all of these scenarios if that was the case. If it wasn't like, here's all the things as I see it, here's all the facts as I felt them, right? As the things that I went through, I'd be a piece of shit. I'd be just like a grifter on the internet that's just trying to garner as many views as possible.
Me too,
and that's fucking atrocious. Like I hate that. I really hate that.
Well, wait, I'm jumping higher as higher.
What are you hearing me say?
I think I went on a rant there. Okay. It's not even really about like what you said. It's more like that kind of just like triggered an internal monologue, and I was like, nah. I just went on a rant.
I will say though, I really like that question. I think I might use that. I have that conversation with Roman Hawk soon, and I don't know if I'm going to need to use this. I don't think that they're a fucking quite PirateSofware, but I like the question. What are you hearing me say right now? I really like that question. I think that's a great way to contest somebody without being like too over the fucking top about it. What are you hearing me say right now?
With it, yeah.
And I'm with you there. I mean, I think that there are plenty of emotionally manipulative grifters on the internet. And
I'm not even saying that like that's I'm not even like calling people out and saying like the side is an emotional grifter. It's more like, dude, like I can see how easy it is to manipulate people emotionally to gain money on the internet.
Yeah,
so don't ever even want to get near that.
So I have those kinds of thoughts, and I'm pretty sure that they're pretty narcissistic in my head. So when I have a thought like that, I'll just like leave this for y'all. I'm not accusing anyone, or certainly not you, but this is just what I've noticed is that sometimes when I'm like jealous of people, this may be just me, who are taking the easy path on the internet, it's really easy to get self-righteous.
I don't think it's easy.
That's an interesting way to say it. Because oh, your mother is a fucking prostitute. God damn it. I understand what I wonder. I mean, what I hear is that Dr. K is saying like, hey, I'll hear people that are maybe not necessarily as successful, seeing people grifting on the internet. And they'll be like, oh, I could do that if I wanted to, but I have too much, pride for myself, and he doesn't want to get too like worked up and like condescending over it. That's what I'm hearing him say. The fuck?
No, I mean,
for me,
not like that. I think it comes with other negatives, right? Like, I'll give you an example, right? You've got somebody like Keemstar. Keemstar makes a bunch of content that's based on like calling out scenarios, making a lot of drama, runs Drama Alert, right?
Fucking bitch.
I don't envy that. That's got to be a tough as fuck job. That dude probably absorbs more hate than most people on the internet just by the nature of the content that he provides to the internet, which is bombastic.
What is this, like fucking 2016? Keemstar? What the fuck?
Which is divisive, which is emotional. I don't want to get near that because that sounds fucking awful to me and everyone that was engaging in my content.
I see what you mean.
Oh, wait, buttons.
So if I went down that route, I don't think it's easy. I think it would be easier to get a reaction, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
but the reaction is not one you want.
So then I think that's more
not
from me. Like I think that's narcissistic. So I think the thought process I have.
I feel like Thor got caught in a moment and he decided to just like ramble. I don't know.
In my head is different from what you're describing.
Okay.
Usually I'll walk myself there, but I have that kind of thought. But anyway, yeah. Any last thoughts or questions before we wrap up for the day?
I'm interested in what your thought was now.
What do you mean?
When you
I think you know what he means, but I think the greater question is like, why do you care? Maybe I don't know. I wouldn't expect him to give his like at least analysis after that. Like he would give it a second, let it like die down a little bit, right?
You said you had a different thought from like the different pathway for that. Like what did you mean?
A different pathway for
thinking about that scenario of like
the narcissistic scenario.
Yeah.
So I think it's similar to what you do, but I think what I usually do is I notice that I'll see that there are creators that are doing things that I think. So there's one creator in particular that I used to like their content, and I noticed that they basically made a piece of content where there's a subreddit that I frequent, and they basically what they did is they looked at the most upvoted content on that subreddit, made a video where they're literally reading out the top voted content.
Oh, intellect. What's that talking about?
I see it a lot.
And so I was, and their video did incredibly well.
Yep.
And so what I realized is like, oh, there's this niche subreddit. They're taking the best of this niche subreddit and basically distributing it on another platform. And so,
hey, catch your grind, baby. Catch your bag.
It really like, it's never fun to see. So I was disappointed for two reasons. One is that like I respected this person's content. Like when they sit down and they actually open their mouth, when they offer like commentary, which I assume is maybe it's not, maybe they're just repurposing it from elsewhere. But I really got the sense that this person
who's he talking about
had done a lot of like thinking about, and their commentary was what I really valued. And then I also, so when I saw this piece do well, there were two things that happened. One was that I felt like disappointed in the person. I was like, this is trash content. It's just like repurposed React kind of content. It was, I guess, React content, but it wasn't like, I started to realize why people don't like React content in that moment.
It's the description that people give of slop.
Yeah. So
interesting. Okay. Yeah. No, like a low effort thing. I understand what they're saying, which is generally associated with React content. I guess especially mine, or not even especially mine, because there's like plenty of like people who play fucking like CS:GO or something, Surf, that give like low effort. Okay, that's fair.
And then the second thing that I
realized, talk about me, dude. No, Dr. K, why don't you like me anymore?
Realized is like, it's always sad to see how.
I'm actually genuinely curious who he's talking about, though.
Well, slop performs.
It does.
We do be loving sloppy, baby, sloppy toppy.
It's amazing. It's the same thing that we're seeing with like AI generated art, man.
No, I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think it's the same thing as what we're seeing with AI generated art. Maybe. I mean, maybe we're thinking of like different slop. Maybe he's referring to people. Are you fucking kidding me, you stupid bitch? Maybe he's referring to people who will watch like those breakdown videos. Not even like just like a bullshit like, Pokimane farted today kind of a thing. And then somebody just watches their video and just says the exact same thing. So maybe he's referring to that when it comes to like slop. You think it's Wendigoon?
It's the same.
Yeah. So
I see it now. I think the scariest thing that I see, like in the gaming space, AI generated ads for games. And like you get into the game and it's like a phone game and everything is AI generated. The art is like just trash and they do amazing.
Interesting. I never even thought about that. I hate fucking when the phone game like lies to you about what it's going to be about. You know, you're on fucking TikTok and you're like, oh, this is cool. Like you're playing a character and like you're on a track and you just got to shoot stuff to upgrade. And then you play the game and it's like fucking dog shit diarrhea. Like, oh, great.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Like, hundreds of thousands of downloads. And you're like,
So there are people, and it's interesting, right? Because like game recognizes game. And one of the interesting things about being someone who is arguably knowledgeable in a couple of fields is I see how
Arguably, this guy's like a fucking therapist, huh?
easy it is to be successful when you actually don't know what you're talking about.
That does make sense in a lot of instances because it's like that. It's like when you, what do they call that? Dunning-Kruger or something? You're confident about something when you don't necessarily know what you're talking about. That makes perfect sense. That's obviously not us here. We're very intelligent here.
So in like the wellness, medicine, self-help space, there are a lot of people who will talk about science. And but there's a big difference between a scientific paper and the implementation of like a clinical intervention.
What the fuck is this?
And so a big thing that I see a lot, especially in the wellness space, is people will talk about things like dopamine detoxes and stuff like that. There's actually no data behind any of that stuff. They're like, I did a dopamine detox for 10 days and here's how it changed my life. And it's like that
makes a good story.
I fucking thought that was me for a second. I actually fucking almost cried and started coming really hard.
So it makes a good story. So I think that
like it scared me because I thought it was like me talking.
That there's what I've noticed is that as you kind of dumb things down and make things accessible, your likelihood of like increasing in success goes up. But also you've got to be like super careful. But I think a lot of the stuff that some content creators in the wellness space say like works doesn't really work, right? And that's not the success of the content is not based on whether it works or not. The success of the content is whether other people think it's or interested in it, basically, right? And the most hilarious example of this is something called what's it called?
You tell me.
Not anal bleaching.
What the fuck?
Sunning the butt or something.
Is he talking about like a colonoscopy? Like not colonoscopy. Enema? Coffee enema?
Do you what?
I gotta remember. So there was this trend on TikTok.
Is it the one where they show their butts to to the sun?
Yeah. So people would do that, right? Because they're like, oh, this part
absorb the sun through their ass and then like gain medical shit for it. I've heard about this.
I feel like that probably works in a way because I feel like that would feel so good. No, putting your ass up in the air and just like feeling the sun on your ass and maybe your balls. Because I understand that probably feels so fucking good, dude. It probably feels so fucking good. I feel like that would feel so good. Just putting your ass up in the air, feeling, you know what I mean? I feel like that would feel good. I don't know. I just feel like it feels nice being out in the sun sometimes.
The really scary thing is that, so, they'll say like, oh, like the butt doesn't get sunlight, right?
What?
And then what people don't understand is that since the butt doesn't get sunlight, it is not designed to receive sunlight, which means that you will get a sunburn.
You get a sunburn your
yeah. People were getting, so there was like a medical concern. It was like a public health issue. Like dermatologists were dealing with a bunch of sunburned butts. Like not butts, not the cheeks, like the inside. Because people would, they'd open it wide.
Sounds like I got to get into a new field, if you know what I'm saying.
and because people don't understand that you don't, like, if you shaved your scalp, if you shaved your hair today and you walked out in the sunlight, you'd get a sunburn on your head.
Crazy. Yeah.
So you need a certain amount of melanin, and like we don't have melanocytes in our bunghole.
Inside. No.
Like we don't have them there.
That what you call them? Fucking melanocytes? What the fuck?
And no,
I call them millennials.
Goes into like the craziest area of, see, that medical disinformation is scary. Like super, super scary.
True.
That's like the scariest thing on the planet. Because like, I think what it goes into is
maybe polar bears are scarier.
People want to believe it. They want to believe that they can do something.
Fucker.
They don't want to feel powerless in a situation like that. And you have the secret knowledge.
I wish this was a ferret that I was about to fucking kill.
The secret knowledge is just behind a $5 paywall. That's only $5. And like, I hate that shit.
Dude.
Like I fucking like that. That was like, that is actually the reason that we set up the Discord the way that I have it.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Thor! God damn it, sorry. I really hate it when people lock things behind paywall. Like, yeah, they're selling you a scam. That's why we do. Shut the fuck up, dude. Yeah, that's why I have a Discord the way it is, guys, because I'm such a good fucking guy. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. It's so fucking annoying. It's like he's waiting to fucking to brag about something. It's like, wow, that's fun. Definitely want to hear that. Thanks for bragging, you know?
Like, the Discord is literally set up in, like, here's focus groups. Pay nothing. Go talk to people in the field. If I don't know it...
What people in what field? What the fuck are you talking about, dog?
One of them will. Go. Right? Go interact with them. Because the idea of, like, siloing knowledge leads to that shit. It leads to the, like, I'm going to make up some shit.
Yeah,
and when I make up some shit, you're going to sunburn your ass. Like, that's...
Let's see.
Yeah, so that opens up, I think, other cans of worms, medical disinformation. So, like, we have paywalled content, and so arguably we're guilty of that. But
well, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with necessarily having paywalled content. It's different between if you're trying to like sell somebody a fucking scam, but it's like fine to have paywall content, obviously.
I think we're not in the same way, and I'm not.
The reason I did it this way is it's for areas I don't have knowledge in. I can't answer that, but maybe one of these other people can.
So,
and there's a consensus, not just like a silo.
I mean, Dr. K's like a reputable individual, right? So like Dr. K, hey, Dr. K, put some cool stuff out. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Die, you fucking bitch. It's different between being like, guys, I have the fucking cure to cancer. Here's a behind a paywall, right?
Anyway, I think it's a fair complaint, and it's criticism that we have been accused of.
Really?
Oh yeah. People think we're very, very like money oriented, which we're sort of money oriented, but like not really.
I mean, I am a little bit.
I would like to make money.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Chat,
I think,
is it cringe to want to make money?
I think that that too is something that I think is like, I don't like that connotation. So people think that there's like a homogeneity there.
Oh, whoa!
So,
dude, you guys are fucking crazy today.
For example, crazy. Like we launched like a membership in 2023. Sure. We have like some paid content and stuff. And the TLDR of it is like, you know, I think it's so interesting to hear, but it was, well, the more free stuff you provide, when you build free stuff for a lot of people, it costs more, which is not something that I understood when I became a content creator.
That is absolutely the case.
And so that was something that like, I think a lot of people, I feel bad when people think of us as a business because, yeah, I mean, we're like technically a business, but we don't operate like a business. I mean, in some ways we do. But
I think the problem is people don't know how to understand that business and doing something good is not...
Like, it's okay to want to make money as long as you're not being dishonest about it.
Not mutually exclusive.
So I would even argue that business and doing something good is the best way to do things.
Yes.
And the reason for that is really simple. I went to a lot of places where doing good was very separated from business. So the at the top of the list is like ashrams, nonprofits, spiritual.
Did I just say fucking Auschwitz? What the fuck?
Teachers, people who are like philanthropic and were doing things for the good of the world. Generally speaking, I saw the largest abuses of power in those kinds of scenarios. There's a lot of like the moment that you become a nonprofit. Like I've seen so many toxic work environments in investment banking and in nonprofits. Because in nonprofits, it's like we're doing it for the ferrets. We can't pay you a lot, but we're doing it for the ferrets. So one of the really interesting things that we tried to do very intentionally was
that makes sense. I mean, you might just be a dishonest person trying to underpay as much as possible. I'm gonna do 2 of these actually because I really got to get these. I think.
Like, I'm not your guru.
What is this?
If you want my help, I'm going to give you some stuff for free. And if you want this other stuff that takes a lot of energy and resources to build, you got to pay for it. And I think that interestingly enough, when I was training to become a psychiatrist, like creating a transaction protects us from a feeling of indebtedness. And the moment that you add indebtedness to the equation, the moment you start doing extra for your patients, doing things for free, if you do something for free, then like it makes things muddy. And that's what happens with a lot of these like spiritual organizations. So we kind of very intentionally did it, but we also get criticized for it, which I think is like also a fair criticism. Like I think that the people who say those kinds of things, I think they usually don't have information. But I think that they're, you know, it's a valid criticism on some level.
I think that makes sense. I mean, like with the rescue, I intentionally did not make it a charity. Like I was like, I'm not doing that because the first thing, and I talked to people, I was like, hey, we're thinking about starting a rescue. First thing that showed up in chat is, oh, you're just going to try and take a tax break. And I was like, that's valid. I'm going to look into this more. And I was like, I don't want to take money from my left hand, put it in my right hand and be like, I'm not paying taxes on that. Like, that's fucking weird, right? Because it's still technically it's all the same thing. We're all just meeting the same objective.
Who the fuck cares, dude? Okay, whatever.
So it's made it part of the business. And now I just pay employees and do the whole thing. And like, yeah, Ferret Rescue makes money. It does. The ad revenue off of that allows me to hire people to run a rescue.
So
and pay for their medical and pay for their food. And like, that's not small.
I've also seen, I had...
Maybe I'm just like, who the fuck cares about these fucking ferrets? Who gives a shit about ferrets? A fucking ferret rescue? I don't give a fuck. I don't care about fucking ferrets.
A job at a place that was a nonprofit with a charitable mission, but was also like, and the problem is that oftentimes, if you don't structure it like a business, it doesn't stay self-sustainable.
Am I canonically here after the first guy?
Like,
yes.
So that's where things, and I found that, so a lot of times, like early on when, we started our coaching program, a lot of people wanted to volunteer and we wouldn't let them. And so here's,
yeah. I don't allow volunteers.
Yeah.
It's the biggest thing for me is that I've had a rule since the very beginning, which is you work for me, you get paid. That's it. It's so complicated otherwise. It's so complicated. It
gets so, and I think a lot of people don't understand that. So I think once you are in a position of like managing other people and also consistently delivering services, volunteers it becomes really hard. So when you're doing stuff for free,
there's like legal issues, there's all kinds of shit.
When you're doing stuff for free and when you're not paying people, like both of those things, I think it's just way easier. It's like, hi, I'm going to make a donut. The donut costs $1. I'm going to try to make it as affordable as possible. And that's something that if people think our stuff is overpriced, I think that's not really a fair criticism. So I think that we're kind of getting off track, but it's
fun.
Anyway.
Oh, it sounds like the conversation's over and they're just trying to chatting, no?
Any last thoughts or questions before we wrap up for the day?
No, I think it's it. I think this makes sense overall. Yeah. Cool. I think overall this makes sense.
Yeah,
It's mostly just interesting to me because it's like, it's really easy to get into a state where you're just like, I'm fucking done with it.
Yeah.
It's really easy to get there. I also don't believe that human beings were meant for the social interactions we have online.
Yep.
I don't think humans were built for this. I think we were built for like a little bit of friction.
I'll tell you one thing. Humans were definitely built for air conditioners. You know what I'm saying?
Inside of small social groups. But when you expand that to hundreds of thousands of people, no one's going to react correctly. Because it's just, that's not what we're made for as human beings. That's
completely agree, man.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, I hope things calm down for you. I hope if people like watch this, like, I'm sure that Thor made mistakes, but I don't think I don't think it's fair. I'll say that. I don't usually say those kinds of things, but I'm going to go ahead and say that. Maybe I'm wrong. I wasn't there. I didn't watch it. I haven't seen everything that happened.
Well, I feel like that might have been a good idea to be part of. Like, I don't think it breaks this conversation at all. I think that he was having a very fundamental conversation about how people will be engaged in some kind of controversy, and then they will, not be introspective enough on like what they did wrong. But I think it might hurt here a little bit because it would have been good to be able to figure out a way that you can give a little bit more meaningful pushback, and then you could have like asked some questions like, well, people say this argument, like maybe you could have done this better. How do you feel about that? And they talked about that. So I think that was really the only thing missing from this conversation was like actual like understanding of the specific scenario, because I also think it would have been good for him to educate himself enough on this. Because Thor is a person that like needs pushback. Like he doesn't respect people. I don't think he disrespects Dr. K, but I don't think that he has like he doesn't respect his game knowledge or game sense. So it's kind of like unproductive in that capacity.
But I like, can't we agree that like death threats and harassment and things like that is enough at some point? Yeah,
I think you'll split.
Oh, yeah, hot take, yeah.
Groups when you say that, and some people will be like, "Well, yeah, of course that's not okay, but this thing over here is okay." But what I found that I think is something that a lot of people forget online is when you make something, either a company or a person or a group, the subject of ridicule en masse, it empowers the people that think that that is an okay step. Sure. We see that all the time. You see that with any type of social movement. You have people that legitimately have a concern, and then you have people that light cars on fire. Like that's just how that goes. And
Jesus Christ! I mean, listen, man. All I'm going to say is if you're going to express white supremacist concepts, maybe you deserve to have your car lit on fire. I don't know what to tell you.
And the more people you have, the more that isolated extreme response group also expands. And I don't think that everybody who dislikes me is throwing death threats at me. That's not how that works.
Yeah.
The more people that don't like a person or a group, the more that increases.
Yeah, cool. Well said.
Yeah.
All right, take care, man. Thank you for coming.
You too.
Let me see if I can.
Thank you for orgasming.
There we go. GG.
There we go.
Okay. Thoughts, questions? How do y'all feel about it?
Yeah, I don't think he learned very much either.
How that went?
It was fine. What if I could just run past the bridge again?
So,
a little grinding in there. Let's do it.
Post-game analysis. Easy.
I wonder if this is like productive, considering the way that like he tried to organize it, like basically like a form of therapy. But I wonder if it's not. Well, I mean, if Thor watched it, if it would be unproductive.
Meet people where they're at.
Yeah, that's what a therapist would typically do.
Meet people where they're at. That is the post-game analysis. So people saying this was anticlimactic? Yes.
Well, yeah, I thought that was the point. He was going to talk to him like he was a therapist. So like that makes most sense to me.
So this is not supposed to have a climax. So I think this is a really good example of what we were talking about, like even Thor and I were talking about what kind of content do you want to make on the internet? You know, what did people come here for today? There's what some of y'all may have come here for, and then there's what we're here to do.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're having, you're doing like kind of like a therapy. Is the term therapizing meaningful? I don't know. You're like therapizing, like content, like well, you know, drama content to an extent, and so people are going to be like, no, I was here for this. Why didn't you hold them task on this? Blah blah blah. Yeah, that's what they were expecting. They wanted something a little more vitriolic, probably, or a little bit, at least more answers. Which, by the way, I think that there's a level of valid criticism from that. Like, hey, maybe we could have got more like fucking meaningful answers here. We didn't really get a whole lot of that. You know, it seemed like there was like a pivotal. The only real pivotal part that I feel like we're missing was like a little bit of pushback, maybe towards the end of like a couple of the points people were making, like the acknowledgement of them, and just to see where he's at. You don't have to like fucking tear through him for it. But I think it could have been I think it could have been good. It could have been nice.
Now, sometimes what we're here to do overlaps with what y'all come here for. And sometimes it doesn't. Right? So I think that, like, I thought today was very illustrative. And I hope if y'all paid attention, it was illustrative for you too. And I still think that noticing the disconnects is really important. So this is a process, right? So this doesn't make sense to me is a great way to start your learning. The one piece of advice that I would give for y'all is that the moment that someone says this doesn't make sense to me, don't jam it in, right? Like things need time and space to process, to understand, things like that.
True that.
And so like that's okay. Like, I can understand why people felt like they were disappointed with today.
I get that. I don't think that we necessarily need to listen to the after effects to the conversation. It was a good conversation. Like I already said, like I wish there was a little bit more pushback productively. And that's pretty much it. I liked it though. It's a little illuminating on the type of person Thor is. Definitely very stubborn. Not sure if he's ingenuine or I think after seeing that, I think Thor is I think he's very self-centered. I don't think that he has anybody around him that he really respects enough to take their perspective into consideration to help form his own perspective. I don't think that he ever had enough experiences with different people from different cultures, and I'm not even talking about like ethnic or anything, just like different day-to-day cultures, to really understand the different way to interact. Like he has an expectation that he should be able to say this way, and you have to understand it. And if you don't understand it, it's your fault. It's not my fault for not being able to communicate. I don't think he's like narcissistic though. I think he's just he's a golfer. He's a modern day golfer. He plays fucking golf. He's a rich guy that plays golf and gets whatever he wants, and nobody really gives him any pushback. You know, and I think that's one of the problems. But I don't think he's like void of the ability or capacity. He's just not, you know, I guess he's just not in like the spaces where like there's anybody that he would listen to right now. So, okay.